This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Hello, good morning and welcome to another action-packed day on the European Cricket Network. It's match day 4 of the Euros of Women's Cricket, the Premier Division, and we're going to hit off with a very exciting match. Two teams that are in two contrasting forms. Netherlands, after their defeat in their first match, have won 3 on the spin, so they have a 3-1 record, but with a record of 1-3, they take on Italy. Can Italy bounce back today in an all-important match? I'm Rico Full, you're watching the Euros of Cricket, and the action starts right here, right now. Muy buenos dias, yes that's right, back at this beautiful Carmo Oval in Andalusia, Spain. A little bit chilly first thing this morning, and as we've seen for the past few days, there's always a little bit of dew on the ground, but that's going to soon burn away because we're up for a cracking day today with temperatures reaching around 20 degrees. So it's going to be an interesting one, and I think the first coin toss is always very interesting. 4 matches coming up today, and we do start with the Netherlands 11 taking on Italy. Earlier, the two captains, Amelia Bartram and Caroline de Lang, were with the tournament referee, Ian Rummage. Let's see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
Netherlands, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Italy is the away team, you'll call. It's been called European Cricket. It's come down Dream 11. You've won the toss?
Yes, we'll have a bat first.
Netherlands won the toss and are batting first.
Thank you very much to Ian Rummage doing a wonderful job, and all the umpires as well. So the news from the middle is that Caroline de Lang from the Netherlands 11 winning the toss and deciding she will have a bat first. I can understand that decision. I think if it was more of an even matchup, you probably would have decided to have a bat first anyway, because I think that means that the team that has got the ball is going to have to compete with these moist conditions. We've seen that be a problem with some bowlers before. She might have been tempted to put Italy into bat first. Italy had been struggling with the bat, and maybe that would have been an opportunity for her then to knock off those runs pretty quickly. But she's going with what she feels is right for these conditions, and I think it's a good call. She's got batters also that are playing well at the moment. Remember, they are without the likes of Thompson and Zwelling in the side, but other players have stepped up. I've liked the work from Sanya Kurana at the top of the order. And Meryl Declan, she's been the real surprise. She's been scoring runs for fun. And of course, you still have the ability and the skills of Robin Riker to come in and really do some power hitting. But yesterday, we saw a good performance there from Phoebe, and she was really good. She got out there and scored 49 runs. So having Mocklenburg out there as well scoring runs, that helps them big time. But with the ball, they've had Hannah, who has been in good form all the way through. Hannah Landier bowling good areas, picking up good, important wickets. I really like the introduction of Silva Seegers. I think her spin and her variations are going to get her plenty of wickets and cause plenty of trouble for a lot of batters. And then, of course, yesterday, Robin Schmidt with 4 wickets, 4 for 12, was absolutely sensational. So Netherlands, as their point system suggests, they're going in the right area. They're winning games at the right time after suffering that early defeat against England. But what about their opponent, Scotland? Things are not going well, particularly with the batting department. Amelia Bartram will know that she only herself has shone just on one occasion. She needs to go well here. And Ratanaika, who has been very good behind the stumps, she's only shown us her explosive power in that one match, the win that they had against the Netherlands when they took all the points away. So those two are going to have to be really big and strong with the bat. And someone like Delisha Nanyakara is another one that has to perform on this day. Players that have been performing, I think the all-round performance from Ileana Sims is going to be key. She has been scoring runs and picking up wickets. In fact, the Sims combination with the ball has been really good. The two sisters combining well. Of course, the other bowler is Luana Sims. She's been very good. I think she will cause trouble with her looping spin. And then you always got Mamalage there to pick up those wickets as well. But I do feel with the ball that Italy have been competitive. But ever since that golden ball match, that 71-71, which they went down to to Scotland. Ever since then, their fortunes have sort of changed. Yesterday, remember, they got absolutely thrashed at the hands of England. England coming back after being beaten, of course, by Scotland, took it out on Italy. So they need to come back here and come back strong. But the Netherlands, they're in good form. This is going to be an interesting match for me, I think. If you look at it on paper, Netherlands are definitely the favourites. I can see them once again getting up to the 120, 130 mark and really piling on the pressure on Italy. But can Italy do what we all know they can? Can they come back and can they bounce back and maybe cause a little bit of an upset this morning? Well, we've seen it all so far. We've seen a golden ball. We've seen some good performances. In this Premier Division, though, we haven't seen a century. Maybe there's going to be a century on the cards here today. Speaking of centuries, one person that has got a century in the Euros of cricket is, of course, Christina Goff. And it's my absolute pleasure to have her in the commentary box here with me today. Vinny Sandhu will be having a day off. So we go over to Christine, who knows all about what it's like to be out here and score runs. And also, she was the MVP of the Challenger Division as well. So it's going to be great to have her insights on the day ahead. Well, Christina, good morning to you. The news from the middle is that Netherlands are going to have a hit.
Morning, Rico, and thanks for that lovely introduction. Big words from there. I hope I live up to those. Yeah, we've got a sunny day here at the Cartermore Oval. I'm really looking forward to the games we have in store today, obviously starting with Netherlands versus Italy. But let's look back at what we had yesterday. A big game in the morning where England put on a huge total of 126. Amy Gordon at the top there, scoring 76 off 31, but it wasn't enough. Scotland came out firing, led by Catherine Fraser, who of course is Scotland's captain, and they chased it down in a record run chase of 127 with 3 balls to spare, so they almost made light work of it. Catherine Fraser starring for Scotland with the bat and ball. She came in with figures of 2 for 30 for Scotland's really impressive win there against England. Game 2 was a bit of a more straightforward affair for the Netherlands. They'll of course be hoping to repeat that this morning. They put on 124 for 3. Phoebe Morecambe just one short of her first half century of the tournament, finishing on 49 off 25. A few wickets shared by Keir McCartney, Sophie McMahon and Georgina Dempsey, and Ireland just didn't really get going in the run chase, falling short with 87 for 7. The third game saw a bit of a formality for England, so they bounced back against Italy after their loss against Scotland in the morning. Italy didn't get going in their setting of their total, and they only got to 64 for 6, and England knocked that off, made light work of that. Just the openers needed, and they knocked it off before the halfway mark. Tilly Kesterman and Amelia Lamb both scoring impressively, both remaining not out as well, so England will be hoping they can bounce back again today. Meanwhile, in the final game, we had a low-scoring thriller. We started talking about the 70s being that magical score, and for Scotland it was. They only managed 70 for 6. They were worried that it was going to be a bit of a letdown after their performance against England in the morning, but Catherine Fraser again starred with the bat. And then it was all about the bowling performance of Scotland. They bowled Ireland out on the final ball, and Ireland fell 13 runs short. Kirsty McCall was the star of the show with 3 for 9. So it was a great day yesterday, and that means that the table, you can see for yourselves, is looking very tight, very exciting. It's all to play for here on day 4. Italy currently at the bottom of the table, but they've got the chance to claim all 4 points against the Netherlands, which would put them level on points with the Netherlands actually, and shoot them up the table. Obviously, points to be had all day today, and we'll see how things unfold today. But we do have some news. I've got Rico Full with me in the box, and he can update us on what's happening this morning.
Muy buenos dias to you. Yeah, I mean, that we saw a quick look at what happened yesterday. Of course, I was keeping my eye on that from back at the Sunset Beach Club, and some very exciting games. Once again, some high-scoring and low-scoring ones. Slight update today that once again there was a bit of an issue and a slight injury, I think, sustained by one of the players on the Italian side, and that means that there has and will be a lineup change. As a result of that, the first match here is going to be delayed by some 10 minutes. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go back to the timer, thanks to Rado, our official timekeeper, and we'll come back and with some more news about the squads before the start of the first ball. So ciao for now. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, Lahuntada under Lathea, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
And welcome back. Sorry about that slight delay, but I think there was some issues in the warm-ups there for Team Italy. We'll have a better look at the lineups in a moment. I get the feeling that it might have been an issue there with Sonia Toffoletto, but that will be confirmed when we have a look at the two team sheets. But ready to start the match day 4 of this Premier Division. I think it's going to be a really good day. I'll talk to you about the matches we're going to see today. And Netherlands, Italy are going to hit off this first one. Netherlands, of course, just a reminder, winning the toss, and they will be having a bat first. Then that's followed by England versus Ireland. Ireland, they need to come back after 2 defeats yesterday to Netherlands, and then to Scotland. That one would have hurt them, restricting Scotland to 70, and then falling short in the run chase for 57 all out. And we'll see Scotland in action against the Netherlands. That will be a good match. Scotland, can they continue their impressive run? Ever since that golden ball victory against Italy, they've been undefeated. And then last, Italy will take on Ireland. And that could be such a crunch match depending on how the results today go. So the teams make their way out into the middle. You can see that Mathanara is back behind the stumps. So there's the change there. Tashina Aralaya is coming into the side, and Sonia is out. So there must have been an issue there with Sonia. So Sonia being replaced and Tashina Aralaya coming into the side, and that's why we had a slight delay. But no change to the match. It's still going to be a 10 over a side. Netherlands big time favourites here, 82% to 18. Amarika full. And nobody Sandu today, though I'm sure he'll be doing plenty of lurking. Of course, I'm here with Christina Goff, who did a fantastic day yesterday. Good day yesterday, Christina. I think today it's going to be another exciting day.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward today. We're getting to the crunch match the crunch time of the group stage. Obviously, all the teams have played each other already, so it's a bit of rivalry going on. A bit of revenge needs to be dished out today, and I'm looking forward to a great day of cricket.
Yeah, I think it will be a great day. And it's going to be a lovely sunny day as well. A little bit of cloud first thing in the morning, a bit of dew, but that's soon going to burn away. And it's going to be Chaturika Mahamalage to start. And interesting one. She always starts over the wicket. She gets a few that end up being wide or they don't go right. Then she goes straight back around the wicket and she gets a few bit of success. It starts off with that wide, and they're going to have to deal, of course, with the wet ball to start off with. And that's well struck, and it's going to go all the way. Manos arriba, balle, balle, balle. Phoebe Molkenborg yesterday found her form, which is scored a fine 49. And it looks, Tina, that she's looking to carry on from where she left off yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like she's also got her kit back, Rico. So she's been batting with other people's kit all week, and by the looks of it, she's got her number 9 shirt back and her bat by the sound of that.
This time out, the offside is a sweeper out there. What happened to her kit then? This is news to me. Did it get lost on transit?
Yeah, so it was floating around somewhere in Amsterdam. That's why Phoebe's been carrying the number 311, Agent 311, as Vinny has called her all week. And it looks like she's back to her number 9, and by the sound of the crack off that bat, it sounds like she's back to her favourite bat as well.
Yeah, makes all the difference. You never feel right if you don't have your equipment with you. Mind you, she's made a good start. Now let's see if Sanya Karuna can do the same. She gets one outside off, and they'll take the single. Italy, they're one thing I've noticed about Italy in the field is, unlike some of the other teams, they're very defensive from the word go. They don't really have anybody in close in either side, so no short mid-wicket, no short cover. Everyone tends to be on the circle, and you've got the 2 out, which at the moment at either end of the pitch, that's mid-wicket, and a cover on the offside. Margate get wide again, and bowling to a field, I guess, as that will be another single.
Maybe it's not the worst tactic as well when it's quite early and bright here, and there's a lot of dew still on the pitch, so giving yourself that yard or 2 in the ring probably is not the worst idea. You can see that they're having to towel the ball before every delivery because it is still quite wet out there.
Yeah, very wet, damp. Mahalami trying to keep this ball going in the right areas, and well, that's a little bit short, and that's what the batters are waiting for. That's another good shot. This time is Sanya who crunches this down the ground, gets enough of it to get it over Amelia Bartram. There's going to be 4 more runs.
Yeah, this is a good start for the Netherlands openers. They've both got in on the action early with the boundaries, and that'll settle their nerves. Sanya got off to a good start in the last over, the first over of the last game, but she didn't quite push on, so she'll be hoping to go big like she did against Italy earlier in the tournament. I think that was when she got 39 off 19, so she'll be wanting to repeat that.
She batted well. She seems to me like more of a stroke playing kind of batter. She's not necessarily over-aggressive, but I think that's why I think the opening spot is made for her. She's good. She'll put some nice shots to get the boundaries, so she'll put away the bad balls, but she keeps that scoreboard ticking. And that's exactly what Netherlands are wanting right here, right now. We'll have a look at the standings when it comes to the end of that second over. And when we have a look at them, you'll see that the top is pretty close. And this is the runs that we've seen scored at the moment in this, the combined stats of the Challenger and the Premier Division, over 4,000 runs now, and the maximum rate is pretty healthy as well. We of course seen one already this morning, so gone past 150 maximums and on our way to 354s. 263 wickets have fallen, but the key thing from that is having a look at the run rate. So 84 has been sort of around about the par score in the tournament so far.
Yeah, and it looks like we might be over 5,000 runs. If we're lucky today, we've got 8 innings and about 800 runs needed for 5,000.
Pedrick will start with a full toss, which is going to get pasted down the ground. 6 runs is a little bit of a gundy ball from Kamuda Pedrick, and he gets clobbered by Sanya Karuna. And this is exactly what I'm talking about for Sanya. If you bowl badly to her, even though she is more of a stroke player, she's still going to crunch it. Gets dished up for full toss, and she bangs it down the ground for 6.
Yeah, it looks like the moisture's really wreaking havoc with the Italian bowlers early up. You've got Amelia Bartram on the towel every single ball, and yeah, that has been called a no ball as well. So Pedrick's going to have to restart this over. That ball's already gone for 7, so not the best of starts, but she'll look to reply here.
Yeah, too high and gets punished for it. So this is the free hit. A little bit shorter. It's a good comeback from Komadou. And decides that it's probably better just to maybe hold that ball slightly across the seam and dart it in. And yeah, it looks like Amelia Bartram, the captain, is going to be busy giving that ball a wipe. Yeah, slight hesitation, but early call from the non-striker says, I'm coming. Sanya Karuna gets there, goes back on strike.
I do like this tactic from Italy of taking the pace off a bit, especially early on. Kumadu's that kind of wily bowler. She's got this awkward pace. You've really got to generate the power if you're the Netherlands batters, and I'm hoping, well, I'm sure Italy are hoping that there's going to be a misplaced shot that will just spoon up in the air.
And well, talk about the air, this goes aerial as well. And well, this is going to be a close one. Probably bounces just before the rope. And it's going to be another boundary. So Netherlands, okay, Italy, the pace-off has worked well for them at times, but I think the Netherlands, they knew what was coming, is what I'm thinking here. Tina knew that it was going to be pace-off, and the batters look like they've been ready to launch at it, and they're doing just that. Better area, better delivery. Asking the question, just a polite inquiry. But the umpire, Medagooch, already decided that that one is probably a combination of too high and probably drifting past the leg side. Umpires for today. Meda at the bowler's end. They've got Jasmine at square. Slightly quicker ball, but that is an emphatic shot. What a strike this is from Sanya Karuna. She picks the short ball and she thumps it over the mid-wicket boundary. What a cracking shot. And this was sweet out of the middle. But this is all about creating the shot with some glorious footwork.
Yeah, you could hear the sound off the middle of the bat from up here. And yeah, it's all about just getting to the pitch. It doesn't matter how slow the ball is coming. If you get to the pitch, then you're always in business.
It's a better delivery, and it'll be at least a dot to finish the over, but 19 come of it. And Netherlands, a very impressive start, raced on to 34 of the 2 overs. Now, this is what I was saying to you. If you have a look at the standings here, so England, they maintain top spot despite getting their first defeat yesterday at the hands of Scotland. Scotland, well, their transformation has been incredible. They were lurking at the bottom of the standings at one point, but you can see the Netherlands, they've got that extra game in hand, haven't they? And they're looking to make that count and get themselves back to the top of the standings. They've got 2 matches here today. They'll play this one, and then I think they'll play that absolute thriller, match number 15 against Scotland. And Scotland, let's see if they can maintain their impressive run at the moment. They've gone 3 without loss, and that was all sparked after they beat Italy in that golden ball.
Yeah, what a game that was yesterday morning. It was a treat for me and Vinny early on. We were still warming up in the commentary box, but both sets of batters were firing on all cylinders. Over 250 runs scored in that game. A record run chase. We thought Amy Gordon, her 76 off 31 would have taken it away from Scotland, but they came back firing, led by captain Catherine Fraser. So what a game that was, Rico.
It was a great, I mean, I saw a bit of that one over that went for 30. Amelia Lamb was the batter. This one's, oh, she slides at his feet first, but unfortunately she leaves a little bit of a gap. That's the captain, Amelia Bartram, and the ball skids through for 4 carreras.
Italy are known for their football, and that was almost a textbook sliding tackle, especially on this wet outfield, but she just kind of bobbles over her leg. I don't think it was the worst tactic to go with her feet there. I don't think she was going to get down in time with her arms, but it was hit too hard by Phoebe, and another 4 to the Netherlands.
Tremendous shot, really good shot. I mean, I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised that Italy didn't change it up here. I think they should have, and probably seen here that both these batters are going after their slower bowling. Their footwork has been good. They're getting to the pitch, and they're hitting hard over the top. So they could have made a change. They could have gone to a bit of seam here, but at the moment, not doing so. They're sticking to the same, and the batters are loving it.
Yeah, I think that's maybe one of the weak spots in the Italian lineup, is that they don't have that express pace to turn to just to kind of put the batters on the back foot. They have a lot of really skillful, slower, medium bowlers, but they're not quite able to change it up as much.
That's it, down the ground. And this time Amelia makes a good stop. They will take the single, good running. That's one thing that we're seeing here from the Netherlands. Not only are they putting the boundaries away, but the communication between the 2 batters is very good. A very good morning to everybody around the world that's tuning in. Of course, namaste, assalamu alaikum, sastri akal abawan vanakkam to everyone watching by the Indian subcontinent via fan code. Nice to have you with us, namaste. And of course, a very good morning to our loyal chatters that are saying good morning to us. Steve McQuay, Dave, Daniela, and John Heesum all tuning in. And well, the Netherlands, they are here in force. You'll hear them pretty vocal in the fan zone. It's probably going to be a little bit too wide.
I love seeing the Orange Army out in full force. I feel like wherever you go in the world, they're there. They're pretty visible. They've got the bunting out as well there.
I think they actually, you know, like it's well known that sometimes some countries do sort of hog the sun deck chairs and leave towels and stuff on them. Well, the Netherlands, they put their bunting up, the flags are up, and they're saying, while we're here for all of this week, is here to stay. Nobody dare touch it. It certainly adds a little bit of colour, the old orange, to the proceedings. Yeah, there they are, and they're supporting their team well. And at the moment, Netherlands going well. They look like they're looking to put the 50 up in the power play, and that's a chance, and that's a great catch. Oh, what a catch. Absolutely sensational. This time of day, the ball is wet, there's plenty of moisture, and that is, I think that's Ileana Sims. It is, you know. That is a great catch. That ball was hit hard, it was travelling, and Ileana Sims just, well, flies in from nowhere and takes a great catch. I know you called some good ones yesterday, Tina, but this is as good as they get.
Yeah, that was right up there. Moving to her left, which is her weaker side. She's kind of slipping around there. It's kind of dewy out there, and she still manages to get both hands to it. That's the main thing. Try and get both hands to the ball. If you have to go one-handed after that, do so. But yeah, she sends Sanya Karana on her way, 24 off 11, and that's a great piece of fielding there by Ileana Sims. Not easy this early in the morning. Those hands are going to be cold. It's slippy out there, and she still manages to pull off a spectacular catch.
Wonderful catch. You're absolutely right. It comes right at the end of the power play. So they don't get to the 50. That looks like they were going to. That looks like it was destined for 4, but the catch is taken by Ileana Sims. It's 48 for 1 at the end of the power play, but still, I think Netherlands, they'll be happy with this start. I mean, Italy, their batting hasn't really clicked. They've struggled on many occasions with scores in the sort of between the 70 and the 80. So Netherlands probably already thinking that if they can get past that 110 mark here, that they'll back themselves to be victorious here. But a great catch. What a moment that was. And takes a catch and says, I'm not letting go of this ball. I'm keeping hold of it. As Ileana Sims will bowl over number 4.
Well, she must have warmed her hands up on that catch, so keep her hands warm by bowling straight afterwards.
New batter that's come out has been Robin Riker, who has always contributed. Yesterday, she was in the runs and helping Netherlands to another win. And, 35 of 17, and a good partnership between her and Phoebe Monkenbaugh. So she's been good. They're just making a few changes with the batting earlier on, I think, Netherlands, but I think they've got their lineup now pretty well sorted. Riker seems to be pretty happy coming in at 3.
She's gotten a lot of experience for the Netherlands as well. Of course, last year's MVP, I think she's got 875 runs for Netherlands in T20Is, so she's not short of experience, and it's exactly who you want to come to the crease when you've got off to a fly and you just want to keep that momentum going.
Sun starts to break through. Looks glorious. There'll be a few squints out there from the fielders, depending on where they're fielding. You can see pretty long shadows as that sun starts to come over from, if you're looking at your clock, coming over from around about that 11 o'clock mark, and it will make its way round. Good start this from Sims. That's just guided away. It's always a single on there though, isn't it? I mean, if you've monitored what's happened here, every time they're getting bat on ball, whether it's on the leg side or on the offside, there's always a single. It's almost like Italy of saying, we don't mind you taking the singles. Singles are fine. We just need to try and stop the boundaries.
Well, that's the beauty of getting off to a good start from the Netherlands perspective as well. You kind of push that ring back. They're kind of a bit afraid that anything that goes past them is going to be a 4, so they sit back, and that just frees up the ring as well to take the single. And of course, they're hitting it so well that the boundaries aren't out of the question at all either.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 4 on the leg side from behind square. You've got behind square, square, mid-wicket, long on, and long off is pretty straight. So nobody behind on the 45 and no protection on the offside. So it's an interesting field set actually, especially when Sims is trying to get that ball outside the off. But once again, it's just a little dab and the single gets taken, and Italy don't seem to be bothered about those singles and are trying to stop them. That is the end of the over. It's over called, and the score at the end of the 4th is 54 for 1.
Oh, after the Netherlands really got off to a fly, that was a bit more of a low-key over, just 6 singles off it, which at this point Italy will take, but I don't think the Netherlands will be too upset with that either. I think they would have more than taken 54 for 1 off 4 overs. They've only got that 1 wicket down. They've got such batting depth that I'm sure they'll begin to put their foot on the gas again now, knowing that they've got batters in the shed needed later on in the innings.
Yeah, I think when you get a good start like that, I think you're absolutely right. They've got a good start. If they get a good, they're probably thinking, you know, we can absorb a good over a 2 and still end up with a good, healthy score on the board. That's their plan. And let's see how Delisha Nanyakara goes. Hasn't really been able to kick off with the bat. She's played some nice shots, but never really gone on to make a big innings. Maybe this could be the start of her campaign, but this one is going to beat everybody and get to the boundary. Perfect timing. A lovely shot there from Riker. It's a little bit short, but she doesn't get tempted to go across the line. Plays it on merit, and fair power of the back foot past the inner ring, and it's too far away for Emma Moore to get anywhere near it. 4 runs. Now this is going to be interesting. Well, Mathanara is happy that she's got the wicket here, whereas look at Riker. Riker's unmoved, thinking, nah, nowhere near. Well, we'll have a look courtesy of the side camera. Let's see how close this is. Does she lift that foot up or not?
The keeper's definitely interested, but as you said, Riker is not moving an inch. Delisha doesn't look too impressed, but it's going to be a tight one. We're going to have to go frame by frame.
Well, probably that's the shot there, and I would say you're probably saying maybe more. It's all about whether there's something past the line at the point of when the bows are broken, and I think that shot probably shows you that she's just got the toe past the line, so I think that's going to be okay.
I think it's just the bend of her shoe is almost keeping her in. She's putting that big stretch. Ooh, and
well, the only thing I can think here, Tina, is that they've said go on field. That kind of surprises me a bit.
yeah, I mean, obviously the angle we have on the camera is not directly straight, so of course the umpires do have a straight on view, but it definitely looks like a tight one.
Yeah, it's all about when those bows get broken. I mean, that's the shot there, but whether they decided that it's got to go with on-field, and on-field is being given out, so joy, because that's a big wicket. So Riker, well, she looked absolutely sure that she was going to stay, and we thought, well, maybe benefit of the doubt will go her way, but not to be. She's being given. Great work from Ethanara behind the stumps. And, well, Delisha picks up a wicket. Robin will go for 7 or 5. Now, this could be out if it's straight. I'm telling you, if that's straight, I wonder if she'd get some bats on this.
It definitely looked like it wasn't going to be height.
Well, there seemed
it
to be
turned too
nothing on
much.
it. So, you get a chance to see this again. It'd be certainly interesting. And, oh, I tell you what. It must have been bat on it. Must have been. That one's been tossed up. Well, that's good. That's an interesting one. I mean, there's definitely appeal there. I'm not missing anything. There's definitely appeal.
Well, it's suddenly turning into an interesting 10 or so balls for Italy. After the Netherlands got off to a flyer, we had that one over from Sims that brought it back, just the 6 singles, and that's been followed up with an eventful 4 balls so far, a wicket, a big appeal. Still 2 balls to go in this over.
Yeah. Good batter to come out there this time. Meryl Declan has been very aggressive in a play. As that is hit down the ground, and it's been well stopped. So, nice shot. And you forget that Phoebe's out there. She's seen a few wickets go at the other end. Probably hasn't had that much of the strike, but she's in good form at the moment. It's a Monaco ball. Hands the strike back now to Meryl. And that's been played pretty nicely to the fielder. So they might just want to have a look at the height on this one. It's probably one of those that is probably just dipping down. I think they are checking it. And there's the shot. So it looks like the ball probably on the way down. And they have called it. Well, it's all happening in this over. There was the stumping, which was there or thereabout. LBW, which I'm just guessing it caught a bit of the bat. And then that one there. So free hit. And it's been hit beautifully. What a shot. Dances down the ground and gets it out of the middle. Well, that is hit sweet. Sweden and the bowler Rasmalai, 6 runs. And Netherlands at the halfway point have rocked on to 68 for 2. And it's a good opportunity for me to invite you to the commentary box, where myself, Rico Full, and Christina Goff are ready to talk you through the action. Beautiful sunny day. Talk to me a little about yesterday, and did Vinny behave himself? That's what we all want to know.
Well, it was an action-packed day, both on and off the field. I had a full day of the Vinny experience yesterday. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to having my fair share of Rico today. So.
I wonder if that's why Vinny needed a day of today. Maybe you were too much for him. That's the first. Yeah, it's going to be a great day. A lot of cricket, good cricket going to be played. But a big day, I think, for Italy. I think Italy need to try and pick up some points. And maybe that match, the end of the day when they take on Ireland, could be so crucial about which team stays up and which one goes on to the final stage. This one gets played away, just a single.
Wait, you talk about 6-pointers in football. I think we can talk about the proverbial 8-pointers then here.
Yeah.
Because the points table is so close, and 4 points here or there can really make a huge difference. So it's a big day for both of these teams, but I'd say Italy in particular, because obviously that 4th, 5th spot is all important for finals day.
Well bowled. Sims comes back. This is Ileana Sims. She bowled a very good first over. Just went for 6. Of course, you do have a sister in the side as well, Luana Sims. But I'm wondering whether they've just decided that maybe a bowler who's just going to be giving it some flight may not be the best option. You have got some pace bowlers there. Pasindi, holding Kanakage back at the moment. They've been reluctant to use her at the beginning.
I just wonder whether they saw the match early yesterday as well, and the seam bowlers were quite struggling with the run-ups. It's still quite wet out there. We saw sawdust used, I think, in a world first on an AstroTurf pitch, which I'm not sure would have helped. But maybe they just took note of that and said, well, we'll keep it straight, we'll keep it straightforward with just the spin bowlers, just for maybe safety reasons as well. Just they're not wearing proper spikes out there for obvious reasons on the AstroTurf.
So whipped away in the air, and this time it's gonna. I think. Well, we're gonna have to have a good look at this, whether this ball does actually go onto the rope at all. I mean, it's a great effort from the fielder to try and take the catch in the first place. But the ball gets past.
There's bodies flying all over the place there. Amelia went in for the catch. I think it just dropped short. Yeah, she maybe got a fingertip to it. Then sweeping up behind. It's disappeared under her body, but my instinct is that that's somewhere between her body and the rope.
Yeah, I think that's going to be 4. I think when you look at it, there's one shot where you don't see the ball, and if it has hit the fielder, unfortunately that's Alexia has already gone past the boundary. It's nicely played, the single take, and you can see that the win predictor heavily in favour of the Netherlands here now, 90 to 10%. But I will say this, the match that Italy did win against Ireland, well, these were the odds against Italy before the start of that match, so don't write them off just yet, but they've got to try and contain. It's a short one that probably is one that the batter would have looked to put away to the boundary, Merrill Declan. That will be just a single, and another fairly tidy over comes to an end. Just the one boundary this time off the over of Liliana Sims, and the score moves on to 77 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, well, Phoebe Malcolm is again showing her class, 37 off 16, so that's a strike rate of over 200. She hit 49 off 25 against Ireland yesterday. She'll be hoping to go 1 run better today to get that half century now that she's got her own kit back. But this is a great start for the Netherlands, and but as you said, 90%. I'm sure England yesterday, when they were batting first against Scotland, their win predictor might have been somewhere up in the 90s, and we all know what happened in that probably now classic ECN game. So you never know what happens in this crazy game.
Yeah, you never know. Now this is the bit of the gamble. Now this young lady, every time she's come on the bowl, she's often been in the wicket straight away. The last 2 times that I've seen Luana Sims bowl, the very first ball has always seen a wicket. They could do with that right now, but it's also a bit of a risk. You've got 2 batters that are prepared to attack and come down the pitch to it. So Matanara could be in here with some work to do behind the stumps. Here's the first, and it's up in the air. Will it go to hand? Oh well, Luana, I think she didn't realise straight away that she was going to be the closest to this. She's pretty late moving. By the time she acknowledges that the catch, if it's going to be taken, is going to be hers, she doesn't get herself into a position.
I think she was also pointing up to the sun there, just saying I think she completely lost track of where that ball was, and it's difficult off your own bowling to turn and go straight away to try and take the catch.
It's down the ground, and it's going to get past Delisha. It's going to be 4 runs. Delisha there, I think she probably realises or thinks the catch is not on, and wants to sort of make herself into like a wall to stop this ball going through, but doesn't get herself in the right position and gets past her. 4 runs.
Yeah, it looked like she was almost caught in 2 minds there. It was in the air for a while. The catch might have been on, but by the time she realised it was going to drop short, she just kind of saw it go past her legs. So this is a good couple of balls for the Netherlands.
Played nicely out on the offside. Good bit of fielding, good pick up and throw. The batters do get there pretty comfortably.
Yeah, Amelia Bartram's a very, very good fielder. We saw her behind the stumps yesterday, so she really can do it all. We haven't really seen her bowl at all this tournament. I know she is carrying an injury, so she's probably protecting that, but we've seen her bat, we've seen her field, so maybe she'll be in the commentary box soon.
Does a little bit of it all, she does. Up in the air, looks like she's looking to clear the field, but you don't. That is a stunning catch. Another really good catch. And who is it? The captain. Amelia Bartram. She seems to be everywhere at the moment. Now, 1 moment ago, she was attempting to take a catch on the leg side. Now she's out there in the off. It's another really good catch for a number of reasons. One, contending with, as we've already mentioned, the wet ball. The sun is out, so that also plays a part. And then she's got her own fielder who's throwing herself at the ball as well. So, well held, and Declan will have to go. She almost gets taken out there by, I think that's Pedrick, who ends up on the floor, and the catch gets taken. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, there was a lovely catch by Amelia and a little pivot there as well to get away from the sliding Pedrick. So a bit of an action-packed couple of balls there, and Meryl Deekling goes for 6 off 8.
Another wicket departs. So that's one thing Italy are doing. They are picking up the wickets, particularly those of batters that we know can be dangerous, and we know that Meryl, she's played some good innings, and she scores her runs quickly, so seeing the back of her is going to be good. And now Robin Schmidt comes out, who had a good day yesterday with the ball, picked up 4 for 12 in an impressive spell. Firmly hit along the deck, and is going to get past the fielders. Desperate lunge, desperate dive to try and stop it. They can't do so. And that is Ileana Sims, who's a very good fielder. And if she can't stop it, then nobody can.
Yeah, we were getting very excited in the box, Vinny and I, yesterday. We had 1 ball chance at a fifer for Robin Schmidt, but she stayed with 4, and she's got off the mark with a 4 here today.
Ileana Sims seeing if she can pick another 1 for 10 so far. So she does take a wicket in the first over again. It's down the leg side, not the best of deliveries, but it gets away with this one actually. I mean, a bit of a false economy there for the batter. If you leave this, you get a wide and get 1 anyway. Gets tempted to play at it, doesn't get the boundary that she was probably looking for, and it ends up being a pretty decent over for Luana. Picks up a wicket, 11 comes from it, 88 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, and Phoebe's inching ever closer to that half century as we see the fixes. We're coming to the end of an epic 2 weeks. Jersey, of course, I remember that final well on the wrong end of it for Germany, but well-deserved promotion for Jersey. So we'll be seeing them in the Premier Division next year, and it's all still to play for who will be going down into the Challenger Division. That's why it's a particularly big day, I'd say, for Italy today. They've got 2 big games. There's a big difference between 2 losses and 2 wins, which would take them way up the table, but 2 losses might cut them adrift slightly at the bottom of the table. So it's a big day today for
Very
Italy.
big indeed, and the thing is, as we know, I mean, losing is one thing, but you got to try and, if you lose and take a point, and that helps you. But at the moment, it was called yesterday when they got absolutely annihilated by England. No points, and the net run rate took a real pounding as well. Of course, Italy scored 64 and England knocked them off with 32 balls to go and didn't lose a wicket. That was where Kestevan and Lamb put a great partnership together of 65. Nice shots. Grizzly skids through the 30-yard circle, showing that there's still a fair bit of moisture on the ground. That will soon burn away with this glorious sunshine on the Costa del Sol. And Yakara bowling her second. That's well bowled. Goes a little bit fuller, gets a bit of movement away, and ends up being a leave by Schmidt.
Yeah, and the importance of the bonus point can't be underestimated as well. We saw a bit of a dramatic or mini dramatic sequence of play yesterday in the Netherlands-Ireland game.
Firmly hit and well stopped, well watched this time by Pasindi.
Yeah, and it seemed like the Netherlands, Ireland needed 1 run off the final ball just for the bonus point, so the Netherlands had more or less sealed the game. And we were kind of begging them from the commentary box to bring everyone in to stop the 1, and they learned that quite late, and in the end, Ireland did sneak through for the single and got that bonus point, and that can be the difference between a 3-1 win and a 4-0 win, and come the end of the week with how tight that table is at the moment, that could make all the difference.
Yeah, very much so. And Italy, they're fighting hard here. A couple of good saves on the boundary. Pasindi, we saw her make a good save, and now Emma Moore gets dirty for her side as well. It's well bowled, well picked up. And this time, Luana Sims keeping it just a single. So Italy, they're fighting hard. Question is, though, is Netherlands already got enough on the board? Because we've said before, Italy, their struggles have been known with the bat. Only the one time that they showed what they are capable of, and of course that was that amazing win against Ireland when they chased 86, and they did it with 20 balls to go. It's the first time we saw how dangerous the likes of Amelia Bartram and Matanara Ratanaika can be. They need those two to click here today big time.
Yeah, you can see just how dangerous they can be, and unfortunately they've not managed it all together. Put all these performances together in one big innings so far, and it will certainly have to be a big innings. It looks like they'll be chasing 100 plus.
Nice looking pull shots to the fielder, which is well stopped there by Mahamalage. Good technique, puts down the long barrier, not getting through me, says Mahamalage. Just a single.
So the Sim sisters between them will have covered 4 of the 10 overs. I mean, you've seen a lot of games, Rico. Have we ever had more than 4 out of 10 from siblings or family members?
There's been a few. I like the drift. I like the fact that Luana here, even though, Netherlands have just lost the 3 wickets, batters are going to be looking to attack coming to the end of the innings, but she's still not afraid to give it some flight. So good work this.
Yeah, you've got to be brave as a spinner. It's more of a mind game and a battle of wills against the batter more than anything else. You just got to hold your nerve.
It's a bit of a full toss, gets hit powerfully down the ground, but they've got the right players in the right place and making the stops. This time it's Liliana Sims. So I just find though with Italy is that it's almost like they're quite happy. If you look at the way they start, the way the field was set right from the beginning, they've almost like said already, yeah, it's going to be a score around the 90s. We'll take that, which is fine if your batting is clicking, but it's not clicking. It's a dangerous strategy. And then when you do have players like this that can bang it, and what a half century that is also. 51 of 22. And Phoebe Mockenbaugh, she is back, and she's back in style. She didn't quite get there yesterday, did she? She fell just the 1 short on 49. But no mistakes this time. She goes all the way, crunches this to the boundary, and she will get a 50. 51 of 22 deliveries. What a good innings that's been.
Thoroughly well deserved, and that's taken her to 100 runs off the last 2 innings, and I'm sure she'll be wanting to add a few more in the remaining 8 balls of this innings.
Also brought the 100 up for the Netherlands, and plays that well as well.
Could come back for 2 here.
They'll look for it. It's a slight misfield, but gonna have to get the skates on here. This is going to be probably pretty close, She really struggled to get back, and I don't know if there's just a bit of tiredness creeping in, but she took a really wide berth in the turn, and then she never got the sprint on. I reckon this is probably closer than what most people feel, Let's have a look here, and
didn't slide the bat in, did she? It was more of a...
I think that bat is in the air,
Yep.
I think she's out here. It looked like she was struggling to me, and I think the shot with her running in, the bat's in the air, not grounding, and there's the decision. She will go, and I think she's quite surprised by that. But I mean, it's a shame. She just brings a 50 up, but in the end, doesn't matter how good you are, Gina. You got to apply the basics. Doesn't slide the bat in.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Vinny and I were talking about yesterday as well. Run on the AstroTurf. You're not going to damage the pitch, and just to the either side of the AstroTurf, it's quite boggy. It's a bit sandy. It's going to be a bit wet at this time of the morning. And you make your life so much more difficult if you run on that than just running on the side of the AstroTurf. And I think that's where she fell down there, wasn't quite getting up to full speed and fell well short in the end.
It's a good knock. She'll get the applause. Like you said, she's got 100 over 100, because she will be credited with 1 run there, going back for the second. So 52-22, a really good notch. She's put Netherlands in a very good, healthy position, and hit 4 sixes and 3 fours on the way to that. As business resumes in the middle, it will be just a single.
What was particularly impressive about that knock, not a single dot ball. I don't know how often that has happened in a half-century knock, to not take up any balls, and that's obviously a big thing in this T10 format, to not take up as many, or to take up as few dot balls as possible, make every ball into a scoring shot, and that's exactly what Phoebe did there.
End of the over. Not a bad spell once again from Luana Sims. Goes for 22. That's pretty respectable when you consider that the Netherlands had batters that were in when she was coming into bowl. So well done to her. She does her job pretty well. So going to the last here, 104. I said that 110 would be a score Netherlands would be looking for. Well, this could be another one, you know. I get the feeling here, the momentum of the body going forward. I don't know if Hannah Landier is able to get the foot back quick enough. So Mathanara could be getting some more fantasy points to her name here. Let's have a look here. Oh, this is similar to the one that we saw earlier, which went the way of the fielding side.
We're going to have to start talking about the curve of people's feet and the bend of the shoe, because it is a very similar one. If I had to guess, I'd say she's probably just in.
Yeah.
It's more of the foot and the shoe that's over the line, whereas earlier it maybe was just the curve of the shoe.
Yeah, we thought that Riker had made it in earlier. We thought she just got the toe end of the shoe down in time, and that time the umpires decided differently. But this time they're in agreement with us. Not out is the decision. I suppose a little bit more clearer. There was a lot more of that foot down past the line before the bails came off. Well played. Good cricket then. It looked to go again here. In comes the throw, and it's going to be a spicy one. And well, Pedrick gets this thrown at her with some real pace from Bartram.
Even then you could see Schmidt was running off the side of the pitch, and it was almost like she was running in quicksand, and she just got back any quicker throw coming in, and I think she might have been struggling there.
Good bowling. Good bowling. You can see that Kumbadu Pedrick knows that the Netherlands batters are going to be looking to attack. It's the last over. They're looking to attack. They're trying to move around in the crease, but she's just sticking to getting the ball in those key areas. Kumbadu. Yeah, once again, just keeping it. And the off-stump corridor, of course, she was the bowler who bowled the golden ball, which got whipped away for a couple by Amelia Watson, and that was the win then for Scotland. Disappointment for her and the Italian side, and it's almost like you could say they haven't quite recovered from that, whereas Scotland, they've reached new heights since that win. Gets played away, but to the field. So good defensive fielding. Going for this, should be out, will be out. Good work. I mean, you understand why they're going for it. Of course, you're coming to the end of the innings, you're trying to put pressure on the field, but it's almost like Liana Sims, he absorbs pressure and makes no mistakes. The perfect throw is taken on the bounce by Pedrick, who knocks the bails off, and another wicket. It's another one bites the dust. 5 down now with the score on 108.
Yeah, that was a lovely throw. Pedrick barely had to move, and yeah, the batter was not even in the frame there. And you do have to credit Italy for how they've come back here. Let's not forget it was 48 after the power play. Had you said then we'll keep the Netherlands to around, 110, I think they would have taken that. So fair play to Italy for kind of pulling it back. Just the one ball left.
Plays down the ground. And, well, they will go for it. Of course they will. It's not going to happen. It's going to be another run out. And this time it's going to be Caroline DeLange, the captain. And she's going to be run out for a diamond duck. We don't often see that, but it's the right thing to do. You've got to really go for it. And, yeah, you're right what you're saying there about Italy, because the first 5 overs, I mean, power plays you mentioned 48, 68 of the first 5, only 41 of the second 5 overs, so the second part of the inning. So that certainly belongs to Italy. Thing is, though, Netherlands have almost got to that 110. They get to 109 in the end. I said, my thoughts were if they could get to the 110, they'll be happy with that score. And that means that Italy, once again, you know what I'm going to say, it's Bartram and Matanara Ratanaika are really going to have to give them a good start. But the key thing is for me here, Tina, they've got to try and get something out of this match. They can't afford to get nothing.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. We've already spoken about how tight the table is, so any points that Italy can get now will be crucial. Of course, they'll be going for all 4. It's only halfway, and we've seen that if things click with their batting order, they can fire big runs, and they'll be hoping for a repeat of yesterday morning with that big run chase. The Dutch fans are loving it. Up bright and early this morning, bringing the colour, bringing the noise. The Dutch brought the colour and the noise at the start of their batting lineup as well. A huge power play.
Yeah, huge. I mean, they know. I mean, when you look at the net run rate situation, they know if they can get a big win here, take all 4 points, then having played 5 matches the same as England, they could go up and be joint top, and maybe if net rate goes big time in their favour, they could be right at the top of the standing. So big match for them. Whereas Italy, they know they're 1 point behind Ireland at the moment. Ireland have played a match more than them. So if they could get even a point here, at least it keeps it interesting between them and Ireland. Ireland, of course, are playing next. They have lost their last 2 matches as well. They take on England. So it could, as we keep saying, go down to the last match of the day when Italy face Ireland to see just how that table will look. But take the points when you can. Italy, though, as we've seen here, I mean, though Netherlands, the batters were getting in and making runs, they never gave up. They kept on fighting. But once again, a super knock there from Phoebe Moggenball. Gets a half century, 52. But gets that half century, then would get herself run out. And that, again, allowed Italy to get a good finish in.
Yeah, and it is all about momentum this game as well. Italy will be buoyed by the fact that they got a few quick run-outs towards the end. They can take spirit from that and maybe take that momentum into their batting innings. They'll need all the momentum that they can take chasing a big total, but as we saw yesterday, big totals are there to be chased, and yeah, Carolina de Lange well short, and Italy kind of jog off the pitch with a bit of a spring in their step. They know after that big power play, it could have been a lot worse. So at the halfway stage, the Netherlands have put on 109 for 6. Italy, it's their right of reply. We'll see after the break if they can chase this big total. Will we see a repeat of the big chase between England and Scotland yesterday morning? So join us very soon for the reply of Italy at this ECC-W Women's Premier Division.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
And you're welcome back to the Cartama Oval, where Italy are about to start their run chase of 110 to beat the Netherlands here in game 13. As you can see, for the bonus point, they'll be going for 76 off 7 overs, so just over 10, towards 11 and over. And as we were saying in the first innings, if they are going to chase down this big total, they will need one of their big guns at the top of the order to go big. We've got Methnara, who can hit a long ball. She's only 18, remember, so she hasn't fired quite yet this tournament, but she's got experience in the Meltor Shield. She's got almost 500 runs for Italy in T20Is, so she will be a key part of this Italy run chase. But of course, the Netherlands won't be making it easy for them. They've got firepower in their bowling lineup. They've got Hannah Land here, who has impressed with the ball. She got both England openers out, remember, in the first game. They've also got some spin to turn to. Robin Schmidt was the star of the show with the ball yesterday. She got 4 for 12 against Ireland. She had one ball to go for a fifer, didn't manage it, but I'm sure she will be happy with her 4 for 12. So we will have Hannah Land here, who often takes the new ball for the Netherlands. She got 1 for 8 against Ireland, 1 for 11 off Scotland, so she is a very economical bowler as well. And Italy will have to make use of this power play, just like their opposition did. Almost 50 in the power play for the Netherlands. And Italy are going to have to go similarly big if they want to chase down this total. As a reminder, 110 to win, as we see Hannah Land here bowling the first ball. And that's a lovely line. That's a ball that you'd be proud of in a test match. Just tailing away from Methnara, who will be taking the first ball. And it looks like Italy are going back to their tried and tested batting lineup. They did switch it around a bit yesterday, and it didn't quite work for them. They were beaten by 10 wickets by a very, very strong England side. And that one has gone very, very high into the early morning sun, and it is comfortably taken at covers. The Netherlands are up and about, and that's the very dangerous batter of Methnara going without troubling the score. It's just the second ball of the innings. Italy are 1 wicket down already, and that one went very, very high. It's a great catch. Can't underestimate the sun here, wreaking havoc. It's Mero Dickerling who is underneath it, and it's a solid catch from her. It's a dream start for the Netherlands. Italy, they know they've got a bit of a mountain to climb here. That's one of their dangerous, biggest hitting batters out without troubling the scorers. And Methnara will be disappointed with that. She's got a few low scores in this tournament. She's yet to go really big, but she'll be back. They've got another game, remember, later today, so she'll be back and wanting to score big. But what a start that is for the Netherlands. The new batter in is Lenny Sims, a very experienced player. She just knocks her first ball for 1. So Italy at least get on the board. They are 1 for 1. And as we've said before, this is a big day for both teams. I'd say even more so for Italy. Their record so far: won 1, lost 3. They've got 2 to play today, and of course there's a big difference between drawing level 3-3 or maybe even going 1 for 5. That one's slightly fuller pitch, but that's not a bad delivery actually. Keeping it just inside that wide line. We were talking yesterday, me and Vinny, about a low full toss. It always looks like not a bad ball on camera, and it's not a bad ball to bowl as well, because the batters, I mean, how many times have we seen in cricket that a low full toss, the batter's eyes light up and it ends up in the fielder's hands. And this is a really good over from Hannah Land here first up. Italy knew that they had to get off to a flyer to get near this mammoth total. And Hannah Land here has just said, you know what? I'm just going to bowl my slot. She's already picked up 1 wicket. It's the final ball of the first over. The win predictor, interestingly, has actually gone. It was at 90% earlier when the Netherlands were really flying in their power plays. It's still up at 85. That one just strayed. Commentator's curse as usual, so that will be a wide. So she'll have to re-bowl the final ball. And as you can see, Italy, that run rate is climbing up. It's creeping up towards 12. But of course, there is the bonus point to play for as well. That was at 77 off 7 overs. So even if they lose this game, if they can get that bonus point, that will be a huge boost for them. And that's a lovely shot. That's just, Hannah's just strayed with her line a bit, and that's just been helped around the corner by Delisha, who, as I said, she was a bit down the order yesterday, but she's been boosted back up to opener, and having seen Methnara, her fellow opener, go in the first over, she'll be hoping to go big for Italy. It's 6 for 1 off the first over, and back with me in the commentary box is Rico Fall. After his day off yesterday, I'm sure he is now full of energy and raring to go for this long day of cricket.
I am full of energy, and if you want to know what I did, zilch, absolutely nada. I got up, I did manage a bit of breakfast, and did a bit of admin, watched a bit of the cricket, a bit of a walk, but just spent some time just to chill out. And today, though, nice and fresh and rearing to see what I do think is going to be a very exciting down the network. I'm expecting some records here today. I've got a feeling. I'm expecting we've seen another, of course, yesterday was another low defence. So like in the Challenger final, 70 got defended yesterday. But I'm expecting big runs today. I think a batter could go big here today. That's a lovely shot down the ground. That's 4 runs. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm feeling here today. Maybe we're gonna see your achievements matched in the Premier Division. Yeah, the only century so far in this Euros of cricket. I get the feeling that we're due another one. That's a lovely shot from Sims.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping for a century just to see my name up on that graphic.
It gets clipped away, and that's going to be 4 more runs. Well, your name is up on the graphic, isn't it? You're on the Hall of Fame.
It must be on there. I just haven't seen it yet. That's why we need someone to threaten that century graphic, just so that I can see my name up in lights. But yeah, it's a good start here from Lenny. She got 35 off 17 against the Netherlands earlier in the tournament, so she'll be wanting to repeat that feat if Italy are going to get close to this big run chase.
Delightful, 2 really good shots, and Robin Schmidt, who was in good form yesterday, well, a couple of boundaries against already the first 2 balls. This time on the pads wasn't quite able to execute the same shot again, but they will. And this is what Italy have to do. Take the runs, take the singles, get the odd boundary. 77 is where they've got to get to first. Get to the 77, and then, depending on what time they got left and how many batters they got left, they're going to have a real push. Well, there you go. You wanted to see it. You only had to ask. The only one to have. And look at that. It was the 150th century that we've had on the European Cricket Network this year. That's quite amazing. Congratulations to you. I know that makes it's a very proud moment, and I'm sure, and it should be as well.
Yeah, thank you for getting that graphic up so quick, like magic. I knew I missed you on your rest day. 150. I mean, I didn't know that. So
can you believe it? 150 centuries.
Amazing.
We've had. A few years ago, we had like 13 in the year. So that's how much things have changed. It's well bowled. A little bit slow on this, I think, Delisha. And this one gets through.
Well, Robin was threatening the honours board yesterday. She got that 4 for 12 runs as well against Ireland. So she'll be looking to go 1 more today. I mean, she got 2 for 10 against Italy. So she must be right up there with the wicket takers for the Netherlands. And she's bowling well so far.
High in the air. How much of this has she got? Enough? No. Really good catch. Watched all the way by Sanya Karuna into the hands. It's a good catch. You can't take anything away from this Netherlands side. You'd expect them to be well drilled and well polished, and they are. I mean, when good batters, and you know what? That's one thing I always say, Tina, is that, like, for example, Italy, both these 2 batters, Delisha and also Mathanaro, maybe when they're playing Italy, like that first catch that was held, that went up a long way, and Merrill Declan held on to it. Maybe back at home, those ones aren't taken, you know, and they go on a bit and score big runs. But at this level, if you present the opportunity, especially a team like Netherlands, a chance, they're going to take it. And that's the difference. So Delisha, unfortunately, will go just 4 on the board, and that's 2 off the big guns back already.
Yeah, it's tougher when you're a batter and you're used to maybe getting those 1 or 2 chances. You know, if you hit it hard enough, it might be enough to burst through the fielder's hands, but Sanya Karana's got a safe pair of hands there. She did well to turn her back on the sun so that she could actually see the ball drop almost over her shoulder, but a safe pair of hands and a great start here for the Netherlands.
Let's play it down, and no is the early call. Probably the right call. It was hit, but probably a little bit too well. So, well, Robin Schmidt does it again. Was attacked. The first 2 balls did go to the boundary, but finds a way back and gets the wicket, and the important wicket of Nanyakara. So, with Mathanara, she went for a 2-ball duck, and Delisha only going for 4 or 5. So, they're up against it, and they need something special to happen here. Interesting that they go with Mohamed Aghe before the captain, Amelia Bartram. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, Amelia is a big hitter, but maybe they've just got to keep her back, and they've just said to their batters, let's keep us in the game for as long as possible. And if Amelia can come in maybe as a pinch hitter towards the end of that bonus point, the table just flashed up briefly there, that bonus point would take them level with Ireland.
That's been crunched. Oh, that's more like it. That's what we want to see. What a great shot this is from Sims. That's Liliana Sims. Well, she's not holding back. That's an absolute beautiful shot. A few concerns, of course, on the faces there of Prabar and Samrakun. But Liliana Sims says, I'm still here and I'm going to crunch it. That is a biggie. 6 runs, so what a hit.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, and a few more of those will be more than welcome for Italy at this point.
Oh, loses it completely. And no is a call. Mohamed Aghe has to go back. She gets the habit of running herself out, does Mohamed Aghe. We've seen that a few times, but this one would be an interesting call. I mean, I don't think it goes past that the line of the stumps. I think it will be called a no ball, so free hit coming up.
And I think that's maybe why Lenny Sims sent her partner back as well. She just hit it out the park, and she knows that this is a no ball. I think she wants to take on the responsibility herself here.
Yeah, field just changed. They pushed long on and wicket back, and that's beautifully played. Does he get enough of it though? No. It's a good shot to play, but unfortunately, I suppose clever also from Landier. I think she takes all the pace off it. So even though it looks like a nice shot there from Liliana Sims, she's not going to get the boundary she wanted.
We had this exact conversation yesterday on a free hit. The ramp shot was played, and as a batter, I think if I have a free hit, I'm just going to stand and try and hit it into the next postcode. Of course, that was a good option because the 45 is in, but I think it's a free hit for a reason. It's there to be just hit.
Hit it hard.
Hit, yeah.
Yeah, hit it hard. Well, Malage plays this out nicely in the offside, takes a single. She's got to play her part here. No silly run-outs. She needs to stay there, stick around and give good support at the moment to Sims. It's going well. Well, we always should bring you a little bit of the old wildlife action as well. Plenty of nice bird. In fact, it's a very good area for bird watchers to come down to Malaga.
So wildlife action, and we've turned into a fashion show as well. It's all going on the European Cricket Network.
A little bit of everything. National Geographical channel, and then also, well, maybe the old makeover channel as well. A good single taken, rotating the strike. Going well at the moment. Look, they have lost 2 wickets, obviously, but they've got to believe. And these two, knowing that you've still got the likes of Amelia to come, and also Commodore Pedrick. I think it's all about get a partnership here, take them to a score of 50, and then look to really cash in.
It's very aggressive backing up from Alenia Sims there. I think if Hannah Landy had noticed that a bit earlier, she could have thrown down the stumps as it was. And he just about scampered back, but she was panicking for a moment there. I think Hannah did actually notice, but she just didn't quite pick the ball up cleanly and turn and throw.
1 for 16, and this ball to go in a spell, and it gets clipped away. They will take a single, so Marmalage gets another one. So the power play, it's going to be a fair difference, really, around about 20-run difference actually. They 28 for 2 as opposed to 48 for 1, so you can see they're a fair way behind, but they've got to believe in themselves and just keep going at that pace. I suppose the one good thing is that those little steps are going upwards.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting tactics-wise from Italy here, what they do, because at some point, I don't want to say you cut your losses, but you do target that bonus point. As we saw on the table, that bonus point will take them level with Ireland. So you don't want to go too hard here, looking for the 110, and you burn out before getting to that magical 77 mark. So maybe that is their thought. Maybe that's why they've held Amelia back a bit, just to tick over the partnership, see where you are at halfway, and then maybe target that bonus point after 7 overs.
Yeah, very good morning to Phil G, to Helix, and to Daniela, John Heesum as well. A lot of people enjoying the action here on this sunny Wednesday in the Costa del Sol. Of course, we are in the province of Andalusia, here in Malaga, Spain, and Thomas Martinez. I hope you're well. I think Thomas is saying that it was a pretty cold morning there in Madrid. Silva, Seegers with the ball. And I like her as a bowler. I think she does good things now. We talked about Mamalaga and her running. And could she be run out here yet again? Has a habit of being run out or stumped. Let's have a look at this.
I mean, Lenny Sims called her through there. It was Lenny's call, and she was safely through at the keeper's end, but I think Mamalaga was just a bit too slow on the uptake. She was looking where the ball went, and by the time she turned, Sims was already running at her. It's going to be a tight one, I think, this.
Yeah.
Just about in, I reckon. Well, the shadow is kind of playing tricks on us, but I think she's just about. It was a good bat slide, which is what we didn't see from the Netherlands towards the end of their innings, but she did get a good reach in there.
She runs on the pitch and slides the bat in, so well done. I didn't think she was going to make it. I mean, she's tiny, isn't she? She's going to probably run twice as hard and take twice as many steps as an ordinary batter to get there, but she does make it. Sims wants to strike, gets on strike. Plays that way nicely, gets it in the gap, chases on the Iba, but they can't make it. Beautifully timed. What a lovely shot this is from Liliana Sims. Well, we've seen some brutal hitting, but there's always time for a little bit of finesse, and that shows you that his outfield is starting to dry up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, just rocked back, and Silva doesn't have too much pace on the ball, but I think that top spin kind of just helped that ball away through the point third region, and that was brought Sims into the 20s as well, so she'll want to stick around as long as possible for this Italy chase.
Yeah, Seegers just wants to, she's going to try and change her angle here now. It's going to come in between the umpire and the stump, so around the wicket. See how that works. Oh, well, that's not worked too well.
It's been given as a wide on field, but I think...
Given us a wide, let's see the height on it. It looked a little high to me. I mean, yeah, I mean, that for me, I think that might be too high, but they looks like they're carrying on with this. So it's being given a wide, not a no ball, but it don't matter. It's still put away. The timing at the moment from Liliana Sims is beautiful. She's played some lovely shots, and also it's worth mentioning to all parts of the ground. She's playing a 360 innings here at the moment. What a good shot this is.
Yeah, that was just all about timing. She used her feet well, got to the pitch of it, and just put her hands through it and through the gap there that covers. There is, in fact, 2 fielders out on the offside, but it was placed beautifully between them. And you can see how well Sims is playing by the fact that they have got all 5 fielders spread and 2 on the offside. It's quite unusual. Usually you have all 4 on the leg side for that agricultural shot, but she's playing some lovely offside shots here.
Well, some of the Italians still there, just can't afford to look. But look, because at the moment, Liliana Sims is playing a wonderful innings. She's scoring at a brisk rate as well, 26 of 11. And Hamalage at the moment just playing her supporting role. Silva will come back over the wicket to her. I think if that Silva Seegers probably for me trying to bowl just a little bit too fast. I'd like to see her just slow it up a little. Give it maybe a little bit more flight. In she comes. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That was flighted a bit more. Malage trying to whip it away. But we'll get bat on ball. We'll take a single.
Yeah, it was a good end to the over there, but 11 off it and a few more 11s per over, and I mean the rate is at 11.83. So Italy at the moment, it's just about hanging on in there, staying as close as possible to the rate. As we do see this worm, you can see they're kind of just in between, and this is where the tactics come in a bit, isn't it, Rico? So do they go for the big 4-pointer, or do they settle for the bonus point at the moment? I'm sure they're thinking, let's win this game. And while Sims is going at a rate of knots out there in the middle, then why not? And Amelia Bartram, we saw her a moment ago with her helmet on, so she's more than likely coming in next. So they do have some firepower to come. They're going to have to use all of it to go at a rate of 12 and over.
Yeah, well, you just mentioned last couple of overs, they've been going about 11, so they've gone 10 and 2 lots of 11. So they're, at the moment right now, they're where they want to be. Netherlands will know that they sneak in 2 good overs, and that all changes. But Italy at the moment, they're in with a shout. They've still got some good batters to come.
Hamalaga almost tried to take a run with the ball in her pads there. That would have been a fun sequence of events.
Another one that Omalage misses out on. And that's the danger. This could be the over. Now, the last time we saw this young lady, this is Pien Oost. She bowled really well. And I think that was when it was a match that you did with Vinny. She took 3 for 12 when Netherlands held on and got the win over Scotland.
Yeah, it was a dream debut for her. Wicket with the first ball, which we see quite a lot here in the ECC-W. 2 wickets in her first over, and then she didn't play against Ireland. So I'd have been a bit fuming if I was her. She's a young player, but a dream debut, and I'm sure she'll want to follow that up with a performance today.
Oh, this one could be a wicket, and it will be. A wicket from nowhere, and it's another one. No runs off her bowling so far. And Mahamalage, unfortunately, she's looking to whip this ball away on the leg side. A couple of times she's tried it. I think she's played this so early. It's hit the back of the bat, scooped up to the fielder, and Netherlands, their catching has been superb. Another catch taken, and Oost gets another.
Yeah, she seems to have the magic dust for the Netherlands at the moment. She's not played all the games, but when she has played, she's always been in the wickets. And yeah, she was just a bit too early on that shot, was Chaitu, and she'll be disappointed. She's taken up 7 dot balls as well, which is something that Italy really can't afford when they're chasing a big total. It does bring Amelia Bartram to the crease. The left-hander, don't forget, so the left-right-hand combination might be favourable here to Italy. And you imagine this is the partnership here. If Italy want to go big, chase the 110 that they need for the 3 points or maybe the 4 points, then Sims and Bartram hold the key to that success.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the key one. I think Mahamalage, I mean, I can see why they push her up. I think they're expecting, with her experience and her knowledge, her to get good partnerships going. But she sort of holds them up. But this one is a big moment. Their catching has been superb, and it will continue to be, as Amelia Bartram, the captain, will go for a disappointing 0. It's a first baller for her. It's going to be the golden quacker. And really now, I think that Italy are going to be relying so much now on Ileana Sims to try and maybe get them that point, because I can't see them going on to chase and get the 110 from this situation.
I just think that was the wrong shot there, Rico. I mean, we just bigged up that partnership, said how important it would be. And you're facing a bowler who's got a lot of wickets. You haven't probably seen her before. I'm not sure going after her. Of course, Amelia, we know she can clear the ropes with style, but I'm not sure going after her first ball was necessarily the right call there.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right shot to play. I mean, there's been no runs off this over, by the way. And I think you would have been better off just clipping it around, taking a single, getting yourself in.
Hat-trick ball here, Rico.
Yeah, hat-trick ball. And it's Oost who, well, it's we call this the old Danny Hudacek, because it's down the leg side. I mean, the umpires have not called anything on this yet. Maybe they're thinking that there might have been a bit of touch on this. I don't see it myself, to be honest. Let's have a look at this. This is, well, it doesn't hit anything. That's a big wide and has to be called, surely. Anyway, she gets away with it, so she's still on for a double wicket maiden. And this big mix-up is going to struggle to get back. It's going to be another wicket. And Commodore Pedrick will also go for a duck. That's 3 wickets in the over. 2 of them belong to the batter, 1 run out. Oh, that's a disaster. Over number 5 is a disastrous over, and Italy are reduced to 39 for 5. It's a treble. I suppose you have to call it a treble wicket maiden, even though this one doesn't belong to the bowler, but it's not good, is it? Not good at all. And probably a time as we see the disappointment of Pedrick walking up the steps. Time to welcome you into a very sunny commentary position on this match day 4 on a Wednesday. That's not what Italy needed there, Tina.
Yeah, just as we were bigging up Italy's chances, saying that they've got a chance to even go for all 4 points here. 3 wickets, 1 over. Pete Oos does the business again.
Oos does it again. She just has, well, she has that little magic Midas touch, but yeah, they had to go 11s. They didn't need to do that. Now they're really under pressure here. Probably not going to struggle to try and get to something, but they still have Leanna Sims, and she's going to try and single-handedly get them something out of this contest.
Yeah, that's chaos on that ball. The bowler took a tumble. Sims wasn't put off. She just saw that ball and dispatched it through cow corner. There's 2 fielders out there, Silver Seegers and Robin Riken. It went straight through the 2 of them. So that's the start that Sims wanted. It's Schmidt bowling now. Lotta Schmidt this is, not Robin Schmidt.
Yeah, she took the catch at that 3rd, so gets an opportunity. I wonder if they're sisters. Do you know any if they are or not? Because we have got of course, Robin Schmidt. And now, well, this is, well, possibly could be a sister.
Could be the battle of the sisters in both teams. So is that, I mean, I'm asking you these questions. Has that ever happened before, Rico? Well, maybe brothers in both teams.
Brothers,
We've
yeah.
covered a lot of
we
games.
have had brothers. That's another wide here from Ron Schmidt at the moment. Yeah, brothers. We've had sisters.
We had mother and daughter last week, didn't we, in the Czech team?
Yeah, we did. Very much a family affair, as we say on the network. Italy, 40. I suppose the rate is okay, right? They've got 44 runs with the way that Liliana is going. She scored 30, by the way, off the 45. There's a few extras in there as well. And at the moment, I think doing the smart thing, just allowing these extras going up now. It's about 9 extras in the innings.
Well, this is where it comes back down to tactics as well, isn't it, Rico? And we saw with the Netherlands yesterday for the bonus point. They didn't quite get the tactics right on the final ball, allowed Ireland to scamper through for the single. And they want to keep an eye on this bonus point here. As we said, every point is important. And Italy, I think, will have their eye on that bonus point at the moment.
Worked away, Chase is on, a desperate dive, and well, you can't be doing that. It's a good move. I tell you what, let's just move the rope back and not let the ball get there. That's going to be 4. But I like the ingenuity there from Phoebe. Just takes the rope with us, and if I take the rope, you get the ball. It's a great effort.
She's scored enough runs today individually, and she doesn't want anyone else to score them, so she's just trying to take that rope with her.
Well captured there by 2 circles as well. So another 4. So Sims holding the fort at the moment. And now she'll just let that one go as well. So this is after that over where we had it was a triple wicket maiden from Oost. Now this one has all the legal deliveries gone to the boundary. That's 2 of them. The rest have been wide. So they're coming back with a big over. 12 of this so far. This could be the over to get back in this match. Italy hit high in the air. Fielders rushing to try and get there. They will do. It will just be going back for 2. And we'll make it. So Emma Moore, she's there to do whatever Liliana Sims says. If she says you're running 2, I'm going back on strike, she's running 2 and she'll make it.
That was good fielding out there by Robin Schmidt. Almost went into a little tightrope walk there, but she managed to keep her feet the right side of the boundary. But they do scamper through for 2, and Sims looks in the mood here. I mean, she's going at a rate of knots, and that bonus point is not too far off now. 77 is the marker needed. And as we've said before, every point is priceless here in ECC-W, especially with the table being so tight as it is at the moment.
It's hit nicely down the ground, but they do deploy. It's almost a bit of that Southern Cross field where they've got a fielder rather, who's patrolling that area. 17 or 18, just turned 18 is Locke, who's doing the bowling here. Trying to get through this over. 15 off it so far. Again, to get a good ball in, a couple of balls in to finish it. Played nicely, this time to the hands. It's a single. That's nicely done by Emma Moore. That's got to be her role here now. She's got to understand her role. She's got to play the smart cricket here. So this is a good comeback. Remember that rate went up from around about 11 and a bit to 13 pretty quickly because of that last over. Now look at this over. This should help them. Can you imagine if they can get a boundary off this last ball, make it into a magical over? Then you're right back into it. And then, of course, the hunt for the point should definitely be done. Oh, now I wonder if this was an opportunity.
Bit of slip and slide from Sims, the batter there. I hope she's all right. She's just taking a moment out there. She lost her footing here and stumbled forward, went back, stretched out, crawling back on all fours.
Crawling back. If that was taken cleanly, definitely opportunity. Rosalia Lawrence, she's been good behind the stumps, but that one gets away from her. You can see what Sims was trying to do, just trying to push that, take the single, go back on strike. But she's going to now have to get Emma Moore to give her the strike back. So 16 came off that over. It's what they needed after the treble wicket maiden. And of course, you'd have to go back to being Oost. Here she is. It's another dot ball.
I love her action. She's just got this natural in drift as well. Awkward pace as well. I think the Italian batters quite like pace on the ball, so if you just have this kind of bowling where it loops up over your eye line and just drifts into you, it can be very difficult to hit.
55 for 5. But, nicely played. Well done to Emma Moore. Gets a single. It's interesting how Sims goes about this. 37 of 16. She knows that the ball's going to be pretty well pitched up to her, so she'll be looking to, if anything, go down the ground. You won't want to be risking going across the line, but 3 fielders are back on the boundary, one of them pretty straight. Hit firmly on the leg side, and that one is, well, good effort to try and make the save. Gets down, gets dirty, it does Riker, but can't stop the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs.
Sims is going at such a good pace here, and Emma Moore, remember yesterday, she got 5 off 11 against England, so she really struggled to get going. So I wonder if for the Netherlands here, the tactic would be just to let Sims get that single. Of course, if she's hitting boundaries, there's not much you can do about that. But just get more on strike and then really put the squeeze on to try and still claim that bonus point.
Oh, shot. Oh, absolute cracker straight down the ground. What a shot that is, under pressure. No other batter has clicked, and Liliana Sims has crunched it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. 66 for 5, and 47 of those are from Liliana Sims.
Shot of the day so far, I'd say. Just effortless that was. Didn't really hit it too hard, but just stroked it over the boundary for 6.
Now causing some pressure on the bowler, so this is going to be a couple of wide. So Oost, after no runs off her first, and yeah, I think you do take that one. There's a couple of balls to go. Emma's already shown that she's more than capable of sticking around there. She's 2 of 3. The over's gone for 11, so you know, another wide, another single, couple of more runs here, and you're staying with the 13. Plays this well. It's a bit of a full toss. Doesn't quite get it out in the middle. They're thinking about the second, but not to that arm, you don't.
Yeah, excellent fielding out there by Hannah Land here. She's shown what she can do with the ball. She's a great fielder out in the deep there. Throwing it in on the full, straight into the keeper and telling Italy there's no way you're getting a 2 off my arm.
Yeah, I wonder if we get a chance just to see. It looks like the umpires might be just wanting to look at this side. And I thought it was coming down, and yeah, I stick with that. That ball's coming down. You can see the batter's down on one knee. But hey, you take that, and can Liliana Sims get a boundary away here? Well, she won't this one, but she'll get the wide, and that takes you to 15, you know, off the over. So Italy, after that nightmare of an over where they got no runs and lost 3 wickets, they've come back well in the last 2. 16 came from Lotschmidt, and then Oost here 14 have come off the over. It was the boys as well. And that'll do nicely. So Italy keeping the fight up. It's one of those, Tina, that if they can go into the last with Sims still there and still needing, say, I mean, it's gone down to below 13 now, just over 12.5, but 13 required. You take that, and you could probably even say Italy might even be the favourites getting the 13 with her on strike.
Well, it's interesting that the Netherlands have clearly gone to some of their younger bowlers. Of course, these are the perfect tournaments to allow the younger bowlers to get some experience, but I think at this point, you do have to turn to one of your more experienced bowlers just to pull it back a bit, and I think that's what they have done in bringing on Dika Ling, who has bowled well in previous games, because I think they just need to get some control back in this game.
England take on Ireland. That's after this one. That's in the air, but it's an opportunity and held. And that one just falls at the wrong time. I mean, I'm not going to criticise Anna Sims because she's played her own way, and by playing her own way and her own style is why she's kept Italy in the hunt in this match. But on 48, she goes for the big shot, finds the safe hands, and of course the catching from Netherlands has been sensational. So another catch held there on the boundary, and it's Sanya Karuna who does it again. That's her second catch. And I was just about to say that the point is almost secured, and if that went for 6, that would have been the point, but it's not. She goes, and now they've got work to do here as Alexia comes in at number 8.
Well, hats off to Sims. 48 off 21 is an outstanding effort, especially considering that Italy as a team have only got 71, so she's got a huge proportion of that. But how often have we seen that? A bowler comes on, a spin bowler, their first ball's maybe dragged down the pitch. It's not their best delivery, and the batter's eyes light up. Yeah, Sims didn't quite get hold of that one, and good catch by Karana on the boundary.
Yeah, played out, and now I think it's just about thinking, all right, let's get to that. Let's get to the 77, and I suppose the positives here for Italy, the way they bowled in the second part of the 5 overs, restricting Netherlands just to 41 when the first 5 went for 68, and then that knock there from Ileana Sims. Superb knock from her. Short, down the ground. It's just going to drop before it gets to the fielder. It's another single, so they're inching closer to the 77, but with that wicket going, just falls at the wrong time, doesn't it? And I'm just saying, if they could have kept it to around about the 13 going into the last, it would have been a very interesting finish if Sims was there. Short and quarter wide. Ends up being a good leave there as Meryl Deckling just trying to squeeze this one through.
Well, as soon as Italy get that bonus point, and I'm sure it's a matter of when, not if, they've got nothing to lose, do they? Just throw your hands at it.
Yeah.
You've got the point in the bag.
Oh, what a catch this would have been for Meryl. That was clobbered. That was hit out of the meat of the bat there from Alexia. Yeah, it's probably the only one that Netherlands haven't been able to hold on to, but it was going like a rocket.
I think umpire Amida was happy that Meryl got a hand on it, because she was right in the firing line of that.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot and will be fielded. What you're seeing here, we've got 2 young players out there from Italy, Emma Moore and Alexia. And again, I think we've said this a fair bit about a lot of the players that were playing in that Challenger division, that with time, as they grow stronger, that those shots are going to the boundary. So plenty of good signs for the future here for Italy. Thinking about the second, probably not a good idea. And
Gone into the sandpit there.
Yeah, a little bit of the old fake fielding there from Alander. Says, go on then. The batter dies, but unnecessarily. It is the end of the over. 8 overs complete. And Italy, well, they will get a point, but I think winning this match now is not going to happen. Netherlands will hold on. But you're right. Get this one run and then just go big time, because trying to reduce the margin of defeat.
Yeah, it's all about the net run rate as well. And please don't ask me how net run rate is calculated. The maths on that is not my strongest point, but if they can just get a few more runs, get as close to possible to that 90, 100 mark, it will do wonders for their net run rate, and that might come into play. Who knows?
Lovely shot. Really nice shot. But once again, the fielding. Sensational. That's incredible. I hope she's okay there. That's Hannah Landea. And yeah, I can see that. That's good from the umpire. See Meta just going over saying, hey, you okay? And looks like Hannah saying, yeah, I'm fine. We'll see it again here. I think she might have landed quite awkwardly. Don't know if it was on her shoulder. Yeah, just banged her head. Now, I'm one that I'd like to see the medics. I know that the umpires are doing their bit and asking the question. And Hannah's saying, yeah, I'm fine. I still would like the medics to go on and just check those out. Short, doesn't get hold of it, will take the single. So points, a point in the bag quickly. And this is what we're saying now. Go wild. Just go for it.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't get too many, I mean, especially Italy, they play a lot of T20Is where the games are really high stakes. You don't get too many chances to just have a hit with not many consequences. They've got the bonus point in the bag. They've got a few wickets left in the shed. Just have some range hitting fun.
Gets a good swing at it. We'll take the single. Say hello to Wayne. And, Wayne is Wayne is saying hey to everybody. Hello, Wayne. What do you want today, Wayne? I think you've had too much hot chocolate. Something like that. Of course, everybody will say hi back to Wayne. Hello to Kevin as well. He was also in the chat. Ooh, chance. In and out. Single will be taken. Throws herself forward at this one. Never easy ones. As that's Merrill. Deckling it's throwing herself forward. It would have been a great catch if she held it.
It was a good effort. I think it pinged off her wrist. The way it flew must have hit some bony part, and just good effort flying forward. You always got to try and protect your face in those instances.
Somebody's got to take it, and well, it sounded like, I'm not sure if it was somebody saying mine, or the batter saying run, run, run. And in the end, it sort of drops in between the bowler and the keeper, and the batters will come through for a single.
It kind of could have played one hand, one bounce. It pinged up off the Astro, and the keeper took it off after the one bounce. Quite a lucky little hit in the air there for the Italian batter.
That might have been just a little snick on this. Hit with his bat, they'll take another single and end off the over. Score moves to 83 for 6 at the end of 9. And often like to remind people of some of the days that have been celebrated around the world. Today we observe International Migrants Day, when we reflect upon the challenges and difficulties faced by over 272 million migrants continuously building new lives in every corner of the world. The reality of migration is more than just starting over. Migrants travel with such security and opportunities that will allow them to reinvent themselves. So International Day of Migrants today. Last overtime, and it's going to be Robin Schmidt to bowl it down the leg side, and will be called a wide. Another run to go on the board.
Yeah, the Netherlands have been a bit sloppy with their bowling today. They're usually pretty tight on the extras, but they've given away a fair few, and it's always a bit of the danger when you do have a lot of runs on the board that you can kind of be a bit sloppy with that. I mean, they're 14 extras already, well, 50 now, taking that up to 10 wides and 2 no balls, so they'll want to work on that for the next game.
That's better. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think we've been seeing from most teams very tidy from the bowlers, even when teams have piled on the runs, the extras have been sort of under 10. Number of times they've been between 4 and 6. So yeah, Netherlands, I know they've tried some different bowlers. So young Lottie Schmidt bowled as well, and she bowled a few extras. But this could be another one. It hasn't gone over the stumps, it's down the leg side. So I'll take these. Italy, though, they will be reflecting on the start. If only somebody, I mean, remember they lost. And Ratanaika were a 2-ball duck. And then the surprise for us, I think, was the way and the manner in which Amelia Bartram got out very first ball. If she could have just stuck around just a little bit, maybe she gets 15 runs, then they could have been in there with a hunt.
Well, you can see how quickly this game changes. It looks like Italy will fall maybe about 20 short, but just one big over, you can get 10-15 off the over, and suddenly it's going to almost be a final ball thriller. And as it is, Lenny Sims gets 48, and Emma Moore's the only other one that's actually got into double figures, and that's really where Italy's innings has fallen down here.
Edge, and that will get past the desperate lunge of the keeper. Lawrence can't stop it. It goes all the way to the boundary. 4 more runs. Move now to 89. I suppose it's good for Italy that once again that without Bartram, without Ratanaika, without Nanyakara performing, they've got to this score into the 80s. They should, they might end up with 90 something. That's good for them. What's not good is that again they've relied on just the one batter. But Liliana Sims will be thinking if only one of the batter stuck around with her, they could have been talking about a win here. It's up in the air, will land safely. They'll get a single. So with 2 balls to go here. So yeah, already the margin is 20 runs here. The margin of defeat. Another batter got in, whether it was Bartram, whether it's Ratanaika at the beginning. They'll know that. The question is how do they address it, because it's happening a little bit too often for Italy. Tight edge. And this is going to be a challenge. The chase is on. Can't stop it. And 4 more. Well, it doesn't matter how you get them. You've got to get them. Emma Moore, really good knock from her. 15 or 14. I think she batted so well when she was out there with Sims, allowing Sims to be on strike. And now when Sims went, she scored some important runs. Alexia also gets another boundary to her name. I like these two, I like them. And I'd even be hasty enough to say I wouldn't even mind these two at the top of the order, just to change it around a little bit for Italy. The top order's not working. Ratanaika's not going. I mean, maybe even go with something like you push Ratanaika down a bit and open up with someone like Sims and Moore. The two have shown they can bat well. They get a good start. Ratanaika maybe comes in at 3. Nanyakara maybe she comes a little bit lower. Maybe you get Bartram coming up. And also Bartram, I like them to use the fact that she's left-handed a bit more. And, that left-hand option can make a big difference. As it is, though, Netherlands will be victorious by, in the end, just 14 runs. Italy finish on 95 for 6. And I have to say, a respectable 95 for 6. Because at one point, especially after we saw that 5th over go for none, and there would be a 39 for 5, they've actually come back well. But it is the Netherlands that'll be celebrating, and their fans are warming things up in the fan zone as they'll be looking to greet their team with great cheer as they walk up those famous Kardama steps.
Yeah, the Netherlands will be very happy with that. It's not easy playing the first game. It's cold, it's wet, but they've done the business there. Of course, they only go away with the 3 points. They would have been looking at the 4. And if you just look at the scorecard, you'd think maybe it was a tighter game than it actually was. It was just the late flourish from Italy there with Emma Moore and Kontaparaikas who really got them close. But it was the lack of firepower at the top of the Italy order which really meant that they were chasing the game from the very beginning. And obviously we've got a big game coming up now. England versus Ireland. Ireland, they shone bright at the start of this tournament, but they have tailed off a bit. England, I think they go in as favourites. They had that shock defeat yesterday morning against Scotland, but they came back very strongly against Italy, and they'll be wanting to continue with that momentum in this game.
You're right. I think England, they've lost that one game. You can see what they thought about it when they came back against Italy, and it's a good strong side there. I think Amelia Lamb will be looking to make up for that little spell of bowling that she'll want to forget, but with the bat she was very good. Tilly Kistovan has found her form, so that'll be an exciting match. But can Ireland bounce back? They need to. Remember, Italy getting that point there means that they and Ireland are now stuck with the same number of points at the foot of the table. So both teams will want to come back with a bang. As we have a look at the highlights, but unfortunately for Italy, though there was a few highlights. That was Delisa Nanyakara getting a boundary, but she's done that in most of her matches. She gets a boundary, then she finds a way to get out, and it was the same with this one. But you take nothing away from the Netherlands earlier on here in the first 5 overs. Their fielding was sensational.
Yeah, and it was just a good performance all round by the Netherlands. They're showing why they're one of the favourites up there with England for the trophy. And Italy just never quite got going. As we said before their innings, they needed one of their big guns to go big. Just didn't quite manage it. Lost wickets throughout, and a little flurry towards the end. Of course, they played some nice shots, as they always do, but the Netherlands held on to most of their chances. There's that big wicket of Bartram. Maybe looking back, she'll say that's the wrong shot at the wrong time. She knows how big a batter she is for the team. She wasn't able to do it today. And the Netherlands, meanwhile, will be buoyed by that. And obviously, they've got a double-header today as well. They're playing Scotland in game 15, which will be a big game for them. They'll want to go 2 for 2 today. Meanwhile, how big is that game this evening then? Italy against Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens in this match, I mean, if Ireland were to pull off a big shot, I mean, that would be something, and that would put them in a good place. But you can see that England would be the favourites here. And what Italy, of course, are hoping, they're hoping that that England could do them a big favour and Ireland get nothing out of the game. That puts them in a good position with that game in hand that they'll have over Ireland. But if you look at this match, I think Italy probably win half the match.
Yeah.
They won half the first innings. The second 5 overs when they were in the field, they won that. They only conceded 41. They lost the first 5 with the bat, only scoring 39. But the second 5, they scored 56. So, you know, when you look at, you've got to go back and look at the positives. So there were pockets of play that they win, but unfortunately for them, key players losing them at key times. You know, I don't want to talk too much about the dismissal of Liliana Sims, because I think she was superb. You can see that 48-21. She had to try and do it all by herself until Emma Moore came out there. And well done to Emma Moore and also to Alexia, the 2 young ones doing really well there towards the end. But really, and it comes down to it now, Matanara, Delisha, and maybe even Amelia Bartram, they really have to start standing up. And if they do, look, if between those 3 batters you score 15 runs, you win the match.
Yeah, and I think that's the story of Italy's tournament so far. That we know they have the skills, and we've seen it in little pockets so far. They just haven't put it all together. They haven't put the pieces of the puzzle in the right place, but when they do, they can fire. And as you see from the Netherlands, some good bowling performances all round. They shared around the bowling. They let some of their less experienced bowlers have a go, and that's maybe why Italy did come back into the game a bit towards the end. Pina Oost, I'm glad she came back after missing out the previous game. Had a great first over. Obviously, in the second over, Italy were going for it a bit, but yeah, good performance for the Netherlands, and they'll be happy with that win early on.
They'll be very happy with that win. Yeah, it keeps them in touch with England at the top. Of course, England being their nemesis, the one team that they haven't been able to beat. So this is what's coming up next. You'll see there that a slight delay. We started this match some 10 minutes later. So again, this one will be 10 minutes later as well, starting at 1:45 of the hour. So we're going to take a short break now, maybe get ourselves a coffee or something to keep us nice and warm. But we'll be right back to talk you through all the action in match number 14 when England take on Ireland. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Welcome viewers to match number 14. This one features the England 11 who, well, are sitting at the top of the standings at the start of this match day 4. But remember, they did suffer their first defeat in this tournament so far. That was at the hands of Scotland. That was a bit of surprise. They're up against Ireland. Now Ireland, they're looking to find their form again. They lost their last 2 matches. They lost, of course, there to the Netherlands yesterday. But then there was that big defeat again against Scotland when they looked like they had it wrapped up. They only restricted the Scots to 70, but they themselves were all out for 57. So they're looking to bounce back here. Could be an exciting match. I know that the captains are with the tournament referee. Let's join them for the all-important coin toss.
England, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Ireland, the away team, you'll call.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket. It's come down, parry match. So you've won the toss.
We will have bat first.
Okay, toss from England. Who will bat first?
Ciara Green, the captain of England, winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bat first. As I said earlier this morning, today is going to be a good day to bat first. The conditions are going to be absolutely beautiful, and I think all of that dew that we saw in that first game now will be burnt away. So they're looking to bat first and get plenty of runs on the board. They did that yesterday to a degree, but they just came up stuck against Scotland. That put in a wonderful chase, thanks mainly to their captain, Catherine Fraser, that was smashing the ball all over the place. But England came back strongly, didn't they, as you expected they would, and they thrashed Italy. They had players in good form. Tilly Kesteven at the top of the batting order. She was in superb form yesterday. She was well supported by Amelia Lamb in both of the knocks that she had. And then Amy Gordon was sensational as well. They are going to be the key players for me for England in this contest. Ria Frackrell still not playing. We believe that the injury that she sustained in the warm-up a couple of days ago is going to mean that she will not be playing any further part in this tournament. I know that's a major disappointment for her and also for a lot of the viewers because she's a talented player. Well, we wish her a very speedy recovery. Let's talk a little bit about their opponents here. Ireland, of course, they would have been devastated the way that they lost those matches yesterday. Not so much with the loss to the Netherlands, but particularly to Scotland. When you restrict the side to 70, you expect yourself to win, not be bowled out for 57. So they know they let themselves down yesterday. I think Louise Little at the top of the order, she's been absolutely fantastic. Annabelle Squires has been playing some great cricket as well. Those two, I think, are going to be the key batters. Then with the ball, watch out for Jenny Jackson. I think she's been absolutely superb. Going to be a close match. I actually think it's going to be closer than what people will think and what maybe the win predictors thinking. I think Ireland, they're going to come back strong here and give England a very good game. Let's go over to Tina Goff. Tina, the news from the middle is that England will have a bat first.
Thanks, Rico, and you join us here out in the middle. The team's almost ready to go already. And as Rico was saying, it's a changing fortunes for these two teams. But before we have too much of a chat about that, let's see who's out there in the middle. So it looks like Ireland are actually going to start with a bit of spin as we see the teams being led out here. A strong England batting lineup. They've got Tilly Kesteven at the top, ably joined by a few different batters at the top. Rhiannon Norling-Davis joined her yesterday. They've got that left-hand, right-hand combination. The win predictor has them at 85%. But as Rico was saying, anything is possible in this game. And Ireland, when they click, as they did on that first game against Scotland, they beat them by 8 wickets. That's their only win so far. They've suffered 4 losses since then. So they'll be looking to get back to winning ways and maybe be the underdogs against this strong England team. So we are starting with a bit of spin in the form of Keir McCartney, who had a brilliant day with the ball actually yesterday. She went 1 for 10 against the Netherlands and 1 for 6 against Scotland. So really economical with her bowling, and that's maybe why they've turned to her to get Ireland off to a good start. England, meanwhile, they've gone for the tried and tested combination of Kesteven and Lamb, who batted brilliantly yesterday, didn't lose a wicket in their chase of Italy's 64. This one has gone in the air. It's going to be a chance for the ball, and she gets round to that. So that's an early wicket for Ireland. That's exactly how they would have wanted to start this game. Lamb is just hanging around. No, she is going to make her way off the pitch, and that is just what Ireland wanted. One of the dangerous batters out for England already. Of course, they have a lot of dangerous batters in their lineup, but an early wicket is going to do wonders for the confidence. Amelia Lamb goes without troubling the score. She did get 27 off 12 yesterday. Would have been confident after that, but she goes for none. It's a good catch by McCartney. It's never easy off your own bowling to go round and catch that. And we don't have Derek on the screen, but that's even a golden Derek there. So Amelia, how fortunes can change quickly in this game of cricket. So England find themselves 1 for 1 early on in this first over. And that one's just been knocked into the onside. The new batter has come to the crease, and the new batter is Rachel King, who's been moved up and down the order recently. She didn't play against Scotland. She didn't bat against Italy. Of course, England didn't lose any wickets in that game, so she wasn't needed. She's in early here. That one's just hit to long off. They've got protection there. They've got both fielders out straight on the boundary, so they've got a long on and long off. At least for Tilly Kesteven, it looks like mid-off is coming in for the right-handed King. This is a brilliant start from Keir McCartney here and for Ireland. That's an attempted paddle round the corner, just miscues it, so it's just going to be a 1 to square leg. And yes, for the right-hander, Ireland have got a wide, a long on and a cow corner, and they just switch it around. Obviously, they've seen a lot of Tilly Kesteven. She's batted really well throughout the tournament, so they'll know her strengths. They've got the 2 straight fielders out, and they'll be hoping to get her scalp early on, send her back with the other opener. Fell after just 2 balls. That's really well bowled from Keir McCartney. Her first over just goes for the 4, and she gets that all-important wicket of Amelia Lamb. So it's 4 for 1 for England off the first over. What a start that is for Ireland. They'll know they'll have to use all the luck that they can have, the luck of the Irish, if they want to knock over this big scalp in the form of England. They saw their Celtic neighbours Scotland manage it yesterday. As you see the fixtures on the screen there. What a 2 weeks it's been. Been lucky to be here for all 2 weeks. First as a player, now in the commentary box. I would say that it's a bit more relaxing being in the commentary box, but I don't envy Rico and Vinny. They put in the hard yards every day, so hats off to them. Vinny's taking a well-earned day off today. The second over will be bowled by Georgina Dempsey, who of course is Ireland's captain. A bit of medium pace. She did quite well yesterday. She got 1 for 15. She only did bowl the first over, and then 2 for 15 against Scotland. She's got that quite slingy action. She did very well yesterday, and she's going to look to lead her team to an unexpected win today. The win predictor has Ireland and her team at 27%. Obviously, that early wicket might have given them a few percentage points, but still England's game, according to WinViz. That one is smacked hard, and Dempsey does well to get her hand on that, just to take the power off it. You can see how powerful England's batters are and how deep they bat as well. That gets Tilly Kesteven back on strike, the left-hander. If we see this, she just gets her finger to it, tips it around the post goalkeeping style, and then gets up and chases after it herself. Well, this is a low-key start for England, but they won't mind that. They know they have a lot of power back in the sheds. And they know they've got Amy Gordon, for example. She went big in the first game yesterday, 76 off 31 against Scotland. Still ended up on the wrong side of that score, but they know they've got firepower there. And we're going for an inventive shot early on, and that's a brilliant little paddle shot. Premeditated, almost off middle stump there, I think, and it would go for a 1 bounce 4. That's a brilliant bit of invention by Rachel King there. She's not had awful amounts of chances to bat here, but what a lovely shot that was. Just went down early and just helped it on its way, used a bit of the pace of the ball, just a 1 bounce 4. And perfect timing. Joining me in the box after that shot is Rico Fall.
Yeah, liking that. And Rachel looking to make the most of her opportunity out in the middle. What a beautiful shot it was here. Well executed. It's always nice when they come off. You see a lot of batters wanting to get a bit funky out there in the middle, but it doesn't always go to plan. End of the over. And I think Ireland still be pretty happy with the start. They've got the big wicket of Amelia Lamb, who batted very well yesterday. But Tilly Kesteven is still there, and she's a real sort of grafter. She sticks around and gets big scores at the end of her innings. And this is the way it's looking. So you can see Italy, they've helped themselves to a point, but they're still on net run rate, even though 11 on points with the team out there at the moment, Ireland. They 7 points apiece. Ireland will be looking to try and get ahead of Italy here. Remember, the big match that will come up probably will be the last match of the day, this match day 4, when Italy and Ireland do go head to head. Good morning to everybody that's in the chat. Steve McVeigh joins in, and SkyQuest are with us as well.
It's been a good start, as you said, for Ireland, and Keir McCartney has been rightfully rewarded with her second over.
This one is wide down the leg side, and it's going to trouble everybody. It's going to be a minimal signal there by Mars Bargy, who's having a spell at being one of the on-field umpires. Marzi is out there looking pretty handsome as one of the men in black. Marzi. There he is, still single and unattached. And I'm pretty sure you'll see his profile in shadi.com. Yeah, Marzi does a little bit of everything. Now that one is going to test the umpires as well, because it's a bit full now. I know there's not that much pace here from Keir McCartney, but still is worth having a look at the height here. Let's have a look. Batter does go forward to it, so yeah, that's going to be okay. It's played up in the air, and a great grab. Well, the catching has been so important today, and Ireland take another wicket, and Rachel King, that wanted to be super aggressive out there, probably is the right way to go. She plays this shot pretty well, actually, but that is a really good catch. It looked like for a moment it's going over the head of the fielder, but she reaches up and takes a stunning catch. What a good catch this is.
I think it's something about that position, that backward point position for Ireland. We saw Jennifer Jackson take, I think it was the play of the day yesterday, a one-handed Statue of Liberty stunner, and they've repeated the feat there. That was a two-handed grab, but a great grab nonetheless. And Rachel King goes for a runner ball 9. And as we said, England have a lot of firepower down their batting lineup. But you couldn't have asked for a better start from an Ireland perspective. This is exactly what they would have wanted in the power play, restricting England while they can only have those two fielders out.
Yeah, well, great catch. And it was taken by Ali Boucher. Here she is again in the action this time. Just keeping it, trying to keep it to less than a single, but the batter's good understanding between them as they take the single, as it is Gammon that comes out at number 4. Oh, this time can't get hold of it. It almost was a repeat of the catch a couple of balls ago. Ali Boucher. But this one was hit with a little bit more pace, a bit more zing in this one from Tilly. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, she just waited for that nicely and maybe saw and learnt from Rachel King's mistake. Just waited for a bit and just pushed it over the fielder. I think the fielder was interested, but it just kept on rising and rising past her grasping fingertips.
Is starting this in there. That's the problem with this line. That's going to be another minimo. Now that hurts you. That's on 2 occasions we've seen 5 wides down the leg side. You can see what McCartney's looking to do. She's looking to dart in that Yorker length delivery, but the angle she's using, she's going too far across, and unfortunately, Abby Harrison on another occasion not able to get anything on it. It's going to be 5 more. So 10 has come in similar delivery, 10 wides. It's floated up in the air, and good work, good bit of ground fielding, gets down and doesn't let that one go through. That's Sophie McMahon who deals with it nicely.
There's Amy Wheeler wrapped up in a blanket. I don't think she's in the starting lineup today, but she's seemingly still loving life here at the ECC-W. I think she's just noticed that she is on the screen.
She got caught on camera. Oh no, she says. Oh no, wasn't expecting that. Well, we weren't expecting that either. 18 off that over after a good start and just a 4 and a 7. But it's those 10 wides in the over that hurts McCartney. So she'll take 2 wickets though, 2 for 22. And England, the power play worth 29.
It's just that pesky left-hand, right-hand batting combination. We haven't actually seen it that much this week, Rico, but it can't be underestimated just how much that wreaks havoc with the bowlers, especially early on when they're still trying to find their lines, and England are using it to their favour here.
Yeah, captain to continue, Georgina Dempsey. Now, is this going to go to hand as well? Well, it does. It doesn't get taken. It's a short delivery, which gets hit pretty hard. Now, that's a big moment. As Chile getting dropped on 9. It was an opportunity. I thought maybe he was going to get a second chance at this because it does come out the hands and fall in front of her. But she's off balance to take it second time round. But I suppose does save the boundary, but you'd love to have gotten the wicket of Kesteven there. That's nicely played. This one will go to the boundary. It's a lovely shot. Sweeps it. And Gammon gets her first boundary. Cuatro más.
I think on that catch, she was almost too conscious of the fact that the boundary rope was behind her, and she had a bit more room than she thought. And if you look at the replay, she almost pats it back and realises a bit too late. She could have actually gone for the catch and was caught in two minds, but punished there on the next ball. Beth Gammon, who hasn't had too many opportunities to bat so far this tournament, but of course she was player of the final last year, so we know she can do it on this big stage.
Ireland just straying a little bit with their lines, and they've been punished for that so far. This has been firmly struck as that short ball again from Dempsey. Almost picked up the wicket of Chile earlier in the over. This one has been played well. Good control, keeps it along the deck. And well fielded. They're on the boundary as well. Field now has to change as the left-hander Chile gets back on strike. And that's better. You see instant reward once you get the ball in better areas. So goes outside the off, goes for the shot here. Chile but gets nothing on it. And I like the field that's set as well. They've got like a short third and a backward point, looking to snap up anything that goes in that area. It's been sort of well swept there by the fielder on the boundary. So they've got cover out there as well.
Well, I like this move from Abby Harrison. She's clearly seen that Tilly's moving around in the crease, and she's just saying, you know what? No more movement for you.
It's in the air, and that's the wicket. So they get the joy, and it's that field. And you're right, you know, first of all, they make the adjustments in the field. The wicketkeeper comes up to say, right, you're staying in the crease. And Tilly, having been dropped on 9, she is only going to have that as a life. She will go. Now, that is a huge wicket for Ireland. And they've managed to get rid of Lamb and Kesteven, who yesterday were among the key batters for England.
Yeah, and I think that's a really smart bit of cricket from Ireland and from captain Georgina Dempsey. She knows her own bowling. She knows it kind of tails away from the left-hander at the last minute. And that's why she's got that kind of double point field. It's more of a 45 and a point. She just teased it outside off stump, and Tilly kind of fell straight into that trap. Wafted her hands at it. It wasn't the best shot, and she picked out that fielder down the throat of point. And yeah, well played there by Ireland. It was a good piece of captaincy all round.
Yeah, and a good catch taken there by Squires. So another good batter. Good batter removed. That's Gordon. Well, it's too short, and even though there are fielders back there, that's going to get in between the two. 4 runs to start now. Amy Gordon's another one. You want to see the back up pretty quickly. She was good yesterday, and was in the runs, particularly in that win against Scotland. Scored runs and scored them quickly. And so got to keep an eye on her. And, nicely played away, and was good with the bowling as well. So good all-rounder, Amy Gordon. 39 for 3 at the end of the 4 overs.
the positive thing for Ireland here is they are still picking up wickets. Only one over that hasn't picked up a wicket so far. So if they can continue chipping away at the England lineup, you're going to keep piling the pressure on. Yes, they have a deep batting lineup, but you want to put them under pressure as much as possible.
It's good bowling, good line, good areas to start from. The new bowler just short of a length. Batter going on the back foot to try and get it away. But Laura McBride starts well, good areas. Gets played away, trying to get it in the gap, but will be a single. Ireland will be more than happy just to keep things to a single. Yeah, Amy Gordon 76 of 31. It was in fact against Scotland, but helped England to 126, but ended up on the losing side. So we'll be looking to end up on the winning side with a good score this time. They go on the hit and we'll get the single. Good running.
Yeah, it's not too often that you hit 76 off 31 and end up on the losing side, so I'm sure she would have traded that knock in for all 4 points, but she's got another chance to go big today against Ireland.
Now, asking the question, now does this bat go down quick enough? This is going to be interesting as Abby Harrison standing up. That's what she's there to do. Has she got the wicket here? Let's have a look. It goes pretty quickly and the bat goes down, and most importantly, it stays down. Because remember, if that bat goes up after hitting the deck and then the bells come off, it is out, but she gets it down and it stays down. So good work, though, from Harrison.
She was almost saved there by the fact that she swung so hard at that ball that in her bat swing, she kind of pivoted round and was able to put her bat down just in time before Harrison took off those bails.
Chasing the wide, and doesn't get anything on it, but will get an extra run. We'll get that ball bowled again. As looking at one thing from England here, all the batters that are coming in are still looking to be pretty aggressive. They've got a big, strong batting lineup. That's another one that gets whipped away. It's going to be 4 more runs. One thing that Ireland have done, though, I think, even though they have managed to pick up 3 of the English wickets, they've bowled too many short deliveries, and that have been easy pickings for the English. They just need to tidy that up, get the ball a bit fuller. England, every time it's short, they've managed to muscle it away to the boundary.
Oh, it's not just about wickets for Ireland. They do have to keep it tight because, as we've said, England have batting depth, so they need to make sure those good balls aren't get hit for 6, just like that one right there. I thought we were in trouble there for a minute, Rico.
What a good hit that is. Yeah, I saw it sailing towards us as Beth Gammon gets hold of this proper. There's going to be 6 runs. It's also going to be the end of the over. And with that boundary, England, they go to the 50 mark. They move to 52 for 3 and looking to post that 100th score on the board as we welcome you to a very sunny commentary position.
Yeah, and the sun is shining. The Dutch fans are out. They'll be happy after this morning's performance. And Ireland are going to be looking over their shoulder. Italy, of course, got that bonus point this morning, drew level in the table. So it's all still to play for here.
Yeah. Hey, I see you got a bit decorative in here yesterday. Was that you? I can't see Vinny doing the Christmas decorations.
Well, I can't say I'm responsible for this. It was Vinny with the help of the production crew. There was a lot of dodgy dancing going on, so you took a good day off to miss that.
Well, it looks nice. I like the old bling bling. And it certainly looks very festive, especially when the sun's in here. Right, back to the action in the middle as more spin. McGee is worked out onto the leg side. Probably not quite carrying for the catch. So fielder electing to make sure that there's no boundary. Ellie McGee now with the ball. They've used spin to good effect, have Ireland. Let's see if it's going to reward them with a wicket. Well, not this time. That is hammered. Lovely jubbly manos. Arriba from the arbitros. 6 carreras más. What a powerful shot that is from Gordon.
Yeah, the paramedics were almost, I think they even hit the top of the paramedic tent. So we did have the question yesterday in the chat that if the paramedics get hit, who looks after the paramedics? And yeah, they were in danger there. You could see that they were taking cover in their tent. But what a shot that was. And that's the danger if you just drop it a bit short, don't quite hit your spot as a spinner. And the batters have got time to dispatch it. And dispatch it she did on that one, Amy Gordon.
Yeah, it's all about the footwork, and you can see Amy Gordon, she's not been put off from playing her shots by having the wicket keeper Abby Harrison standing right up, and she absolutely nails it. Sweet out of the middle. Now what's the reply going to be here from McGee? Shorter and taking it on. Good pickup, good throw, but very good running. The understanding from all the England batters have been good. They've all been on the same wavelength, the same page. They've run well. The understanding's been good, and most of the time they've got home as well.
Well, it's not always about the brute force. The singles and even the twos. We saw a two this morning, didn't we? A couple of twos. They can't be underestimated. It's just about keep converting those dot balls into ones. And I think we've got someone running off the pitch here. That's Kaya McCartney is going off. Maybe she's got looks like she's got an injury of some sort. Maybe a split finger. So the paramedics, having just taken cover, yeah, it looks like maybe a nosebleed or a cut on her face. The paramedics are being called into action here. Let's hope Kaya is okay.
Yeah, it looks like she's gonna. Yeah, the medics who were under attack themselves a couple of balls ago. We'll have a look there at Kaya McCartney. It looks like, from what we saw there, probably a bit of a nosebleed. So we've got the sub on the field. It's played for, again, just a single. So just went back to keeping the ball just slightly shorter as Annie McGee. After, when she pitched up, it was pumped with brute force down the ground, and it was, well, Amy Gordon who did it, who's now on strike, and she goes to do it again, and she will do it. Going to be 6 more. Shaba, Kinna Sona. Igual que genial. Que grande. 6 carreras más. So it's another maximo to end the over. 68 for 3 at the end of 6. So England getting the acceleration in at the right time.
Yeah, you have a feeling that Amy Gordon's just about hitting her stride here, getting going, of course, on the back of that big score yesterday. She's in form, she's confident. She knows she's got batters coming in behind her as well, so she's more or less got the license to thrill, license to hit it over that rope, and she did that successfully twice in that over, and I'm sure she'll be wanting to go big in the 7th.
This is well bowled and well picked up and quickly thrown there by a bowler we've yet to see, actually. It's a quick bit of fielding done, probably because she's on as the 12th. This is Jackson.
Yeah, she's a left arm seamer. I'm sure obviously everyone's got to have a go and have a rest, but she's bowled well, and obviously that left arm option is a good variation.
Well, this is so close to hitting the stumps. It's how's it missed? You can see the reaction from the keeper there, Abby. Goes all the way through and misses everything. Kiara Green is pretty happy with the way things are going at the moment. She's got a nice smile on her face.
I think England have been loving life. They've been smiling and laughing around the hotel as well, so not sure what the weather is like in England at the moment, but I'm sure they're loving this late Spanish sun.
Well, what they are loving is the number of extras they're getting, because that's another minimo. It's 5 more. I mean, we've already seen 11 wides, and 10 of those, of course, came from 2 deliveries from McCartney. Well, that's another minimo, so 5 more to add to that, as this time it's Sophie McMahon that gets it wrong. That's the danger, I suppose, you have when the keeper does stand up.
Yeah, it's tough there for Abby Harrison. You can't see much of the ball, especially when it's cutting across the right-hander, and you just got to throw your gloves at it and hope for the best. And
oh, well, what a hit. What a strike. Amy Gordon, she's on something this morning. That is big. That is a bizaway. Super 6. Boom. Shakalagia. Adios, pelota.
Flash Gordon is back in business. No stopping that one. Just a stand and deliver. It wasn't even a proper bat swing. She just kind of punted her hands at that. Pure timing on that shot.
Well, a slight... I think the appeal was started and stopped by the keeper herself, as Abby realises that Gordon has still got a foot down. So good work though from her.
Every dot ball here for Ireland will be precious. Gordon's only faced 9 balls in total and has gone for 25, so any dot ball against her will be a tick in the box for Ireland.
Now this one is catchable. and it's been brilliantly held. What a good catch. Not easy at all. Had to run in from the boundary, quick and fast, and then throw herself at it. It's an incredible catch. Well, opportunities, when they present themselves, you've got to take them. All right, they got a bit lucky with Kesteven. They dropped her, but they got her straight afterwards. And that's an outstanding catch. Really, look at the way that's taken. Brilliant. Sheer brilliance by Louise Little.
Yeah, you can't underestimate how good. I mean, Amy Gordon's all smiles, 25 off 10. She'll be happy with that, but that has gone a long way in the air. It's swirling, the sun's out, and Louise Little gets to almost to the ball and then just puts in a dive, and it's a tremendous catch. She'll be hoping to follow up that catch with the bat later. Of course, she'll be a key part of the Island run chase, but that'll give her some confidence for sure.
Very good time to take a wicket, but one good batter returns to the dugout, and another good player comes out. This is Jasmine Wesley, and first time that I saw Jasmine, she really did impress me with her all-round performance, with her bowling, her fielding, and of course her batting. So a good partner to come out to join Beth Gammon as England close the 7th over, and they were 81 for 4.
Well, Julian in the chat says that it's 14 degrees in London today, so I mean we have 15, 16 degrees here. I thought it would be freezing and snowing in London, so maybe we'll have to do the ECC-W in London next December.
Let's not get carried away. It might be 14 degrees there today, but I know it hasn't been that way all the way through. But still, 14 at this time of year in London, you take that. Be a wide call there by umpire Jasmine, who's out there with Mars. It's nice to see Mars out there as well. We're just giving an opportunity for some of the umpires to, of course, have a rest day as well. So I think umpires have been doing a wonderful job, and see the Marzi and Jasmine combination for this match. Well, Little takes the catch, and now wants to have the ball. We've seen a lot of that, haven't we?
Yeah. It was Sims earlier in the day, took that spectacular catch in a similar area of the field as well. Louise Little has repeated the trick. She'll want to... She started off with a wide, came back well on that one. And Jasmine Wesley, of course, she has batted well this tournament so far and has got another chance now.
High in the air, but this one is going to plug before anybody can get there. They'll take just a single, but I mean, just getting that wicket of Amy Gordon, I know they've still got good batters out there, but it might just take them a little while to find the big hitting. So that makes a big difference. It certainly helps Ireland to try and restrict this to, maybe 110 sort of score. The computer feeling it could be about the 113. Well, that'll help. It's going to be 4 runs. Goes a little bit wider. That's Little, but it's well read by Beth, and she throws everything at this, gets a thick edge. That'll make its way down to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Beth was originally trying to hit that leg side, but as soon as she saw that Louise had thrown it down a bit wide, it was coming across her, she had adjusted really well and just guided it to the boundary, used the pace on the ball. It was a lovely shot.
Oh, this one has come out all wrong. I think it was the attempt to slow a ball. I think once again, Little saw the early movement from Gammon and thought, I'll just bowl a slower delivery. Comes out wrong. It's called straight away as a no-y by the standing umpire Jasmine. So free hit to come.
It's interesting, that one. Jasmine called the no ball very, very early, but I think it was almost landing on the way down. It might have even dropped safe, but as it was, it didn't end up pitching.
Played away, will take the single, might even be thinking of the second. They are going for it. In comes the throw. And probably would have been better off going the bowlers, and I can understand why you go at the keeper. You go at the, try and get it in at the gloves, but that's very good running. Doubling up with that ball, just sort of ending up by the 30-yard circle in that mid-wicket area, and they took on the arm, and they made it. It's a good comeback. Round the wicket, so looking to get that ball to go right across the right-hander, and good bit of bounce there as well from Little.
It's interesting how many bowlers have actually employed this right arm around tactic. You often see it against left-handers, but they've been using it a lot against right-handers, as you said, cutting the ball across.
And she does it again and finishes the over. Goes for 10. And so not the worst England in the 90s then, 91 for 4. Got 12 balls to go, so we'll once again be looking to get to a similar sort of score. I think that we saw posted this morning by the Netherlands. Got to 109 against Italy and were able to hold on, winning by 14 runs. So, but Ireland, they're going to have to be very good and solid with the bat. But we've seen that England, they can be beaten. Scotland showed that yesterday when they chased the 127. They did take some excellent hitting from their captain, Catherine Fraser, who was well supported by Eileen Watson. Slow, short delivery. It's up in the air, and well, it's a great effort. Threw herself at this, but this has come off the field and then gone to the boundary for 4. Would have been a tremendous catch once again. We'll see this again here. So it's sort of hovering up in the air. Fielder coming across, and oh well, it's a good job that it could have been nasty, that one.
Just burst through her hands. That's why I was just checking the replay to see it didn't hit her on the head, but she was lucky that she almost got out of the way of it.
Bobbles down the ground just to be a single this time.
I think Jasmine Wesley's going to have to go big here. She's gone 4 off 6 so far. There's still batters left in the shed. There's only 10 balls left of the innings, so she's got license here.
That sweetly, and is going to be 6. This is just all timing, isn't it? I mean, geez, you don't have to always hit the ball 70, 80 metres. Sometimes 51 metres will get you the boundary as well, and that's exactly what Wesley's done here. Just a glorious looking shot and timed beautifully.
It's almost just more of a stroke than anything. Not much power in it. It just guided it over the boundary.
This time goes for the power, but finds the safe hands off the fielder. It's a very good catch taken by the captain. Georgina Dempsey had the sun to contend with here big time, but she gets herself in the position early, takes off early, plants her feet, gets herself set, and takes a very good catch. So England at the score of 102. They lose their 5th wicket as Jasmine Wesley literally goes 6 and out.
Yeah, that was a nice solid catch, and you can see the importance there of getting your feet set nice and early, which the fielder on that drop just a minute ago wasn't able to do. It was a much more difficult chance, but the captain shows how it's done, and Jasmine Wesley did the right thing. She knew there weren't many balls left in the innings. She had to go for it. She got the 1-6, got out in the next ball, but they've got firepower to come, have England.
Maddie Ward gets an opportunity and sort of scuffs at this one. They will come across and take the single.
Well, we've been singing the praises of Maddie Ward behind the stumps with the gloves on, so she hasn't had too many chances with the bat. She's not got much of a chance here, but she'll want to see the ball fly over the rope.
Oh, that's hit firmly just out of the outstretched hand of the bowler, McBride. So it will just be a single. Ireland will take that at the moment if it's only singles. That will be the end of a good over there from McBride. Let's just go for 13. Spell 2 lots of 13, 1 for 26. And England with an over to go, 104 for 5.
So if they go really big in this over, they might get to the 1-2-6 that they got against Scotland. As we've said, that wasn't enough on game 1 of yesterday. But I think this is going to be a tough ask for Ireland. They're going to need one of their big hitters, maybe a Louise Little, to go big to get near this score. And that's kind of what Italy lacked a bit. Of course, they had Sims, who went to almost a half century, but she wasn't really ably supported by anyone else, and that's what Ireland are going to have to do here. They're going to have a big hitter near the top, but also batters chipping in with small partnerships here and there to get near that 100, and that's exactly what Scotland did yesterday.
Sophie McMahon then to finish off the innings in the field for Ireland. A big swing of the bat in the air, and I think at the last moment, McGee doesn't go for the catch. I think once again she may have lost this in the sun for a moment and decided then that the best option was to stop the ball getting past it.
Yeah, I think that was actually a good decision in the end. You don't want to hurt yourself, and also at this stage They were only ever going to get a 1 from that. The most important thing is to not let it go past you for a boundary. So she did well there just to get her body in the way of it. And England will take 1 off the first ball of the final over.
Well, that's hit pretty well. And it's probably going to clear the boundary. Yeah, it clears it by a long way. As well, Maddie Ward, she hasn't had too many options perhaps, but she shows she has the power when it comes to the hitting. That's being crunched beautifully. And though there's 2 fielders back there on the boundary, there's nothing they can do about this. 6 more.
Well, it's no surprise that Yorkshire have come calling for Maddie Ward. It's not just her skill behind the stumps. That also shows she's got immense skill with the bat, and she'll be hoping to go big again here. Only 4 balls left of the innings.
Hits it firmly. Fielder's got work to do. Gets down, gets a throw in pretty quickly. This will be close, but they will make it. Throw just needed to be a little bit fuller. The bowler would have been in play, but applause all around at the moment from England. They're getting to a good, respectable score here. Ward at 9 off 3, stays on strike after doubling up on that one.
It's a nice bit of fielding there.
That's well bowled and well played. So a good bit of cricket. McMahon says, okay, I'll go wide. Gets a Yorker length delivery outside the off, which can only be jabbed on by Ward. That means that Beth Gammon gets back on strike. She's batted well, 32 of 17. Oh dear, now this one is going to be quarter wide. It's another minimo, and I can understand what McMahon's done here because there's been so much early movement from the batter, Gammon. But I think the better option probably would have been to just go full and straight at the stumps. That's 5 more wide. The extras are really going to hurt Ireland here now.
Yeah, the keeper, Abby Harrison, was giving it the double teapot there, and rightly so. I mean, she's standing up, so it's a tough job already. And then Beth Gammon was shuffling across in front of her, and she had absolutely no chance to stop that. Just could only watch it go to the boundary. And these runs, these extras, as you said, Rico, are really going to harm Ireland.
Big time. 23 extras, 22 of them in wides, and we know that 20 of those came off just 4 balls. So if it weren't for that 20, you'd be okay. And that is going to be 4. It's a slide and dive, but the ball ricochets off the fielder and ends up resting on the boundary. So there's going to be 4 more here.
That's really unfortunate. It was almost a perfect dive. She did the hard work, got her hand there, and just, I think it hit her own arm and doubled back to the boundary. So that was really unlucky from Julie McNally there. She put in a good slide, and luck wasn't on her side there.
123 or 5, last ball of the innings, and gets scuffed and, well, misses the target. They will get 1, and that's what it will be. So this is very similar to the score that England posted yesterday in their first match. Yesterday, remember, they posted 126, but it wasn't enough against Scotland. So it's not necessarily a match-winning score. We know that for sure. It will be 124 on this occasion for 5. A good innings there from Beth Gammon. And before her, of course, there was a bit of trouble for the other batters. Couldn't really get going. But the thing that makes a big difference for me in this one, number of extras, 23.
Yeah, I mean, extras is 3rd highest scorer, and that tells the tale. But England have also showed their batting depth. Of course, it was Kestevan and Lamb who scored the runs yesterday in that speedy run chase against Italy. They both go without really troubling the score. But England's middle order fired today, and they haven't had too many chances to fire because England's top order have been so successful. So that will put England with a lot of confidence going into the tournament, going deep into the tournament from their perspective.
Well, there's some more. Well, that's probably the creepy crawly that I think frightened the batter there. Get away, get away! But most of the time, I think England were well happy with the way that they went with things out here. I mean, there were those early breakthroughs, weren't they, for Ireland, where they really did work hard. But the problem was for me, I mean, like, for example, the McCartney bowled very well, but she was responsible for 10 wides of just 2 deliveries, and that was why her bowling figures 2 for 22. Could have been so much better if she could have eliminated the extras. Georgina Dempsey, also the captain, put a big effort in with the bowling and in the field. 1 for 17 for her. But England, they just found a way to just keep picking up the runs, and most of them coming in a number of boundaries. The 6 count was pretty good. 6 sixes in the over, and also 8 fours.
Yeah, I think Ireland might see that as a bit of a missed opportunity. Let's not forget that England were 35 for 3. They had them, if not on the ropes, then at least flagging a bit and throwing up the hands there from England. But England showed why they are reigning champions, coming back strong with that middle order firing. Still great, that was a great catch there from Louise Little. So
Yeah.
Ireland showed glimpses, but England again showing why they are the team to beat here.
Yeah, they did themselves, a big favour, I think, in the field. Some of those catches that they took were very important, getting batters out at the right time. And if it weren't for that, of course, the runs could have been a lot more, because one thing England were doing, they were being very assertive and very brave with their hitting. But Ireland, I don't think they bowled particularly bad. It's just the extras that hurt you. It's a big difference, isn't it, whether you're chasing someone like 105 or this 125. So now let's see how they go about putting this run chase off. But a very good innings there from Beth Gammon. She sort of held it together while other wickets were falling around her.
Yeah, and you can just see how much firepower England have. That Rhiannon Knowling-Davis, I think she's opened the batting earlier in the tournament and she didn't even get a bat. Kiara Green, captain, also didn't feature. So that's a bit of an ominous sign for the other teams, just how strong England's batting order is. Even when their openers don't fire, they've still got the power in the middle order, and Beth Gammon, she was starved of the strike a little while she was out there. She was out there for a long time, but she showed her class. Ireland's bowlers, they were really strong yesterday, maybe didn't show their best side today, but they still got some wickets. Kaya McCartney, despite bowling those 10 wides, she still did pick up 2 wickets for 22 runs. And Georgina Dempsey, captain, leading from the front, she had the best economy and took 1 wicket for 17 runs as well. So at the halfway stage, England 123 for 6. We are set up, if Ireland want to chase it, 124. It won't quite be the 127 that Scotland chased down against this England side yesterday in the first game of the day. But the conditions are there, the sun is shining, the outfield is quick. So Ireland will have to go big if they want to chase down England's 124. A run rate of 12.4. So it's all still to play for here. Ireland, of course, will want to go after that bonus point as well, as we saw Italy do in the run chase this morning. They didn't chase the total, but they did get that bonus point. So Ireland will have their eyes on that as well. Every point counts in this ECC-W Premier Division. So the run chase is not too far away. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full for the run chase in the ECC-W Premier Division coming up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
And a very warm welcome back to the sun-drenched Cartama Oval here in Andalusia. My name's Tina Goff, and you are joining us for Ireland's run chase against England. England won the toss, decided to bat, put on a mammoth 123 for 6 off their 10 overs. Of course, England reigning champions of the ECC-W, and they are showing what they are made of after that surprising loss to Scotland on game 1 yesterday in the morning. Now want to respond with a big win here. Of course, Ireland's fortunes have been a bit reversed. They started off very strongly on the first day, getting that 8-wicket win against Scotland, but since then 4 defeats in a row have put them in a precarious position in the table. So they'll be going for not only the win here against England, which will be a big upset, but also potentially the bonus point to just make sure they leapfrog Italy in the table, who picked up 1 point this morning in their defeat to the Netherlands. Starting the bowling here, we have Caitlin Belcher, right arm over. She's opened a lot for England this week, and we've got Louise Little and Lyra McBride opening the batting. Louise Little, of course, went big against the Netherlands, 20 off just 7 balls. Just 4 off 3 against Scotland yesterday, but she had that big innings earlier in the tournament, so she'll be looking to replicate that to get Ireland close to this big total. And there is a big swing. It's going to fall short. There's a fielder out, a wide third, deep wide third. Caitlin Belcher bowling a bit of pace. Might be bowling a bit of the short stuff if you've got that protection out on the offside. The other boundary rider is in the covers, so deep covers, so unusually in this format of the game, both boundary riders in the power play are on the offside, so that kind of shows you where Caitlin Belcher is looking to bowl. Lyra McBride facing her delivery, her first delivery of the innings. She scored 3 not out against the Netherlands and a runner ball 8 against Scotland, so she'll have a point to prove with her batting as well. She's been used up and down the order, so Ireland trying something new here, going for that big run chase. And they're just going to scamper through for 1 there. Despairing dive. It is a direct hit from Captain Kiara Green, but I don't think they'll even take that one upstairs. So it's the story of the 4-for-1 records. England 1-4, lost 1. Ireland 1-1, lost 4. So it is getting to that crunch time in the league. Of course, the top, just checking this run out, yeah, safely home. If we look at the table, it's all about being in that top 4 spots. Of course, England will want to go as group winners straight through to the final. And I think at this point, Ireland will be happy to go through to final stage, even in 4th place, which puts them into that qualifier game. That's dropped short by Caitlin Belcher, and it has been dispatched, I think, just short of the boundary, so that'll be a 1 bounce 4. A very welcome boundary from Louise Little for Ireland. That takes them to 6, just 1 ball left of the first over. And we'll be wanting to see a lot more of that if you're an Ireland fan, because this is a big chase they've got on their hands, and that's a good start in the first over. Caitlin Belcher just dropping the ball slightly too short. And with that pace, Louise Little just helped it around the corner. And that one is a massive hit. I'm trying to lean out of the commentary box to see where that went, and I have no idea. That must be threatening the footballers on the football pitch. All the way from Louise Little. That is a huge hit to take Ireland to 12. You can see on the replay just how far that one went past the scorer's hut. Almost threatened the big ball, and in fact, yes, did just end up on the football pitches. So that's 12 for no loss for Ireland. That's a great start for them. And perfect timing again after that big 6. Rico full. What a shot that was.
What a shot. Nothing little about it apart from the name. That was humongous. Ends up in the football pitch. Now we know she's dangerous. Louise Little, she's shown what she can do. She's out there with Lara McBride. And it looks like Kiara Green is thinking maybe taking the pace off could work. She's done this a number of times as Green. And with the score 12 without loss, she'll bowl the second over. Good start. And again, another bowler that wants to come around the wicket and hang the ball across the right-handers.
I'd love to get the stats on that, Rico, at some point. How many balls have been bowled right arm round? It must be much higher than usual.
That's just lofted over Green, so single gets taken by Lara McBride. Now this will be interesting to see how Louise Little deals with the pace off from Green, whether she still will be looking to be super aggressive.
They're making some minor adjustments here. One across for all the offside fielders.
Up in the air and, well, the catch gets dropped now. Well, myself and Tina were a little bit worried that the two fielders might have collided here. Fortunately, they don't, but that's a chance that doesn't get taken.
We've seen 2 concussions already this week, Rico. We really do not need another one. The paramedics, I'm sure, want a day off. It was lucky they didn't collide there. I think the drop catch is secondary to the fact that both of them are still well.
Right, plays this out with the a single. Just want a good start here. Ireland, a good start. Stay up with the rate. Maybe win that power play. I mean, England, they scored 29 off the first 3. So if they can get into the 30s, maybe 35, 40, that would then set them up for a good finish. Lofted, and that's gone. That is another biggie, 6 more. And I think this one ends up in the fan zone. Well, that Grizzly might want to be ordering itself a drink at the bar, I think. That is a huge hit from Lewis.
That is a massive hit, and I think the Orange Army luckily are not there because they would have been ducking for cover. Applause all round, and rightly so, from her teammates in the Ireland 10. And this is a great start for Ireland. They'll take heart from the fact, as with Scotland yesterday, it was a good start, but you don't have to go all guns blazing from the start. Just keep yourself in contention, keep yourself on that run rate, and who knows what will happen.
Yeah, pick the right ball, and Louise is doing that at the moment. And scuffed at. It's one that she probably would have expected herself to put away. She'll be a little bit disappointed. She's missed out on that one down the leg side, but Green is not able to get the desired effect. She'll go for 10. And Ireland, good start. They've moved to 22 without loss after 2 overs.
And here's the all-important table as well, and we can see again just how important wins are, of course, but also bonus points. So if Ireland, for example, were to take all 4 points, they would jump into 3rd place, or at least level, but the 1 point would just open up that little gap to Italy. The bonus point cannot be underestimated. It's a great system, I think. It's been introduced for this tournament, hasn't it, or last year, and it's added that new dimension to the game, I think.
Worked fantastically well, and of course we saw it being pretty crucial in the Challenger division as well. As that one's uppish, but no chance of a catch as England, they've just pushed back a little bit. And did I see a signal there of a free hit? It was a free hit signalled.
So
a free hit gets signalled here.
Maybe a fielding restriction mistake. Of course, we're still, or was it height? Oh, it was height, in fact.
Yeah, called on height as you go back to the play. So that's the free hit. I mean, hit pretty well, but once again stopped in the infield. I think that's one that you could have probably been able to throw a bit more at it, try and get it over the fielders on the offside.
Yeah, you could see McBride was disappointed there as she was running through for the single. She threw her head up in disgust at herself. You don't get too many free hits in this game, and you always want to make the most of them.
Same area again, so into the offside. So though they haven't got a sweeper out on the off, they've got them pretty close together inside that 30-yard circle. Five fielders on the off. So the 2 fielders back at the moment are long on and mid-wicket. That's the areas that England are defending the boundaries they're defending at the moment. Davies comes in again. Now that's the short one that you've got to get hold of. And once again, it's another one that they haven't been able to capitalise on that delivery. It's a good stop, good bit of fielding. But Ireland, a couple of opportunities to try and get these ones away and haven't been able to do so.
I'm going to make a bold claim and say that 45 position is the most important position on the pitch when it comes to fielding. The amount of times it's hit around that corner, and it's the difference between a 1 and a 4 every time.
This time it's played out to the mid-wicket, comes in, one-hand pick-up and fires in the throw, making sure that Ireland are being made to run and don't stroll. Davies, not a bad over at all here from Howling Davies, bowling a good line and good variations also. There's the shorter delivery, which is, I think the pace means that the batters haven't been able to put it away. And that's full, but worked away nicely. It'll be another single, so bit of the old tiki-taka in this one.
Yeah, Lara McBride has just not quite been able to find the boundary in the same way that her teammate Louise Little has, and that's okay as long as Louise Little is firing, but you want to take the pressure off her as much as you can as well. It's always a team game, and it's about building these partnerships, and McBride will have to get a bit of a move on here.
And that's picked up quite beautifully, and this time they will make it count. They will go all the way, and it's Little who's doing all the damage at the moment. 6 more to her. She'll move to 28. And Ireland, they do win the power play. They move to 35 without loss. England, of course, at this point, were 29 for 2.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be an interesting game, and of course, England, reigning champions, extremely experienced, a lot of professionals, new professionals in their team. But they're human in the back of their mind. They will have that defeat against Scotland yesterday morning in their heads. That was an almost identical total. And are Ireland threatening here to do the same thing, what their Celtic neighbours did yesterday against England? Amy Gordon is coming on, and I'm sure she'll have something to say about that, especially after her batting performance yesterday was not enough against the Scots. She'll want to prove a point with the ball now.
Yeah, Gordon, good all-rounder. This time round with the bat, didn't quite get going the way she would have liked to, so let's see how she comes and starts with the ball. Starts with a short one, which just gets played back into her area. They will take the single as Gordon fires the throw back, which ends up catching McBride. McBride, I think, seeing her role at the moment, especially the way that Louise Little has hit the ball and say, well, okay, I'm just going to keep feeding you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're not prone to what they say in the middle, but Louise Little is full of confidence, I'm sure. Maybe she's just saying to Lara McBride, just get me on strike and I'll do the rest. And sometimes that's all you need, but of course that's a lot of pressure on one player's shoulders. I'm sure Louise Little will be more than happy to see Lara McBride clear the rope here as well and see that the run rate is creeping over 13. So Ireland need a few boundaries here.
This is in that vacant short square leg position. Square leg being pushed on the boundary, so just a single. And I suppose England, and there's one thing that England have done very well. And once you've got the runs on the board, you can set a field to what you feel the game requires. And here, they know that the singles don't hurt them. Every time it's a single, the rate is just going to keep going upwards. So they've pushed everybody back, especially on the leg side. You can see only the 45, and you're quite right by that position, by the way, how important it is. And well, it's important to get some rest at times as well.
I'm sure Scotland are loving this weather at the moment. The sun is shining. Not sure, we heard it's quite balmy in London, but I'm sure it's a few degrees colder up there in Scotland, so it's almost a few days till Christmas. I'm sure they're not used to this glorious sunshine.
It's the best type of sunshine, isn't it? Winter sun, because see this one, and it's going to be caught. Sharp catch. That was hit pretty hard, but dealt with by Tilly Gustavin with no issues at all. And they get the wicket they wanted. Louise Little once again makes a contribution, 30 of just 14 deliveries, but it's only her that's been doing the work so far. McBride on 9 of 11. There's a good wicket for England to get, and knowing that their opponents at this stage on need to go out around about 14s.
Yeah, and that's just the pressure of the scoreboard telling for Louise Little. I think maybe she just got a bit frustrated by her partner not quite hitting the boundaries like she was, and she thought, I've got to do this by myself, and she went for the big shot over covers, didn't quite get the elevation on it. It ended up being a good catch by Tilly Kesteven. Can't fault Louise Little for her effort. 30 off 14, so going over 200. She just needs one or two of her teammates to join in on the act and at least try and get that bonus point.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, good batter to come in. Annabelle Squires is the new batter. That was the end of the over as well. So they can't get 10s. And 10s won't get them where they need to. So they need a couple of big overs on the way. Wesley coming on to bowl, starts well. The pitched up delivery gets worked away by McBride. So Annabelle Squires, she's probably been like Louise Little, the pick of the batters. Those two really have been doing most of the work with the bat. Nobody else really has contributed. Let's see if she can.
Still all smiles from the Ireland camp. I'm sure they're loving the weather as well, but they'd love it even more if Ireland could get some points on the board here. Climb their way up that table.
England, of course, will be very happy with if the day goes to plan, get a win here, then they've got the rest of the day off, so they can certainly go back to the Sunset Beach Club and enjoy the sunshine. That's a very risky single. It's one of those really when you're knowing that you're needing a few boundaries and over. I think taking those singles really, I don't think are worth it, because you're not. If you're needing runner balls, you need 7 or 8 and over. There's Steve McVeigh, nice to see him back at the Cardham Oval. But when you're needing boundaries, I don't think taking those risky ones work. It's a nice looking shot, trying to get it in the gap, but it will just be a single. So McBride now knows, and he's trying to get a move on, but just can't find that boundary.
Yeah, and you have to remember Ireland are a young team, so all of this will be good experience for them. Only one of their players is in fact over the age of 21, so these risky singles, these experiences playing against a lot of professionals will be massive for them going forward.
And there's that important position, and this will be close. The umpire Jasmine is going to have a look upstairs. I mean, it's good running. She does back up straight away, and I think it all depends on whether she gets the reach and the slide right here as we have a look at this side on. And she does.
Yeah,
Well run.
I think that's a good run. You're calling from the non-strikers end. You're backing yourself. Obviously, you're hopefully backing up, and she got in safely there. And if the 45 picks the ball up, throws down the stumps, and you're short of your ground, you just have to say, okay, hats off. Good bit of fielding, but they'll need to take all the runs they can at this point.
Yeah, I like the imaginativeness there from the batter. Steps right across to try and get something going, but again, they keep finding that fielder, and this is well pitched up, wide outside the off. It's just going to be another single, so it's the old tiki-taka, isn't it? Tiki-taka, tiki-taka. And the one thing that England have done really well, of course, is extras. Only the one extra so far, and that was that no ball that was called for the height. So no wides at all. Firmly hit, and no boundary though, and it's just a single.
You can just feel the tension ratcheting up for Ireland. Every time they don't get a boundary, that's, I mean, a 1 or a dot is just like gold dust for England. You can see that the run rate is over 15 now. So again, it's whether they have to look at that bonus point, which is 87. I think that's maybe a bit more realistic for them now. So we'll see how they go about it for the next 5 overs.
Yeah, let's talk about, I mean, you mentioned about the fielding positions here. The fielder on the 45. Any other key fielding positions that you felt worked very well, if not just for yourself in the German side or in the tournament that we've seen so far?
I think long on and long off are big positions, and it's good to have a big player there as well. That's why I always end up going there, because sometimes those grabs at long on and long off, they're a matter of centimetres, just like a matter of centimetres there. I think it did end up going for a 4. So just that extra bit of height in the long on, long off positions can make all the difference.
Yeah, definitely can. Well, extra bit of height could have made a difference here as well. I think that's Jasmine Wesley trying to stop this one. Does get fingertips to it, but unfortunately not able to keep it away from the rope. And 4 runs, 4 grids, so finding a boundary. Annabelle Squires knows she's got to get on with it. Yeah, I think those straight boundaries are very key. One thing I always find, especially in the women's game, and I see it more in the women's game than I do in the men's, and I don't understand why. The men seem to be very happy to concede singles. I suppose maybe there's more big boundaries in the men's game, but even when it's low-scoring games, then you need to try and stop the singles. They're very reluctant to put their short mid-wicket and short covering, and I think you see more of that in the women's game, especially when it's a tight match or when you haven't got too many runs on the board.
Yeah, I mean, singles can make all the difference here. As you said, when it's lower scores, there was a couple of our innings for Germany. No, we've just got to stop on the play. I think I'm not quite sure what's going on here. I think Jasmine Wesley has hurt herself a bit.
Yeah.
I think it was that fall, and maybe she's bleeding a bit. The outfield is not quite as slick as it was this morning. We saw a few good slide tackles on the field this morning, and it's dried up a bit. And I think she's just feeling the effects of that full length slide. She's got those sleeves on to protect her, but you can see they'll need to have a wash this evening. Bit of grass mark there, and hopefully she's all right. I think
Yeah, the medic just came and administered some of the magic spray.
Mythical, magical spray.
She's going to be straight in the action, and yeah, just saw a throw there, and she's holding that elbow. I reckon she could be in trouble here.
Yeah, take her off.
If you're struggling that much, you're better off coming off the field. I mean, I'm not seeing any change just yet. I see the umpires just checking that she's okay. It's a nice looking shot, but once again, there's that key fielder, the 45. We just talked about it. Fielder on the 45 and 2 straight is key. Now, I think some more discussions about Jasmine, and no, she's staying on the field of play. She looks like she's a bit of a fighter. Doesn't want to go off just yet. Let's head in that direction, and
pass the ball off.
Yeah, look, brilliantly done, and this going to be resulting in a run out, and it will. That's superb fielding, and Jasmine, we know she's under immense pain there, but doesn't want to go off the field of play, Jasmine Wesley, but comes across, great fielding, the knock on, pushes it to the fielder. The throw comes in, there's a run out, and that's probably one of our HCL software plays of the day here. Wonderfully well done. And you can see that Kiara Green just checking on her as well. I think she doesn't want to go off the field of play. Let's watch this again though. Pushes it forward, passes it on, perfect lay on, stronger together. That's what you got to be in this game sometimes, and that was a little bit of stronger together fielding, and an easy bit of work done there by Gordon in the end because of that great throw. Excellent bit of work from England. The standards, as you expect from them, pretty high.
Yeah, that was almost one-armed bandit fielding there from Jasmine Wesley, the 20-year-old. She is in a lot of pain. Of course, England are down 1 as well. Ria Fackrell, we think, isn't going to feature in the rest of the tournament due to concussion protocols. I think Amy Wheeler, she was under a blanket earlier, so maybe she's getting up out of her blanket, and maybe she's being prepped, because I think it would make sense to take Jasmine Wesley off here. She's clearly in a lot of pain, and it's not worth risking it out in the field.
And this one, though, is going to be stopped by nobody. That, I think, goes all the way. They're going to check this, but I reckon this is clear. The rope is going to be 6 runs. So a powerful hit. Laura McBride was struggling to get anything going. Well, she gets plenty on this one. I think that's 6 runs.
Yeah, that's gone all the way. And, of course, if you're carrying an injury, it's Murphy's Law that the ball's going to come to you every single time. She's running across to the offside, so it looks like she is going to carry on. You can see that Amy Wheeler is standing up in the tent. She has got her full kit on, but maybe they're just going with the call of the player on field. She's walking with a bit of a lean, but she seems to be a fighter. Of course, I'm sure she's keen to bowl as well. She can contribute with the bat and ball, and she's an incredible fielder, which is what injured her in the first place. But hopefully she'll be okay to carry on. But the island chase is still alive and kicking, of course. We always do talk about it, that elusive bonus point. They need to go almost 17 to actually chase down the total, which might be a bit out of their grasp, I think.
Nice looking shot. The field is set to it and will be fielded there by Caitlin. Caitlin Belcher does the fielding.
And we've got Jasmine Wesley now at point, which isn't the best position to be in either, to be honest. If you get a big shot cut at you, she's still feeling that right elbow.
That's good contact, and this time, finally, they get one to get past the fielder. And not been too many that have gone past that way, but this one does, and it's been well struck. Sounds good off the bat, so they do get another boundary here. So Lara McBride, well, maybe she needed a few balls, about 10 of them, before she could get going, which she's going now. That's another boundary for her.
Yeah, fair play. She's staging a bit of a comeback here. She did clearly find it hard going at the top of the innings, but she's done what any good batter does, and that's just stick in there and take the bad balls when they come.
Talk about bad ball. Two umpires are looking at each other. We might have a look at the height on this one. I think they're asking for it to be checked. And it probably would have been a wide as well. We'll see this. Back in a crease. How high is this? No, that's fine. No issues at all.
I think it was a slower ball, so it was one of those big dippers that came down with snow on top.
It's that pull shot, but they've got that area of the ground pretty well covered as Davies continues. He's probably go second over. He's bowled pretty well as Davies.
She didn't get a chance with the bat earlier, which she has done in previous games, so she'll want to do her part with the ball. 2 overs left in her spell. She'll be wanting to get a wicket here as well.
Well, now, you might as well swing the bat at it. Could have gone anyway, but that definitely will be a no ball. I don't think we have to see this one again. It's called on the field of play by both the umpires. So, once again, I think it's a slow ball attempted. Comes out wrong.
I do admire the fact that she keeps going. It clearly didn't quite pay off the first time, and it didn't pay off the second time, but you just got to keep going in as a bowler, keep trying those variations. This is the place where you've got to try them.
And now this one is a bit of a teaser for the fielder, who does, well, almost makes a save. Now remember, it's one of those where the catch probably wouldn't have mattered because he wouldn't have been out. So the play here really is to try and stop the boundary, which also doesn't happen to get through it. Once again, I think the sun could definitely have been a decisive factor there, steering right at it, but not able to make the stop. And that is taken. What a sharp catch that is. Well, it gave me a fright, she says. I'm not surprised. That was going pretty quickly. And swings hard at this Dempsey after getting one boundary. But this time round finds the player who still has to do all the hard work and take the catch. That's a really good catch. Smartly taken. And Rachel King giving the congratulations there to Lamb. And you'll see it again here. Hit hard, gain quick, and well taken. And I like the reactions afterwards saying, oh my gosh, that was coming quick. Good catch.
She was probably having a nice time at deep cover. The ball's not gone to her too often. Certainly not gone in the air to her, and she was just sunning herself out there, and suddenly that came onto her as quick as a flash, and a good pair of hands. She saw one go down from her teammate Beth Gammon just the ball before. She's probably thinking, oh, we don't want to drop 2 and 2 here, and she made sure they didn't. So it's Georgina Dempsey, the captain, that does have to go. And Ireland, I think, now are in pure bonus point territory.
Yeah, I think you get to that point now where they now get to the 87, and a bit similar to what we were saying about Italy earlier. Get to the 87 and then have a real swing at things. And the 75 for 3 at the end of 7.
We've seen the combination of take a catch and then get a bowl. And Beth Gammon, she did just drop that one. It was a tough chance, but she's getting the bowl as well.
That's hit pretty well in that leg side, and there's the stop. Well done. Good save. And you can see Ireland, they're trying so hard here. Credit to them. They've gone out there, they're swinging at this. They got the better power play, didn't they? 35 without loss. But then lose wickets at the wrong times.
I think we just see the difference in depth in the two teams. That Ireland are relying on 1 or 2 batters, Little or Squires, to go big, whereas England, their openers didn't go big today, and they still put on a mammoth total.
Yeah, it's picked up quite nicely, but once again, it's to the fielder out there that's been very good. That's Rachel King. But yeah, it's those. He had those 3 overs, over number 4, 5, and 6, which went for 5, 6, and 8. That's a combination of Gordon and Wesley, and that really took the sting out of the run chase. That's gone up in the air. Should be an easy catch, and it will be taken comfortably. So Maddie Ward gets the wicket. And unfortunately, that's the wicket that didn't want to lose because you needed a McBride out there. She was the only hope. Now she departs. McMahon will be joined by a new batter. Now she knows that they still have to try and get to this 87.
Yeah, it was a battling innings from McBride. It was tough going for her at the start, but she did well to pull it back. She would get over a run rate, almost edging towards 200. So that was a good comeback from her after she let Louise Little do a bit of the hard hitting towards the start of the innings. But for Ireland now, given that they've lost 4 wickets as well, it's just about that bonus point. And that's maybe why England are trying out a few different bowlers as well. They can feel that the 3 points are in the bag, and maybe it's a stretch too far for England to get that bonus point, because Ireland do just need to knock the ball about now, and I hope that message has got out to them as well. Let's just get the bonus point and come away with 1 point at least.
It's in the air, but will drop tamely before fielder can get to it. It's just going to be another single. So Ireland, I think that's what the word would have been from the bench. Look, make sure of the point. That keeps them that 1 point ahead of Italy. Well, trying to get a bit funky here. Wants to go the reverse Malachi. There's Sophie McMahon.
I admire the inventiveness. I would just knock it into the cap for a single, but it's because I don't have that reverse shot in my locker, so I'm just jealous of those who do.
This time, probably the better option, you would say, for McMahon. Just plays it down the ground, takes a single. Abby Harrison is out there, but you won't get on strike because that was the end of the over, and 80 then for 4 at the end of the 8th over. Abby, I think, did a good job behind the stumps, and see if she has an opportunity to get a few runs on the board here as well.
Yeah, well, she'll want to improve on yesterday's performance. She did get the Royal Duck, the lesser spotted Royal Derrick against Scotland off the first ball of that innings. It was a bad ball by Cara Scott, and as is always the way, a bad ball gets a wicket. So she was very disappointed with herself, I imagine, after that. She couldn't believe what she did, picking out a fielder off a pretty rank half tracker. So after having a good performance with the gloves, she'll be wanting to put that right and at least get her team over the line for the bonus point.
Well, and again, a very adventurous shot. Likes to try and give herself some room, does McMahon. We saw her try the old reverse Malachi. This time she's stepping right across and trying to play this one away. Becomes the dot ball.
They just need to be a bit careful here, Ireland. They still need to get those 7 runs for the bonus point. I know we keep on going on about it, but it can be ever so important, as we saw last week in the Challenger division as well.
Well, now she's getting tense, and 9 balls to come here, and they're still looking to get those 7 runs. And got to really, when you look at the way the field is, bat on ball and take the single. That's got to be the play here. Well, all that will do.
All that.
1 bounce, 4 runs. That's a tremendous shot. Gets it over the infield and gets 4 in that deep extra cover area. Delightful shot.
Yeah, I think McMahon was maybe a bit frustrated with herself that she'd eaten up a few dot balls, so she says, you know what, I'll just smack this over the covers for 4.
Yeah, good looking shot. Cuatro carreras, that means just 3 away. Registering a point here, Ireland. And that is going to be an easy dismissal, I would imagine. They're going upstairs to have a look. And doesn't look to be wanting to make her way off the field here, McMahon, but get the feeling that she may have struggled to get back. Let's have a look here. I don't know if there's any part of that foot behind the line.
We've had a few of these tight ones today, haven't we, Rico? I think my instinct would be out, especially we're not quite level on this angle. I think it's more just her shoe on the line, but we called this wrong earlier in the day, so
yeah.
I wouldn't want to be out there making that decision.
Yeah, there's the take, and
it's called not out.
Off. Not out being called, I suppose. I think with those, they probably go to the. They're saying it's too close to call on the camera, to go with the on-field decision, which again is not out. That's nicely played, and that is going to be a point in the end then for Ireland. 2 boundaries will do it, and a nice shot. Well, McMahon, she didn't look like she wanted to leave the centre stage. She stuck around. She plays another nice shot. So 2 boundaries of that over from Green. And Ireland, they move to 88 at the end of the 9th over.
Yeah, she was given a bit of a life on that previous delivery with the tight stumping call, and she made the most of it there. And what a final game that sets up this evening. Now that we know Ireland do have that bonus point, which takes them 1 point back ahead of Italy after Italy got the bonus point this morning. But by the end of the day, that could look really, really different. So I'm already looking forward to Game 4. We've already got an exciting Game 3 lined up as well. So what a day of cricket we have here.
It's actually a huge match because so Ireland will play the match we talked about. Of course, it will be the last match of the day, match day 4, match 16. Ireland playing Italy. Now Ireland will and do and have played a game more than Italy, as that's a hit me ball. But well, it's a great save actually, because that one looked like it was going to be sent to the boundary.
Oh yeah, that was a nice slide from the boundary. She was probably disappointed.
It gets charged at how high is it? Yeah, I think that's okay, but it's worth having a look. But yeah, I mean, they play each other in this match, but then tomorrow, now let's have a quick look at tomorrow, because down the leg side will be a wide. I think maybe a chance of a very difficult stumping, which I think Maddie Ward just wasn't able to take the ball clean enough. You see it here. Yeah, actually, got to give the batter credit. Does get back very quickly. We'll get on to what I'm saying maybe after this one. As that's launched, and that will go all the way. Good hit. And knock. I think that one's gone into the ECN office as Sophie McMahon continues to use the long handle, turns this into a full toss and crunches it for a big 6. And move into the 90s here now with that hit. Beautifully played, 96 for 4. Goes again. Volley. Well, where's this been? Sophie McMahon dances down the track and goes boom, shakalagia, and that brings 100 up, 102 with 3 balls to go.
Having a bit of a deja vu feeling. This is exactly what happened in the previous game. We thought this game was dead and buried, and suddenly the tail, it's not quite the tail, the middle order starts kicking.
It's whipped away, and looks like they're thinking 2, but I don't think he's on it. Oh dear. Well, they're going to get there because the throw was too strong. And it was, I think she's having so much fun, Sophie McMahon. She says to Abby, come on, I'm coming. If I'm out, I'm out. I don't care. I want to have another go.
I don't blame her.
And this time she will go. So there is a wicket. Hammond picks up her second, but there was also some joy there from Sophie McMahon. I like that from Sophie. Went out there, was brave, played some really nice shots, and will depart for 24 of 13 balls. The unlucky 13 for her. Once again, this time an easy stumping for Maddie Ward. And Gammon picks up another wicket. But just looking at the matches now that we've got a bit of time to talk about this. So tomorrow, Ireland will only play 1, and they take on the Netherlands. So that ain't going to be an easy match.
No, not at all.
Italy, it doesn't get any easier for them either. They start off with England. That's the first match of the day, and then they have that match against Scotland. Now remember, those 2 teams play that golden ball match. That could be the key match. I think Scotland will be favourites now with the run they've had. But Italy, if they can get the win there, that could be a big decider. So next match, or the last match coming up between in the day, Italy and Ireland will be key. Ireland will be looking for a win there because they know they've got a difficult run tomorrow with just the 1 match, whereas Italy will have 2 to play. So that's going to be very interesting. This one, though, comes to a close. There was a little bit of a blast there from Ireland. But once again, if it couldn't have happened at the midway part of the innings, it could, again, have been a different result.
Yeah, and again, it'll be small parts of the game that Ireland will take confidence from, like Italy did this morning. A great little hit at the end there by Sophie McMahon, and if she can fire along with Louise Little, who's continuing to impress at the top of the order, then Ireland will have hope that they can make it through to finals day. But as we keep on saying, and we'll build it up, so I'm hoping it's going to live up to the top billing, that Italy-Ireland game this evening where they can take points off each other will be a enormous game.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge match as we have a look at the lovely signs there. Come on, tell us, what's the sign there for? Educate me. Is it winners or women's? Or
this is just the big W for a win.
Okay.
So, they've been throwing that up a lot, England. They didn't quite do it against Scotland. They could have thrown the L, the big loser sign, but they'll be more than happy to get back to those W ways, the winning ways. And before we have that big match this evening, of course, we've got another intriguing matchup between Scotland and the Netherlands.
Yeah, Scotland, can they continue what has been a pretty impressive comeback from them ever since the Golden Ball victory? They haven't lost, and I think a lot of that's been down to Watson. Her batting has been superb, and I think Catherine Fraser, the captain, has found her form at the right time. We saw some good bowling from McCoyle yesterday as well. She picked up 3 wickets, and also from Scott, and they certainly have gone to the slower bowlers, which has worked a treat. But back to this one, I suppose what you could say is that Ireland, they definitely do win the power play. But then after that, England, they put the squeeze on. Amy Gordon bowled beautifully well, and Wesley got a good over in there too. Davis was a little bit expensive, but they found a way to keep it nice and, nice and quiet for the Irish. There was some nice hitting there towards the end, and I like that from McMahon, 24 of 13. But when you look at that, the scorecard from Ireland, it's a pretty healthy one. But one thing that comes to mind is that the rate that they're scoring at, that's where they're probably letting themselves down a little bit. You saw batters, maybe the likes of Lara McBride is a good example. Takes a few balls to get going. The only one who gets going straight away is Louise Little, who scored a fine 30 of 14 balls.
Yeah, in this form of the game, you want to be seeing those strike rates up and around 200, even for the women. And yeah, apart from Louise Little, everyone is kind of hovering around the 100, and they're going to have to go big against Italy, because you know that Italy have big hitters as well, and hopefully Jasmine Wesley is okay there. She took a hit diving in the field, and England, of course, were throwing themselves around the field, showing us what they can do. They'll be happy to get their one and only win today under their belts. They can go home now and put their feet up at the pool, enjoy this sunshine, and watch the rest of the day's action unfold.
Yeah, it's the best way to do it, and of course I think someone like Jasmine Wesley will probably get a bit of physio on that. It looked like he was holding the elbow. Could have been the elbow or the shoulder, so they wouldn't want another injury, especially with Rio Facro, as we know. He's going to be out for the remainder of this championship. But all smiles from them, and as we saw when they were coming off, there was the old W for win and also W for women's, because we're enjoying the women's cricket that we're seeing, and we're enjoying the love and the excitement and the entertainment that the players are bringing us so far. Lovely shot of the Cardamom Oval, looking splendid in the sunshine. And there's the look of the batting card. So once again, it's the strike rate which Ireland will be looking to improve going forward.
Yeah, definitely. And you just need one or two more of those top order. Of course, Lara McBride did end up going quite big in the end, but it was Louise Little who was more or less battling away by herself at the start. And she'll be hopefully saying to her teammates, look guys, we can do this. We just need to all pull our weight and get going together. And in terms of the bowling, it's interesting as well for the England bowlers that, of course, Amy Wheeler didn't play this game. She's been a frontline bowler for them, and they use 6 other bowlers today, so it really just highlights their strength in depth. Amy Gordon, a consistent performer, as always, and yeah, in the end it was tighter than it looked. Again, like this morning, Italy fought towards the end, but it was more or less a one-sided affair here for England.
Yeah, it was. It's nice to see that teams are battling hard. Italy did that, Ireland did that here as well, and that is what makes that last match of the day, when Italy and Ireland meet each other, a very exciting and entertaining proposal. So looking forward to that one. But before that, of course, Scotland will be taking on Netherlands. We're back to our normal times, and that match will be starting in about 17 minutes time. So join me, Rika Full and Tina, when we're back, and hopefully talking you through a very exciting and entertaining match. Scotland and Netherlands looking to continue their impressive unbeaten runs. Join us back in about 17 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to our next match. The Netherlands are taking on Scotland. Netherlands, they're playing some good cricket at the moment. Confidence is high in their camp. Speaking of confidence, Scotland, after winning the golden ball the last time that I was in the commentary box before the start of today, well, they won that close 71-71 golden ball, and since then they've been undefeated. They had a wonderful day yesterday with victories over Scotland and also Ireland. Let's join the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Scotland, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Netherlands as the away team, you'll call.
Rado.
It's been called Rado. It's come down, Rado, you've won the toss.
We'll have a bat first.
Okay, a toss from the Netherlands, who will bat first?
Netherlands winning the toss. I'm going to stick with what's working for them so far on a beautiful sunny day in Andalusia. They are going to have a bat first. So once again, I think Phoebe Monkenbaugh is going to be key. She finally did get that half century. 49 yesterday, she got 52 in the earlier match today. She was well supported by Sanya Karurana, and I think those two are going to be pretty key once again with the bat. With the ball, Netherlands have been making plenty of changes. Oost was brilliant last time around, the youngster. She'll be sitting this one out, so somebody else will get the opportunity to pick up those all-important wickets. Scotland, they've been a revolution. They've been led very well by their captain. I think Catherine Fraser has been playing brilliantly well. Remember her knock yesterday at that 41 she scored, and in that 41 she hit 6 huge sixes to give them the win against England. But more importantly, I think for them, it's not just that win against England. That would have given them a boost, but the way they came back and they defended 70 to beat Ireland. So they are in very good form at the moment. I think it's going to be an exciting match. Scotland, can they continue their wonderful spell? They're up against Netherlands. It's going to be a tough one. Netherlands having a bat first. Let's go straight over to Tina Goff for the start of the first ball.
Thank you, Rico, and welcome back. The sun is still shining down on us here at the Cartmel Oval. Game 3 of the day, game 15 overall in this tournament. See Scotland against Netherlands for the second time, of course, in this round robin format. The Netherlands won their first game against Scotland by 4 runs. And of course, they have a win under their belt this morning as well, beating Italy by 14 runs. So they'll want to continue that good run of form. But speaking of good runs of form, Scotland themselves, after losing the first 3 games of this tournament, have come back firing, winning the next 3. So they've got a record of 3 for 3. Taking a look at the lineups, obviously we've got Ellen Watson and Niamh Muir at the top of the batting order for Scotland, but of course first and foremost the Netherlands will be batting, and Phoebe Monkenbaugh will want to build on her half century this morning. And because maybe the Netherlands have the momentum from the opening game this morning, they are up at 71%, which I think is quite generous to the Netherlands, or maybe better put, harsh on the Scots given the run of form that they are on. They'll be wanting to make sure their one and only game today is a win to take them to a record of 4 against 3. Holding the ball is Molly Parker, who missed out yesterday. Of course, 13 players in the squad. There's always going to be a bit of rotation, especially with these young players. Molly only just turned 17 this month, so she's one of the youngest, if not the youngest, in the team for Scotland, but she's been given the big responsibility of taking the ball for the first over here for Scotland, and she'll be up against the full force of Phoebe Monkenbaugh with her kit back, having lost it for a while somewhere around Amsterdam Airport, and at the other end ably supported by Sanya Karurana. And that hit has gone all the way. First ball has been hit for a big 6. There's no messing about from Monkenbaugh. She has picked up exactly where she left off this morning. It's not a bad ball here by Molly Parker. Maybe that left arm angle is just kind of swinging it into Monkenbaugh's arc, and she says, thank you very much, big 6. Lovely shot, and the fielder there, she thought she was interested. I think that's Darcy Carter out there. Thought she was there, available, but just went straight over her head. Malcolm does the sensible thing. If you hit a massive 6 first up, just get yourself off strike. Sanya Karana then will take the strike. She's gone big a few times. She went 39 off 19 against Italy, 12 off 6 against Ireland in a fixture earlier in this tournament. She's got a few starts, but not quite hit the heights of her partner Malcolm at the other end. She'll of course want to put that right in the game today against Scotland. And she won't have the chance to put that right, because that is an absolutely brilliant delivery by Molly Parker. Just as the left arm in swing kind of played against her. First ball, this time it does the business. It slips through the gate of Sanya Karani. You've got to say that is a good ball. Slightly fuller delivery, not in the slot like it was first ball. And let's take a look at this. Yeah, just a little late tail. Beaten all ends up Sanya Karana. She has a little look up the pitch, looks back at her stumps, and maybe on that occasion she just have to say, that's a good ball. Molly Parker looks almost exhausted from the effort of that delivery. What a ball it was. That's an early blow for the Netherlands, who lose one of their openers. They find themselves at 7 for 1. And now might be a good time to bring in my partner in crime, Rico Fall. That was a great delivery, wasn't it?
It's a great delivery. She really has impressed me, Molly Parker, left armer. I know she has troubles. We've seen a few times she over pitches and there's been a few no balls, but when she gets it right, and she's been absolutely superb. Great delivery and gets the wicket of Kurana, who's been in good form. And there it is again this time. Taking it on, good throw, could be in trouble. Needed to be a direct hit. Good work from Faisal. It's Mariam Faisal. Makes a stop, throws herself at this one. And it's almost like Robin Riker was pretty happy to get to the other end. Got two hard hitters out there. And Malcolm Ball, what a start she made with that big hit 6. It's played firmly, but straight to the fielder this time. I think having the keeper standing up is pretty key here as well. It's and Watson behind the stumps, because you'd want to Parker, because of the way she gets the ball to move around. You'd probably would like to bat outside the crease to compensate the swing. Put the keeper up, not allowing you to do that. They'll take the single here. It's a good start. It was that huge 6, which thought, okay, here we go. But came back well then, Molly. And keeps it to just the 9 off that first over. 9 for 1. We go full here. And Tina will just grab a bit of lunch, as we'll cover each other in this match to do so. We can have a look at where we are here at the moment. Of course, Jersey, they did go up from the Challenge Division. They were the champions when they won that very tight final 70-55 against Germany. And Czechia, they were a team that will go down. They had plenty of heart, plenty of character, and plenty of personalities. But they will go down, and pretty sure that we'll see them improve vastly thanks to the experience. Bit of spin, and that's a really nice shot. It's all about the footwork. Comes down the wicket. And Scott, who did pick up the player of the match performance with her bowling yesterday. Oh, that's a nice shot to get her away for a boundary. Yeah, Scott. 2 for 9. And it was the wicket she took at the top of the order, I think, that got her that player of the match verdict. I mean, there was 3 wickets also from Kirsty McCoyle, but they came more the middle of the batters. That was, of course, good tidy bowling to restrict Scotland to 70, but that's where they came into their own though in the field. I mean, just 70 and to defend it. Second time we've seen it done, of course, mentioned already. And that's what Jersey had to do against Germany to win the Challenger final. So bowling was absolutely key, and that's why they're going straight away to Scott here. That's too short, and well, Malcolm Ball's going to be disappointed here. I think she wants to try and get a a play at the big shots. He wants to go down the leg side, but finds herself having to play at the off. Not able to get herself in a position to play the executed shot. This time she will come down. She hits this pretty well, and that will go all the way. This time there's no hesitation. Makes up her mind, goes for it, and executes it. That will go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. The big hit. Powerfully struck. It's got better and more confident with every innings. SVB. Rocks on the back foot, plays this away. One fielder out on the boundary doing the work. That's Darcy Carter. The end of the over. So once again, a big boundary. Big 6 would come from it. The Netherlands go nicely, 22 for the 1. And this is the way the standings are looking here. So this is a real sort of, could be a changeover match if Scotland can get the win here. They could be looking at leapfrogging the Netherlands. Netherlands, though, they're in good form. Both teams have been in good form. That's the key. Netherlands only lost the 1 match, of course, to England and Scotland after a bit of a shaky start when they held their nerve to win the golden ball against Italy. They've won 3 on the spin since then. Good wins for them yesterday, when they beat, of course, England and then defended that 70 up in the air. And, oh, it gets dropped. Just takes her eye off the ball at the last moment there. That's Macy. This is Macy Masera with the ball. Yeah, at the last moment, could have started with a wicket. But at the last moment, you see, she just lifted her head, took the eye off the ball, and the ball pops out. Single off the second. Good areas though from Macy Masera. That's a nice shot. Really good. Every time the ball is pitched up, it's been sent down the ground. There's going to be 6 more signaled by the umpire, Meda. A lovely, powerful shot down the ground. She's picking the length of these beautifully, is Malcolm Bohr. That's another delightful shot. She's not hesitating. And you can see it's going to be made a bit easier for her with the wicketkeeper now going back. It gives her the freedom to come down the track. And now that's chipped up in the air. Gets a bit lucky here. I think that might have caught like almost the top edge of the bat. Doesn't really get the full blade on it. Gets a single, rotates a strike and hands it back to Robin Riker. Now we know that she can be pretty dangerous as well. Has always played sort of supporting roles with the bat. She's worked around the partner she's got. That's a nice sweep shot. It's a long chase for the fielder, and it's an excellent dive. And now, well, she's looking at people behind her who are probably calling for this to be looked at again, probably saying, "Oh, well, we'll have a look." Question here is, I think, when she gets down, is she in contact with the ball at any point when she hits the rope? You see, when she's going, the foot does hit the rope at some point, but does she release the ball in time? And I think they're saying that that's okay. So it ends up being a good save. Tremendous effort. Fielding standards from all the teams have been exceptional. It's firmly here. This is going to take some stopping, and can't be. It's another powerful hit. Riker gets herself back on strike and hits her first boundary to end of the over. Netherlands, it's a good power play, 37 for 1. We'll have a chance and have a look at those, the way the power play is going here. You can see it going in the right direction. 9, 13, and the 15. And of course, the most important thing is they're getting a partnership together after losing Sanya Kurana, the very first ball that she faced. It's been a very good comeback. Some of the days that we celebrate here today is the birthday of Steven Spielberg, born today in 1946. Of course, enjoyed critical acclaim with movies such as Jaws, E.T., Schindler's List, and Saving Private Ryan was born today. Now that, oh well, was never going to be easy for Kirsty McCoyle, but I think she's made that more difficult by just coming off the line a little bit too soon. We've seen this done a few times. She gets sucked in from the boundary and then finds the ball going over her head. Also, in 1943, Keith Richards, British guitarist of the rock band The Rolling Stones, was born. I like a bit of Keith Richards, just some of the days marked today. Yes, that ball needs to be found in the shrubs. Going to need some assistance there. It brings us time to bring Tina back into the commentary box. I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Yeah, it was a lovely spot of lunch. It's always a little rushed here in the commentary box, but because we want to be in the action all the time, not a moment's rest. So I admire the stamina of you and Vinny to have done this all year. I can't. You must have the number of games in your head.
It's a lot.
A lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, I think well over 1,000.
Wow.
I think that there's so many that you lose count. But everyone has been exceptional. Cricket's been great. It's been a tremendous year, really. I know Vinny has all the numbers in his head and the number of matches. I think we've passed over 1,600 matches, and there's been a fair few of boundaries in that time and some great fielding as well. That is a wonderful shot, and that's Neve Moore. She doesn't show any fear getting down to this one. It's a tricky one. It's not catchable, but it needs to be stopped because otherwise it's going to take her ankles.
Yeah, she did well there. Catherine Fraser has brought herself onto bowl. She's obviously had a good few days. She got 1 for 9 against Ireland, of course, that 26 off 19 with the bat, the top score player of the match against England in that famous run chase. But she's coming up against a formidable opponent, both in the form of Mokumba, who I'd argue is probably the most in-form player at the tournament at the moment, off the back of an almost 50, an actual 50, and now she's threatening again on 35. And Robin Riker, of course, MVP from last year, so we know what she can do. She hasn't quite done it yet in this tournament, but today might be that day. That's zipped in, just toying with that wide line, just sneaked in. Of course, we're looking at this right arm round angle again from the spin bowlers.
Yeah, and she's just sneaking it in there. It's a couple of times that she's got the dot ball in.
That one squeezed away. It's a good chase there from Molly Parker. Of course, she's left-handed, so it's always good to put someone in the point position who can run around onto their left hand. That takes it to the end of the 4th over. It's a good over from Catherine Fraser, going for 9. 46 for 1, the Netherlands are. And if we look at how they've been going, of course, losing that very, very early wicket in the form of Karana, they've done well. They've got 2 very experienced batters at the crease. And I think they'll be talking to themselves in the middle, saying, let's just keep going. There'll be a few bad balls here and there, maybe, and if they can punish those, and otherwise just knock the ball into the gaps, then they're on for another big total. I mean, we've had 2 lots of 100-run innings, first innings up. Might be on for a third here, Rico.
Yeah, well, yesterday, of course, we started with 2 lots of sort of the 120s, didn't we? We thought it was going to be a high-scoring day, but then one sort of fell away a little bit towards the end of the day. But here, again, a good positive start, and that will help, as that's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, that's the first ball of Darcy Carter's spun. Didn't quite get the line right. If we keep on talking about this right arm around angle, which can wreak havoc for the batters, but if it gets a bit too wide, especially if you have quite a wide third or no third in the case of Scotland, then it can be quite easily squeezed through, as is the case there. And when you're on form like Mokumba is, then everything you touch turns to gold. In that case, it turned to a 4. She's on 40 off just 17 balls. She tries to go big again. She's just going to evade the fielder out there in mid-wicket, but there's Neve Muir out there. And good fielding out on the boundary by Abby Aitken-Drummond, who's come back into the team after she missed out yesterday. Obviously brings with her a wealth of experience, and they'll be looking to lean on that when it comes to the run chase. So you've been to over 1,000 games this year, Rico. Is there a highlight, 1 or 2 highlights that stand out? They must all blur into one at some point.
That's the thing, you know. You have these, for example, the Golden Ball match here. I mean, what a highlight! But then when you have so many matches, you sort of tend to forget some of the ones that we've had. I mean, we've seen high-scoring matches, you know, when we've seen plenty of 200s put on the board, we've seen, you know, batters scoring big runs, the quick centuries.
That's just fumbled in the outfield, so pressure on the fielder, they'll go through for just a 1.
Yeah, 5 wicket hauls. So there's so many. So they come quick and fast.
Yeah, and it must be so tough being on the road all that time and so many highlights, and we're hoping for a few more highlights in this tournament. We've had, of course, a lot already. Some big scores, some spectacular catching. There was 2 spectacular catches yesterday in the field. One thing we're missing is just one of those, we want someone to go big. We had, not to put myself in it, but we had 100 last week, and I'd love to see someone up there with me on the 100 leaderboard for the ECC-W this year. And that's gonna drop, and it's gonna be difficult for the fielders, and they don't get there. And if someone's gonna threaten the 100, Mokenborg might be one of those people. That takes her to 46 off just 20 deliveries, and at the end of the 5th, the Netherlands are on 58 for 1, and Mokenborg is in tremendous form at the moment, and she's maybe threatening that century count.
Yeah, well, look, I said today that we haven't quite seen one yet in the Premier Division. Maybe we are going to get one, and certainly the way she's playing at the moment, she's seen the ball well, she's using her feet brilliantly, and it's a bit of an issue here for Scotland. They want to keep her up, obviously they do, to try and keep her in the crease, but then I think the bowlers, they're just straying with the lines, so they're not having the consistency there. So it's an interesting sort of you know, cat and mouse situation. At the moment the keeper goes back again, but how soon before they bring her back? So interesting match in progress.
Yeah, and they've turned to Lucy Forrester-Smith now for the 6th over, and that's just cut away nicely. It's going to be a chase, and she's not going to manage it, and that's straight off the middle of the bat for Riker. She's getting in on the action now. She's seen enough from Mokenborg at the other end. She wants a bit of this boundary action, and that takes her to 16 off 10. That's a lovely shot, and she had to reach for it a bit, but that was just pure timing as well.
Yeah, one thing I noticed is that with Scotland here in the field, they actually have the extra player on the leg side. We've seen a lot of teams that are being heavier on the offside. I mean, that one will be stopped, so throws the serve at it, makes the stop, would just be a single. So normally we've seen sort of 4 in the circle on a sweeper, but Scotland are feeling that they want the extra protection on the leg side. So they've got sort of 45, then they have got the square leg mid-wicket and long on. And I think as I was talking, actually, they've just brought 1 over after that last shot. So I think this is a bit more balanced now, this field. This probably works better for me.
Yeah, and as we just have a short break here while the batter, Riker, does her shoelaces up. Yeah, it's about that balance between, you want to bowl one side of the pitch, but you also know that the batters are going to favour that leg side for those big shots. We've seen a few threatening the team tents and the paramedics tents already this morning. And she's just strayed a bit too wide. I like the idea of keeping it outside off. As you said, Rico, they've brought 2 boundary riders onto the offside, so they wouldn't mind if they just hit those boundary riders, but that one strayed a bit too wide there from Forrester-Smith.
I think it's a good plan. That's the plan to do. So, right, set the field, try and bowl outside the off. She's got a bit of pace, does Forrester-Smith. She gets the ball in the right area. It's time to go straight, and that's been hit beautifully. It's a lovely shot. It goes for the Yorker, but if you don't get it right, it allows the batters to go hard at it. And Riker, it's right up her sleeve, this one. She likes his shot, plays it beautifully, 4 runs, splits the 2 fielders.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter where you have your boundary riders. If you hit it straight as an arrow, as Riker did there, no one's stopping it. So Forrest has gone for 11 off her 3 balls so far. And that's a better line. There's a big shout there. Might be height, might also be trailing down leg side. Big no from umpire Maz there. Gives it a leg by. And then gets Mokenborg back on strike on half-century watch here. She's on 46. Just have a look at that replay. I think maybe, yeah, you can see all 3 stumps there. So it's just going to be drifting down a little half appeal there.
Yeah, good call there for Marzi, missing the stumps.
She has gone big here. It's not going to quite get to the boundary. Catherine Fraser, the captain, scampers round to her right to cut that off. So it's just the 1. Bit of a hit of the pads from Mokenborg there. She knows she kind of missed out on that. She'll be keen to get back-to-back half-centuries after going up short yesterday. racking up almost 150 runs in her 3 innings in the last 3 games. That's a wide full toss. Again, Riker just missed out on that, but that's not a bad ball, actually. That's what we were saying, Rico. If you bowl it wide, full toss, outside off, you've got your boundary riders there. It's going to be some shot to clear those boundary riders.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. I like the way that they've just modified that field. They put the extra player back on the offside after Riker played that delicious shot for 4 in the over. And I think the balance is better. You've got to back the bowlers to bowl in the right areas. You've got to back your bowlers to keep that offside line. And if you can do so, then you can try and contain here, because they've got plenty of batting to come, the Netherlands. That's the thing. They've only lost the 1 wicket. These two look well set. And I think now with 6 overs complete, 24 balls to go, I think both batters have had a chance and said, right, it's time really to unleash. And that will be that's the worry here for Scotland now, because if one of them really do get going, you can see them going past that sort of 120 mark. And that's what the expected scores around that 119 at the moment. But a couple of wickets could change everything. 2 new batters in the middle, and that means that you'll get a few more dot balls, a few more singles while those batters look to get started. I want to say hello to Thomas Martinez, who's saying it'll be probably the last live game that he'll be following for a while, because he's got his Christmas commitments. I want to say a very thank you to you and to everybody else for tuning in. And as that one gets crunched away, lovely jubbly, bolle, ginna sona, shaka lagya, and Malcolm Ball will get another half century back-to-back in the day. And should be hoping, though, this time round to go a little bit deeper. He got to 50 last time, then got out the next ball, but that is a cracking shot. Yeah. What a way to bring it up.
Just dragged a bit short by the new bowler, who's Kirsty McCall. Yeah, Riker, Malcolm Ball wanted to go hard again, readjusted because it was a better delivery, and McCall was obviously star of the show yesterday against Ireland. He had 2 catches, a direct hit run out, and 3 for 9, which is quite some going in a T10 match, so she'll be hoping to repeat that again today. That one's dragged a bit short, and it will be called a wide. Yeah, Scotland just need to sort their bowling out a little bit. They've been a bit all over the place with their bowling. They haven't necessarily bowled many extras. It's just been kind of in the slot for the Dutch, exactly where the Dutch would want the ball. That's well bowled, and it's well adjusted from the batter. She came down the pitch, wanted to go big, and just the ball died on her, so she just squeezed it away to backward point for a single there.
Yeah, good adjustment made. Good bowling, good comeback also from McCoy after being hit for that big Maximo.
And that's maybe a bit of glove on that. I would have otherwise expected that to be called a wide. It's bright up here in the commentary box, so we can't always see if there is a little nick off some of the equipment. Riker lines that one up and dispatches it into the Orange Army over the 10 and far away. That ball goes flying, and the Orange Army, while ducking for cover, will also be loving that. That takes Riker to 30 off her 17 balls. Let's take a look at that replay. She saw that early and absolutely dispatched it.
That was huge, and well, that's all the orange decks from the Dutch, but it's the Italians that nearly got taken out there. Well, the Italians who are preparing, of course, for the next match. Well, they don't want any injuries at this point. What a lovely shot. Hits that firmly out the middle, and that's what Robin Riker can do. She's got so much power. And this partnership is really blossoming into a beautiful one. Remember, it was Sanya Kurana who was the first wicket to go. She went without scoring when the score was on 7. So what a good partnership. It's worth 80 at the moment. And somebody's got to put a stop to this. Darcy Carter now gets the ball. We had a quick look there at the groups for the European Cricket League. That's what we call the Champions League of cricket. That'll be starting early next year. One of our stellar events.
Yeah, well, Vinny and I played roulette yesterday. I had to name a team, and he told me all he could think of about that team. So maybe I'll have to test your knowledge later on, Rico. I asked about Farmers, obviously, because that's possibly the greatest team name ever. Meanwhile, back on the field, we have a wicket. That's just squirmed away by Robin to backward point, more of a kind of fly slip position. picks her out, and that will be the end of Robin, who goes for 30 off 18 balls. And Darcy Carter back into the attack, into the wickets. That's a welcome wicket for Scotland, just to put the brakes on this Netherlands innings.
It's a good time to get that wicket because, yeah, Riker just started to open up. We saw her smash a huge 6 down the leg side earlier. And as I said, Scotland, they'll be hoping that a new batter coming in means that it could get a couple of dot balls in, a couple of non-boundary deliveries, and trying to keep this score down. But, yeah, nice catch taken, nicely held. And Riker, though, 30 of just 18 as it's Kirsty McCoyle that takes the catch to see the back of it.
Yeah, and it was a smart catch as well. It's not easy, those catches, when it's squirting off the bat. Ball rotating hard in the air, but she did well to hold on to that. Darcy Carter in among the wickets. And Mero Dekeling is the new batter. Gets herself straight off strike with a single. And the expected score is at 118, so we're going to have a very similar score, if that is to be believed, to what we've had in the first 2 games. Netherlands went 109 in their first game, so they'll be hoping for that at a minimum in this game. And that one's just used the bounce a bit there, Darcy Carter. She's bowling well this over, of course. She was the ICC Women's Emerging Player of the Year, nominated for that last year, so she's got some form, and she's had a good couple of years for Scotland, and she's showing what she can do with the ball here. And that one is hit hard and flat and all the way for 6.
Smashes into the boundary fence, the stronger together. And, well, Morecambe is in some sort of form at the moment. Crashes another 6, now moves into the 60s. She's got a good partner out there as well in Meryl Declan. And if she gets going as well, we know she's a hard hitter of the ball. So Netherlands, they're not slowing up at the moment. One gets past the outstretched hand of Carter for another single. Here's the end of the over. 8 overs complete, and the Netherlands on 96, beg your pardon, for 2.
Yeah, and I think that was a smart move from Morecambe as well. She goes for that big 6, but then she also recognises that's the last ball of the over. If I can get myself on strike for the all-important 9th over, then she could put herself and her team in a very strong position. And the Netherlands, their run rate has been going up, and obviously that wicket in the first over didn't help matters, but they've recovered very strongly. Run rate of 12 now, so they'll be looking for a bare minimum, beating their score of this morning of 109. And we saw England in the second game go to 123, so they'll be hoping to get somewhere near that. Back in the action with the ball is Maisie Masira. She didn't have the best first over, so she'll be hoping to come back now. That's just a wide, kind of slow delivery, and I think one of those classic ones where if you left it, you could have got the extra ball, but as it is, it's just hit for a 1, and Morecambe might be a bit disappointed to already be off strike after 1 ball of the 9th over.
Yeah, she will be, especially chasing that one. I think all of her instincts probably would have said leave it, but still follows it, batted the ball. That's a result, really, for Maisie Masira.
But Dekeling is no mug with the bat. I mean, she scored 41 off 19 against Italy, so we know that she can go big as well. She tried to go big on that shot, just edged it away for a single to get Morecambe back on strike, which I think is the right result for the Netherlands. If you've got someone who's on 63 off just 29 balls, there's only a few balls left in the innings. You want her on strike to see if she can clear those ropes again. And that one's, it's well bowled. Masira keeping it outside the off stump. It's a wayward throw, but it won't be cashed in on. So just the 1 there. And that's, I think, the ball that Scotland have kind of trying to be bowling all game, which is just that slow, bouncy delivery outside off stump, which doesn't sound like a good delivery, but I think with this field, it can actually pay off.
Yeah, the field, like I say, the field has been much better the second part of this innings. And the bowlers, to their credit, have bowled at it. I see that Steve McRae is saying he's enjoying himself in the fan zone. He's also in the chat. He said the Victorias are going down well. I bet they are. It's a nice, warm, sunny day. Temperatures around 20 degrees. And Thomas Martinez, yeah, he said he's watching probably his last live match. But thank you for your support for the year, and do enjoy the festivities.
Maisie Masira, she's come back very well after a first over, going for quite a few runs. She's showing what she's been showing all tournament, which is taking the pace off the ball, these kind of mystery deliveries, back of the hand, slower balls, and as a batter, it kind of throws you off a bit, and she's done very well in her second over here with just 1 ball to go of the 9th.
Yeah, what she's done also, Sarah, is she's stuck to being over the wicket. I know we've talked a lot about bowlers changing, and I was trying to think top of my head why that would be. I think when it's wet in the mornings, maybe if you're running into the bowler's foot marks and you're coming up to the pitch, maybe you don't feel right, maybe it's a bit slippery, and you feel that coming from the other end works. But certainly when it's dry like here it is now, it's a wonder why. There must be something that the bowlers are thinking. I think we'll have to, maybe when we're mingling with the players, not that we get a lot of time, but we'll have to ask the question, because it definitely is a reason why they're coming around the wicket so much.
Well, it's not like we have many left-hand batters at the crease, so usually that's the angle you go for. And this might be out. It's been given out on the field, and Catherine Fraser has brought herself back on for the final over, and first ball, she picks up a wicket. It is Meryl Deekeling who's gone, so Malcolm is still there on 64 off 30 at the non-strikers end. So for the new batter coming in, it might be a case of drop the bat, get a single, and get Malcolm back on strike.
I think you're right. I mean, that's a good take. The wicket will go. I think Declan will be a bit disappointed to get out of that fashion, and I think Malcolm is having a good chat with the new batter that's coming out. And Netherlands, they'll want to finish well here. I mean, they've got to the 100. They scored 58 in the first 5. Remember that they'd only lost that 1 wicket, so they haven't quite accelerated the way they would have liked to. So that's credit really to Scotland for putting a bit of a squeeze on here.
And credit as well to Maisie Massiera. She only went for 4 off that 9th over, and I think that did put the pressure on the Netherlands. They knew they had to go big in the 10th, and they've not managed it so far. Second ball of the 10th is a dot ball, so Catherine Fraser doing the business at the moment with the ball. She went 1 for 9, or she went only 9 runs in her first over, picked up the wicket in the second. This one has gone big, and it will go all the way. That's a lovely shot, straight down the ground. Long on and long off are both out, but they could only just watch as that ball sailed by.
Yeah, well, Robin Schmidt is thinking, I'm not thinking about getting a single. And I'm going to go for glory myself. And she hits this pretty nice. It's a beautiful shot. Some of the shots, actually, we've seen down the ground today have been absolutely superb. Immaculate timing and hitting there from Schmidt. Showing that as well as the bowling, she can hit the ball pretty well as well.
She's gone again here. It's going to be, it's a difficult one for Karis Scott out there at deep square leg. She was kind of caught in 2 minds. Do I go for the catch? I think probably at this point, you just stop the boundary. She kind of didn't manage either, and it falls through her grasp. I think the catch would have been very difficult. It was hit very flat and hard, and maybe she should have been just standing on that boundary rope and saying, that ball is not getting past me, but as it was, it did. And that's a wide, and it could be a stumping. They're taking it upstairs with one of these classic wide stumpings.
Well, let's have a look. I mean, this is Lawrence, who won 7. Had a lot to do here, didn't she? Because it was pretty wide. So by the time she gets this and has to bring it back to take the bells off, and let's see if she does do it quick enough. So here we go. And
yes, it was whether that bat just comes back in time. Watson does good work to kind of, she half throws the ball at the stumps. It kind of falls out her gloves, and I think as a result of that, the batter, who's Robin Schmidt, just about gets her bat back in the ground. Yeah,
wide ball signal. That's good work. I mean, I did think it would have to be a really good stumping from Watson, because the ball was really wide. You can see that she is having to let go of it, throw it onto the stumps, but the batter, Schmidt, just gets back, and now she'll pull this one away. It's a beautiful shot. It gets the swivel on this, the old MJ, the bit of the, as this one goes all the way to the boundary. And the Dutch supporters, they're on their feet again as they're painting the town orange. That one goes to the boundary. Well, I said, looking to get close to that 120, and now with 117, they're a boundary away from bringing it up.
Final ball of the innings. And it's gone big, and it will go all the way. Again, Abby Aitken-Drummond there at long on, can only watch it sail over her head. So what a flourish from Robin Schmidt. What a cameo at the end. 22 off just 5 balls from her, which takes the Netherlands to 123, which I think, Rico, is a score we've seen before, isn't it?
It's a score we have seen before. We've seen quite a few in these 120s. Well, 123 it is. That's exactly, of course, what England scored against Ireland in the earlier match number 14. So, well, the 100 scores keep coming in the first innings. And Netherlands just looked like for one moment that they might be kept below that 110, but that last over from Catherine Fraser, 23 runs come from it. It goes magical. And the thing with it was it started with a wicket and a dot. So those 23 runs coming off the last 4 deliveries. And remember, there was a wide in there as well. So Netherlands, they finish well, they finish on a high.
Well, Catherine Fraser only went for 9 off her first over and brought herself back on as captain. She's been bowling brilliantly in the last few games, but I think you've just got to take your hat off to the batting of Robin Schmidt, in particular in the final over. But of course, Phoebe Mulkenbaugh throughout to get the Netherlands to a really imposing total. I don't think Scotland necessarily bowled badly. Their extras were quite low. It was just a case of coming up against a formidable Netherlands batting lineup. There's a few chances that did go missing in the field, a couple of missed fields, so Scotland maybe not the tidiest performance from them in the field. They know they can do better than that. Still throwing themselves, putting their body on the line, and they'll have to go big, and maybe Catherine Fraser or Abby Aitken-Drummond as well at the top of the order. She hasn't had a big score, she's due one yet. They'll have to go big if they want to chase down this 123.
Yeah, it's all about partnerships. We say that a lot, don't we? And I think that partnership for that second wicket, which is worth about 81 runs, I think, in the end from Mulkenbaugh and from Riker, was quite superb. They hit the ball well and they attacked well. And when we saw that wicket go of Riker and then Mulkenbaugh wasn't getting too much of the strike, we thought that maybe Scotland, it's a good comeback for them. It looked like they were going to win the second part of the innings after the first 5 went for 58, but then 23 of that last, and some great hitting really came from nowhere, really, from Robin Schmidt. 22 of 5. That was quite outstanding, and that puts Netherlands in a very good position in this match.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best cameos we've seen so far in this tournament from Robin Schmidt. 22 off just those 5 deliveries, a strike rate of 440. So that really elevated her team from something around the 100 mark to 123 for 3, which they'll be very happy with, especially seeing that they lost Sanya Khurana in the very first over. Might have been worried there, but they came back firing. Robin Riker showing as well why she was MVP last year with her 30 off just 18 balls. Scotland, they struggled a bit with the bowling. They weren't quite sure who to throw the ball to, so they ended up using 7 different bowlers. Maisie Masira, she went quite big in the first over, but pulled it back brilliantly in that second over of hers, which was the 9th of the game. Molly Parker only had the 1 over at the top of the innings. So at the halfway stage, you'd say the ball is really in the Netherlands' court. 123. We've seen that both totals of over 100 today have not been chased down. The Netherlands will be happy with that, having put on 109 against Italy. They've gone 14 runs better against Scotland. So Scotland, if they want to avoid defeat, which would be their 4th defeat after winning 3 games in a row, they will have to come out firing. They'll be looking at the likes of their captain, Catherine Fraser, and also Niamh Muir, Ellen Watson at the top of the order. Niamh Muir's missed out, but Ellen Watson, we know, can hit a hard and long ball. So we'll be looking at those to get Scotland over the line if they do want to get all 4 points. But we're in for an exciting run chase in this ECC-W Premier Division game. It's game 15. I'm Tina Goff. Join us very shortly for the Scotland run chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Welcome back to game 15 of this ECC-W Premier Division matchup between the Netherlands and Scotland. Scotland are going to be looking to get 86 for that bonus point, of course. If they achieve that in 7 overs or less, they will get all 4 points. Netherlands, meanwhile, will be wanting to get 4 points on the board themselves after their win this morning against Italy, where they didn't quite manage to get the bonus point. They'll be wanting all 4 of the spoils today. It's a bit of an uphill battle here for Scotland. A big score on the board, 123 for 3, thanks to some brilliant hitting by Phoebe Mulkenboer, and at the end a little cameo from Robin Schmidt. But it's Scotland who will now reply with Ellen Watson and Niamh Muir at the crease. Ellen Watson facing up the first ball from Hannah Landheer. And that one is wide, and it is dispatched straight to the boundary. A bit of a free hit there for Ellen Watson. Landheer not quite hitting her line from the off. It just sat up nicely for Watson to just guide round the corner for 4 runs, and that'll be the perfect start for Scotland. They'll be wanting a few more of those if they're going to chase down this big total. Of course, you need no reminding that they did chase down a very similar total in game 9, which was the first game of yesterday, where they chased down England's 126 for 4, and they managed that with even 3 balls to spare. So they've got form when it comes to chasing down big scores. And that one is hit out to the cow corner. It's just going to roll into the hands of Rabin Riker, and they'll just take the 1 run. So that'll bring on Niamh Muir to the crease. She's been promoted up the order after she was in the middle order at the start of the tournament. She did get a golden duck batting at 2 against England, and then 0 again against Ireland. So she got a pair yesterday, so she'll be making sure to make the most of her opportunity today. That's well bowled from Hannah Landheer. After the first ball didn't quite go to plan, she's come back strong with the next 2. As I said, Niamh Muir failed to get off the mark on 2 occasions yesterday, but we know she can go big. She'll be hoping to put on a partnership with Ellen Watson. Of course, Scotland got a wicket of their own in the first over in the previous innings, so they'll be hoping to get off to a better start than the Netherlands did. And that's really well bowled from Hannah Landheer. That's just a good display of mean, fast bowling. Niamh Muir, for a moment she thought she could heave that over to the leg side, but she was just kind of beaten for pace and bounce. That was just a great delivery, and she was kind of squared up, wanted to go, realised it was a bit too quick for her. It just hit the top of her bat, and that's great bowling from Landheer. Well bowled again. Had to field off her own bowling there, and you can hear the Netherlands are up and about. They know every dot ball here will be very important. Of course, in the power play, you're only allowed 2 out in a classic fast bowler fashion. Landheer has got a deep point out, so we can expect some of the short stuff. And she just strays with her line a bit there, and Niamh Muir doesn't need a second invitation on that occasion. She just pivots on that and guides it through deep square leg for 4. And that takes Scotland to 9 for no loss after the first over. And Landheer did brilliant. 4 of her balls were almost perfect deliveries, and she just strayed on 2 occasions and was punished both times. And that's what Scotland have to do. They have to punish those bad balls. And also, I mean, when you're chasing such a high score, you've got to go after some of the good balls as well, because in this T10 format, you don't have too much time to hang around. Of course, 6 matches since a golden ball, and it was Scotland who did feature in that golden ball on the right side of the result against Italy. On now for the second over is Robin Schmidt, and she'll have to re-bowl that one. Didn't quite find her line on that occasion. Scotland, they'll be hoping for a win, and if it's a golden ball win, I'm sure they'll take that as well. But for their heart rates, they'll be wanting to finish this in 10 overs. And that's a big heave and is somehow squeezed through. It's the third ball that's gone exactly to that banner there, the Stronger Together European Cricket banner. It's gone for 4. I'm not sure Ellen Watson quite meant this one. She went for the big shot, but there was enough pace on the ball for it to scuttle away to the boundary. That takes Scotland to 14. This is a good positive start from them. And that is an outstanding shot. That has just been levered over the offside all the way for a big 6. And Ellen Watson, you know you're hitting the ball well if you can just lean on one outside off stump. There was not too much of a backlift there. Of course, a bit of pace on the ball from Robin Schmidt, but that was just levered over the boundary, and they're just trying to find the ball in the shrubbery there, getting some of the crew involved. And that was a lovely shot from Ellen Watson. She was out. If any of you tuned in yesterday, you'll remember that absolutely spectacular grab, the one-handed grab by Tilly Kesterman, and that was Ellen Watson on the end of that catch after she'd already hit 38 off 19. So she went well yesterday and was only stopped by a worldy catch. So she'll hope to go a bit better today, maybe even get that 50. She's been threatening. She's been in and around the half-century mark for Scotland. I think we have actually found the ball, which is why the spare ball is being rolled back off the side of the pitch. Lunchtime, it's a warm day here today in Cartama, so everyone hydrating. Rico is off having his lunch. And that's again, that hot spot at the moment, that's just been levered again. I think it was just short of a 6, yeah, 1 bounce 4. And Watson again has got off to a flyer here. Netherlands are just missing their lines a little, and anything on the legs is just getting punished by Scotland here. They love it there in the tent. Applause all round from the manager and the coach. Of course, Scotland, they've got a 3-for-3 record, so they lost their first 3 games. They've come back fighting with 3 wins. And again, it's the same delivery. I sound like a broken record at this point. It must have gone to that Stronger Together. As you see that the camera work there, the Stronger Together sign has been taking quite a battering in this innings so far. That must be the 4th or 5th ball that's gone through that cordon, and it makes you wonder whether the Netherlands want to change up their field placements. But of course, you don't want to be setting a field necessarily to bad bowling. So it's just a case of Robin Schmidt. It's a free hit now as well. That one was called for height. And this one has been squeezed away. It's not going to go all the way. It's dropped in the outfield, but of course it's a free hit, so the catch doesn't matter. Schmidt gets away with that one. The free hit just goes for the 1, but Scotland have got off to an absolutely flying start here. Still in the 2nd over, and they've already hit 30. Target 124. That one's going to be called wide again. Netherlands just struggling a bit with their bowling. I mean, Robin Schmidt had a great game with the ball yesterday. Went 4 for 12 against Ireland. She had 1 chance at a 5-wicket haul, didn't quite manage that, but she just needs to find her rhythm here. Goes for the slower ball, it almost catches out Niamh Muir. That one was almost in slow motion sometimes when you're bowling and it's not quite coming out for you. Just try something new. And that one just dropped over the stumps. And just with that dot ball alone, the Netherlands win predictor has gone up from 62 to 64%. Of course, the Scots have a lot of firepower in their ranks. Of course, Catherine Fraser, the captain, as we see that Scotland have got 31 without loss after 2. Catherine Fraser has been a bit of a star for them with both bat and ball. She was player of the match with 46 off 14 in that historic chase against England, as we see the table and just how close it is. There's a bit of a gap emerging between the 3rd place, Scotland and Ireland and Italy at the bottom, who will be doing battle after this game in a big, big match at the bottom of the table. But you see the importance again of that fabled bonus point. So Scotland need to get to 87 for that bonus point. But of course they'll have their eyes on the big prize of all 4 points. And as we start the third over, that's just knocked into the gap. Netherlands are sticking with pace. Pace has been hit around a bit so far, but Lara Leemhuis comes in. She didn't play the last game, so she's got a point to prove with her bowling as well. She gets lovely shape on that. You could see the movement in the air, but it didn't quite shape away from the right-hander enough to not be called a wide. So, as you can see on the replay, just how much that moved. So if she can get that on the stumps, it's going to be challenging for the batter, but it's the story of the innings so far. The Netherlands haven't quite hit their radar. That's a better delivery, and that will just be squeezed away for one. Robin Riker mops up in the outfield. And it's been Ellen Watson so far who's been doing all of the big hitting, so she's on 25 of just 8 deliveries. Niamh Muir is happy to play second fiddle at the moment, 5 off her 7 deliveries. That's again a much better delivery. Think about going for the 1. But the Netherlands have quite a packed offside field. They in fact have nobody out on the offside. We're still, of course, in the power play. 3 balls remaining of that. And their 2 fielders out of the ring are both on the leg side at long on and at cow corner. And that's gone high, high, up in the air. And it's been taken. Ball just squirted away off the bat. Ellen Watson won't be too happy with herself. In fact, she's got her head down. Her bat is hit against her pad. She knows that she was on for a big score there. She just miscued that, and Malcolmbourg, who you can't keep out of the game today after her impressive knock with the bat, she called early, she got herself underneath that one and took, in the end, a quite comfortable catch. That's good news for the Netherlands. They get their first wicket, and the big wicket of Ellen Watson. Malcolmbourg, I think, was pleased that she held on to that one. They know how big a wicket this is, and Ellen Watson departs 25 off just 10 balls, which is an impressive rate, strike rate of 250. She'll be hoping that the batters coming in after her will be able to go at a similar rate to try and get that all-important 4 points. Scotland 34 for 1. Netherlands will be happy to get their first wicket of the innings. Leemhuis as well, her first wicket of this game. And the new batter is Abby Aitken-Drummond, and she just continues where Ellen Watson left off. That was just a stroke down the ground for 4. Not too much power in it. Kind of just shaped away onto the middle of her bat. And although long on is out, she's quite a wide long on, is Carolina de Lange, the captain, so she wasn't able to cut that one off. A great start for Aitken-Drummond. And that she just knocks away to square leg. Silver Seegers mops up there. And that takes Scotland to 39 for 1 off 3 overs. So that is the end of the power play. Just a bit of firing in there from the Netherlands, hitting Niamh Muir. I'm sure it was accidental, but you gotta let them know you're there, especially after that big second over going for 22. That was a far better, more improved over from Lara Leemhuis with the important wicket and just the 8 runs coming off it. So after the power play, Scotland are 39 for 1. All a bit even. I mean, the score predictor has the Netherlands at 73%. That's what you get when you get runs on the board. It's always a difficult task to chase a big total, especially when you're looking at 3 figures. But 1 or 2 big hits here, and that might swing in the favour of Scotland. We have Isabel van der Wanning coming in to bowl this over, the 4th over. And again, as has become a bit of a tradition at the start of the Netherlands innings, the first ball has gone for a wide. So another full start from the Netherlands. It's already been 4 wides in this innings, which I know Netherlands are a very strong bowling team, so they'll be wanting to get on top of that. Scotland are still in good spirits. And that's a bit, oh, I thought she might have got away with that one. It is tailing away a bit after it leaves the batter, but that one was called a wide. I think this was a close one. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, just on the line. I think she's a victim of her own swing there. It swung a lot. I mean, you could see that the keeper was taking it almost off the pitch. But I think she was a bit unlucky with that one. This one's gonna go. Yeah, it was a difficult attempt there from third to stop that. And it looks like she's hurt herself in the process. She tried to cut off that 4. Came off the edge of the bat. And I think in the process of trying to stop the ball, she's done herself a bit of a mischief as we look at the replay. It was a good ball in all honesty, and the batter couldn't really do much but just swing at it. And the fielder down there, who's Robin Schmidt, by trying to stop the ball, I think she hurt herself on her knee. It can be quite hard, the pitch down there. It's dried out from this morning. We saw that Jasmine Wesley for England, she got herself into a bit of trouble sliding around on this dry outfield. It can be quite unforgiving, this turf. After this morning, we could sort of see that the Dutch players this morning had the benefit of the dew on the pitch, which allowed them to slide about, but it's dried out here now. The Cartmel Oval, the sun's shining, beating down on these players. Let's hope Robin Schmidt is okay down there at third. And there again, Isabel takes a guilty little look at the umpire. She knows she's playing with fire with that wide line. And again, the decision doesn't go her way. She's getting a lot of swing here, so if she can just tighten up that line, get it coming in a bit straighter. Just as the 12th player goes round to Robin Schmidt, makes sure she's okay, gets a bit of fluid on board. That's a better line. It could, but it looked like the fielder was interested in that one, but it came right off the middle of the bat of Abby Aitken-Drummond, and that goes all the way for 6. It's a lovely shot. See on the replay, the fielder, she took a step in. It looked like she was maybe in business for the catch. It just drops over her head, and to be honest, I think even if she was right back on the rope, she would have struggled with that one. That's a lovely shot that takes Abby Aitken-Drummond already into the teens off just 4 balls. She's on 15. And that's a great response. That's the ball I think Isabel van der Wanning has been trying to bowl for the last 4 balls. It's just that lovely late swing. She just starts it on the stumps. It just tails away from the batter. And the Dutch have gone with just, of course they can have 5 fielders out. They've gone for just 4, 3 of which are on the leg side. And we've got Point out on the boundary as well. All smiles in the Scotland camp still. Again, that's well bowled. Aitken-Drummond can do nothing with that but just hit it back. The Netherlands, of course, are on a bit of a hot streak after losing their opener against England. They've come back, won 4 games on the spin, including this morning against Italy by 14 runs. So they'll be looking to go 2 for 2 on this day 4 of the ECC-W. And that one's going to be in the air and it's going to be spilled over the rope. I think that might have even been fumbled all the way for 6. We'll have to look at the replay on this one. She gets under it. I think it's Hannah Landheer out there. And in the process of trying to take the catch, I think she just spills it straight over the boundary for 6. Yeah, she does. And looks like a few of the Dutch players are out there struggling a bit with the grip, struggling with their knees. It's a punishing week of cricket, and of course the Dutch were in game 1 this morning, so they've been at the ground for a long time and they've got to collect their strength and go again. Just checking, I think it was a 6. I think it was fumbled over the rope by Hannah Landheer, but of course they need to double check, use all the angles available to them. Oh, and a 4 has been signalled. Shows you how much I know. It's a long way from the commentary box, so I trust the people in the box to make the right call there. But it was a chance that went down. Abby Aitken-Drummond tried to go big on that occasion as well. Made no contact. But Scotland are in good shape here. They're 56 for 1 off just 4 overs. That win predictor is sneaking ever closer to 50-50. If we look at how they've been going as well, I love all these statistics. Love a look at the worm. That blue line is the bonus point line. That red line is the big win line. You can see Scotland are above the run rate. So for the Netherlands, it's about clawing back that run rate and also getting wickets. At the moment, you've got 2 batters in. Neve Muir has been a bit starved of the strike. She's only gone for 5 off 7, but we know how big she can hit a ball. And Abby Aitken-Drummond, she's had a quiet start to the tournament, so she'll be wanting to stay out there for a long time. Use all her experience to see her team home. Silver Seagers into the attack. And that's hit long to long on. It's just going to drop short of captain Carolina de Lange. She was interested for a moment, but she did the right thing and made sure to just stop that boundary. It's all about boundaries here, so stopping that 4 is important, and they scamper through for a 1. That's well bowled by Silver Seagers. She's had a bit of a mixed bag of bowling so far in this tournament. It's always the way with leg spinners. You've got to hit the spot. And I mean, on the first day she got 2 for 15 against Italy, so she'll be wanting a repeat of that. You can't afford to drag anything short here as a leg spin bowler. Otherwise, I think the Orange Army will be in trouble up on the balcony there. And again, she bowls well. She bowls full. And this is good bowling by Silver Seagers. It's not easy bowling leg spin, especially on the AstroTurf. You have nothing to work with whatsoever. So all she can do is play with the flight of the ball, deceive the batter in the air, and she's doing that really well at the moment. Abby Aitken-Drummond, though, on 90 or 20 off 10. She's now at the non-strikers then. Neve Muir on strike. And she clubs that towards long on, and it's going to go all the way. There are 2 fielders out there, but Caroline de Lange at long on couldn't chase the ball round quick enough, and that's just hit away with brute power by Neve Muir. It's outside off stump, more or less. She just claws it over to the leg side. And there is a big gap there. There's 2 fielders out, but one's more about cow corner, one's at long on, so Neve Muir obviously spotted that gap. Oh, and that's maybe a missed stumping opportunity. Muir ends up doing the splits. There's a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end. Carolina de Lange, captain, picks up the ball, says enough of this nonsense. And after all that, it was a dot. I think this might have been a stumping chance. .62 for 1, Scotland. That one's just flirting with the wide line. Mida says, nope, not giving you that one. So Silver will have to re-bowl that one. And she's just having a little discussion with Mida, maybe just clarifying the rules there on the wide line. That's well bowled again by Silver. Just the 1 off that ball. That takes Scotland to 64 for 1 off 5 overs at the halfway stage. As you can see, I'm on my own at the moment. Rico, after having the day off yesterday, he's treated himself to a nice lunch as well. And I think this match is pretty delicately poised. Could go either way. And I'm even more excited about the match coming up after this, which is Italy against Ireland. If we see the group table, it's all getting very tight at the bottom. And I think this game tonight could be a massive game in the context of who goes through to finals day. So make sure you stay tuned after this game, which is exciting enough, but the next game is going to promise to be a real thriller. Into the attack now. They've stayed with a bit of spin, but Silver Seagers, she did have a good over, but now she's not been helped out by the new bowler, which is Meryl Dickerling. The first one has gone for 4. Just over pitched that one. They might check it for height. I think she's just about all right. But that was deposited through the mid-wicket boundary by Neve Muir. Oh, and there was a stumping opportunity there. The keeper, who is Rosalie Lawrence, didn't quite get the ball into her gloves quickly enough. I think she actually took the stumps, took the bails off on her second attempt. And as a result, oh, it's going to be a tight one. It's going to be another frame-by-frame one. I think the batter might be struggling here. Batter is Niamh Muir. She tries to get her leg back. She tries to get her bat back. And in the process, I think she doesn't get anything back. So that's Niamh Muir. Big wicket for the Netherlands, sent on her way. Didn't quite get going in the way that we've seen her in the past. She went for 15 in the end. And that was a great piece of work behind the stumps by Rosalie Lawrence. She actually missed the first attempt, but made sure not to panic. Had enough time on the second attempt to take those bails off. And that's a big wicket for the Netherlands. Puts Scotland down another wicket. 70 for 2. Niamh Muir has to depart. She'll be a bit frustrated with that innings, I think. She saw her partner, her opening partner, Ellen Watson, go quite big, quite quick. Niamh Muir kind of toiled away a bit to get to 15. That's the end of her. And Meryl Deakeling, they've stuck with spin. It looked like a bit of a risky option, but it's paid off there. It's all about the wickets here for the Netherlands. It's a big target, remember. Scotland have to get to 124 to grab the win. A few worried faces in the Scotland camp, but they look really relaxed. It's all fun and games here. Speaking of all fun and games, I'm joined again by Rico Full in the commentary box. Good lunch?
It was a very good lunch. Yeah, good to be back and mingled with some of the players there. Some of the Irish were also tucking into their lunch. And yeah, good, vibrant atmosphere up there in the fan zone.
And that one has gone big and it's gone far. Slightly overpitched by Meryl Deakeling, and it has been dispatched over the rope by a very grateful Catherine Fraser, who would be very happy to see her first ball. A bit of a low full toss. She says, thank you very much, I'm sending that over the rope.
Yeah, well, I think you probably feel that if they're going to win this match, these two probably a good pairing to do it. Catherine Fraser has been in good form, and she elects to lead that one. It'll be a wide, so Meryl Deakeling did pick up a wicket, but she's also been thumped for a big 6, so there's been 4 wicket 6 in this over so far.
She comes in for her fourth ball. That's dragged short as well. She gets away with that one. It was almost too short for Catherine Fraser to do anything with. She did well to not get herself out on that one. She hit it in the air, but it drops well short, especially the Dutch have everyone on the onside apart from the 45 right back on the rope. So there's a lot of room to play with there for the Scots on the onside. And that's again dragged short, but Carolina de Lange, she doesn't go for the catch. Probably the sensible choice. Meryl Deakeling, she's just struggling a bit with her lengths here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of all sorts, over pitch, too short. That one, I think de Lange does the right thing. Doesn't carry for the catch and goes with the safety option, keeping it just to a single.
The last ball of the over has gone, and it's gone long. That was a beautiful hit by Catherine Fraser, and she's probably up there with Molkenbo in terms of in-form batters. And that's gone over the European cricket hoardings. Not much footwork there needed. She just says, if it's in my slot, I'm going to send it into orbit.
She is batting so well, and she is a 6-hitting machine. Remember the way she tormented England yesterday. She smashed a 46 in no time, 46 or 14. And in that innings, she hit 6 sixes. So while she's out there, and she's got Abby Aitken-Drummond in good form as well, who's on 23 not out. This is a big partnership, and just keep an eye on the rate. They brought it down to under 10 and over. Yeah,
and that's psychologically a big move as well. And they've been, we saw the worm just now, and they've been flirting around that run rate, and they're dipping under it from the Scots' perspective. Isabel van der Vonning back into the attack, bit of seam. And that first one, that is an even better shot than what we've just seen. That's gone straight into the jungle. And that is an incredible shot, this time from Abby Aitken-Drummond. She's seen her young Jedi the other end, Catherine Fraser, and she thought, I'll show you a thing or two.
That is a hit and a half. I mean, the sound of that right out of the middle. Well, ese golpe es muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. What a hit. Oh, this game is very much alive here.
And that takes Aitken Drummond to 29 off just 12 balls. She goes big on that one, almost doing a star jump as she tries to hit that one. It's not a bad delivery from Van der Vonning. She does have that point out, so it's a risky shot if you do pick out that fielder.
Yeah, interesting. What do you think of this field? I mean, especially in the offside, so you got backward point on the boundary, but then you literally got 3 in a line inside the circle, all walking into anything hit over extra cover. It's going to be easy runs.
Yeah, and speaking of easy runs, that one is just dragged a bit too short down the leg side, and it will just be guided away to that hot spot again on the 45. And yeah, it is a curious formation. It's somehow the Dutch V. I don't know. It's a one-sided V. I guess that's an I. But it's curious. They have 3 out on the leg side, but at the moment, those leg side fielders are just spectators as the ball is flying all around them, over them, and this one just goes past deep mid-wicket as well.
Could they win another over here? You know, they could, because 10 have come from it already.
That's a good response. It's not a bad ball, but it's an even better shot from Abby Aitken Drummond. That takes her to 39. That's gone all the way. Again, that was just pure power and timing. It wasn't necessarily a bad ball, possibly a bit short, but there's no point in having all those fielders out on the leg side if the batter just says, I'm just going to hit it straight over your head.
Yeah, I mean, this is great hitting. I mean, I remember saying to Vinny after the first day of play with Scotland, and they never really clicked at all, saying that I'm sure they'll come back strong. It needed, for me, it needed that win in that golden ball victory. The 71 to 71, and that has given them belief. And now, oh, this could have been punched to the boundary. You know, it has been. And can they stop at them? Hoyani, and it's gone to the boundary. 4 runs, not the way you expected. I mean, once again, it's good that the two avoid each other, but it's another boundary. I mean, this over now has gone magical. The one before went for 19, and Scotland is theirs to lose from here on in.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of miscommunication. Mokumba, I think, gave the ball a little right hook there. It wasn't quite enough to keep it out of the boundary. But yeah, this is a big, big over for Scotland. Still 1 ball left of the 7th. And that's kind of rushed her a bit for pace. That's probably the ball that Van der Vonning has been trying to bowl all over. She gets it on that occasion, but the Scots still scamper through for 1. That's 106 for 2 off 7 overs. Abby Aitken Drummond, she moves on to 44 off just 17 balls. Yeah, it's a runner ball at the moment, and you'd say Scotland are really in the driving seat now.
Yeah, big time they are. Italy and Ireland, we know what a big match this is coming up. Italy find themselves a point behind the Irish, but they do have that game in hand. That makes this such an important match. Probably more so for Ireland than Italy. Italy, after today, will have 2 to play tomorrow. Not easy, though. Whereas Ireland will have just the 1, so they'd want to get the win here and hope they can keep a healthy cushion between them and the Italians.
It's no wonder Craig Wallace is in the Scottish camp smiling, because his team are putting in a great performance so far. It'll just be a 1 off that ball. It's still the Seagers back into the attack. She put in a good over earlier in the innings, so I think this is a good move to take pace off and bring Silver in here.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and get a good over. You've got to win the over here to Netherlands.
Yeah, she just went for 8 off the 5th over, which is the joint best over so far for the Netherlands, and she'll need to repeat that, and if not better. And she's doing a good job so far, just 1 single coming off the first 2 balls, and this could be a key over here.
It's one of those, we've said this before, is where you play the smart cricket. It's a dangerous bowler. Unless it's a bad ball, be happy to take the singles, and even with that, you can win the over.
That one again just gets dragged down a bit. Catherine Fraser doesn't quite get hold of all of it, but they still scamper through for 2. That's good running from Scotland. I think Fraser would have been annoyed to miss out on the 4 there, but to get 2 was good running between those 2 in the middle.
Yeah, I think they see that the ball's not being picked up cleanly, and Fraser's the first to call it. She knows she's running to the danger end, and in the end, because it's a bit of a wild throw, gets it pretty comfortably.
She goes big again here. It's in the air. It's definitely going to be a chance, and it is taken. taken in the infield by Meryl Deepilling. Didn't quite get hold of that one, Catherine Fraser, but she's still done a good job for her team here. She's gone 15 off just 6 deliveries. That's great going in terms of run rate. It's put Scotland needing just about a run a ball. So big celebrations from Netherlands, but they jump back out into their fielding positions. They know they need a few more of those if they're going to pull their way back into the game. But a good take there in the outfield.
Yeah, good catch taken, nicely dealt with, and that's Meryl takes a catch. But once again, smart cricket, didn't really have to play that big shot. You'd taken the 3 already off the over. There were still 3 balls to come. A single would have done, but I suppose Catherine Fraser, she'll be saying to herself, well, this is the way that I've played all the way through. Sometimes I click, sometimes I don't, and she hasn't wasted too many deliveries in getting to that 15. So it gives an opportunity for Darcy Carter, and she certainly will feel that her and Abby Aiken-Drummond can certainly bring this victory home, needing 15 of 14 deliveries.
Yeah, the Netherlands will need a couple more catches where they come from if they want to pull their way back into this game. But Silver Seegers has bowled well so far in her spell. That one, though, it could be out, and it is. That's 2 and 2. I was about to say it's not the best bowl that Silver has bowled in her spell, but it's always the way that the worst balls get you wickets, and that's exactly what's happened on this occasion. It was a bit of a drag down. Darcy Carter, I think her eyes lit up, and she just managed to pick out the fielder there at deep square, and that's another wicket down for Scotland. So we're on for a bit of a grandstand finish here, but yeah, Darcy Carter missed out on that one, didn't she?
My oh my, well, they say that one brings another. 2 and 2, and you know what that means? That also means that we got a hat-trick ball coming up here. It's the last ball in the over, so can Silver turn to gold? And she gets a hat-trick here. We haven't seen one yet. New batter comes in, and it looks like it's Mariam Faisal that will be facing the hat-trick ball. So a little bit of pressure from nowhere. Well, Netherlands, they feel they've got themselves back into this match. 15 of 13.
Hat-trick ball coming up. I would have appealed if I was the bowler there. I would have gone up like crazy, but I think she knew that was nowhere near. But what a spell that is for Silver Seegers, rightly applauded by all 4 corners of the ground. 2 for 11 off her 2 overs. And if some of her teammates in the last 2 overs can go for a similar rate, then we could be on for a big finish. But Scotland, I imagine, still in the driving seat. They need 15 off the last 12 balls. So the ball is in their court, especially with Abby Aiken-Drummond still out there. She's on 45 off just 18 balls. So Mariam Faisal, who's come in, you'd expect her to just try and play a supporting role, just get Aiken-Drummond back on strike. She's got an enormous amount of experience for Scotland, and she'll be wanting to take them home here.
Smith's going to do the bowling, but yeah, this is the wicket. And if you want to win this game, you've got to remove Drummond, and you've got to do it now.
She goes for a big hit there. It's not going to go all the way. Caroline de Lange does fumble it in the outfield, but not enough for there to be a 2. She recovered well, so it's just the 1. I'm not sure that's necessarily what Scotland want. I think they want Abby Aiken-Drummond on as much as they can, but Mariam Faisal, she's more than capable. She can just burgle a 1 here and get Drummond back on strike, but it was a good ball by Robin Schmidt.
Whipped away, and that will go all the way. Bowling. Well, Faisal, not for the first time when we're thinking the batter's going to go out there and maybe play cautiously. She whips this away, gets it over the fielder on the leg side boundary there at square leg, and that's 6 runs.
And that's maybe why we're up here, Rico, and they're down there, because I would have just tried to get down the other end, but Mariam Faisal says, you know what, I'll do this myself. Just 8 needed now off 10 balls for Scotland for a great win. She goes big again. It's not going to go all the way, and it's an absolutely fantastic catch by Robin Riker on the boundary. She knew exactly where the boundary rope was. I think she might have even been mid-air when she took that catch. She just had to put in a little jump to make sure she got the height on that. And that was unlucky for Mariam Faisal. She tried to go back-to-back 6s. She struck it well, but that was some great fielding out there by Robin Riker.
It's a great catch because she knows that she's going to be close to the boundary, so she's got a bit of ground to cover. Not only does she cover the ground, but she ends up taking the catch and with room to spare, and just has that little look down at the boundary rope ready to release it if she had to, but takes the catch. So another wicket goes down. That means that Scott now comes in at number 7. And let's see how she deals with things here. They still need 8 of 9 deliveries. This could go to the wire.
And that's squirted away, and oh, we almost have another Statue of Liberty style catch. There's a race on to get to the ball to the boundary. The fingertips just about saved the 4 there. The ball's flying in. There could be overthrows. No, there won't be.
Well, how about this? I mean, they're going to get a couple, but first it could have been a jalebi catch. But what about the save here? It's getting away from it and just gets a hand on it, and then look, a bit of backspin stops the ball going to the rope. How important a save could that be?
Putting their bodies on the line here. I was going to say, go for the scoop there. I thought that actually came off her bat first glance, but no, that came clean off leg stump. So an attempted bit of invention there from Carrie Scott didn't quite pay off. Again, question the tactics there to go for such an audacious shot when you've got Abby Aiken-Drum in the other end. I'm sure she's just saying, guys, just get me on strike.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's pressure. I mean, I like to tell you, got to play smart cricket. We knew that a run a ball could quite easily have seen them home already. But they want to be imaginative. They want to be creative. And that's a straight ball. You just get bad on the ball and you take the single. But they don't. And now, I think here now, if I'm Drummond, I'm just saying to the new batter, you might as well have a hit.
Yeah, it's a free
Whatever
hit.
comes your way, have a hit. If you're out, don't worry. I'm facing the last over. I should be able to get the 6 we need of 6 balls. But you know what? Just have a hit.
It's Molly Park who comes to the crease, so she won't be short of youthful exuberance. We've seen her hit big shots earlier in the tournament. So maybe this is her chance to just 6 will seal it for Scotland as well. Yeah, it's a good ball though. Robin Schmidt has put in a great over there. She went for quite a few in her first over, but she's pulled it back brilliantly in that 9th over, the all-important 9th over. We've got quite an intriguing final over coming up. Aiken-Drummond is on strike, so she'll be keen to do it in 1 ball if possible. Scotland do need 6. The Netherlands, it'll be interesting, what do they do now? They need to keep those boundary riders out. The catching will be important, but they can also just scamper through in singles alone. So Hannah Landier will take the final over. How do you see this one going, Rico?
Well, Landier's bowled really well, so I expect it to be a tight over. I don't think you're in a position not to take the run. So you would be tempted, maybe Drummond, to want the strike. But I think if a single's on, you take it. I think the Netherlands will push back to allow the single. Then they'll put the squeeze on. So it'll be interesting how the approach Drummond goes. But I don't think she'll want to lose a wicket. I think if she loses a wicket here, I think the Netherlands go on top. So this is a key wicket. This is a key delivery.
Hannah Landier bowling first ball of the final over. And it's full over pitched. And it's gone all the way for 4. That was just a bit too over pitched. I thought there's Karana out there, might have been able to cut off the 4, but it was just hit a bit too sweetly for Aiken-Drummond. And that does also take her to her half century. She's not really celebrating it because she wants to get her team over the line. But that's an excellent half century for her off just 20 balls. Yeah,
and just look at the wagon wheel. You can see where she likes hitting. That's exactly where that one goes. But yeah, you said it. It was sweet. Hit sweet. It was fast and couldn't get there quick enough. So needing just 2 for victory now. 2 runs needed. And I think this is where you can see that, yeah, not focusing on a 50, asking the umpire how many needed for win, please. Clarification. Marzi says 2. Abby, though, what a half century. 50 of 20. A very good 50 and a very impressive strike rate as well.
Yeah, she'll be very happy with that. She's got low scores at the start of this tournament, but she went big, 26 off 17 for England against England, and she's gone even bigger today.
Oh, well, I think this one, I mean, that might be it, you know.
She's thrown
if you
her
have
head
a look
up.
at the height of this, I think this is close to being a no ball. And if it is, that's the match. Let's have a look at this. Oh, that's...
They might just let it slide just so that you can get back on ball for the
winner.
winner.
They might just say, yeah, let's not finish on a no, but I've seen them called, you know, Tina. I have seen these called.
Yeah, they are checking it.
And they're saying it's okay.
I think that's good for the game. Let's finish with bat on ball. It's got Molly Parker on strike, so she'll be wanting to just finish this off in this delivery. 4 balls left.
Oh, now it's going to be a wide, and that's the match. Well, it's not the no ball that finishes, it's the wide. This one is the seen as gained slightly down the leg side, so that will be it. Scotland, they get the victory. Well, not only did we see them yesterday beat England, they've now done the Netherlands as well. Their impressive run just continues. They've now won 4 on the spin.
Yeah, that's an excellent performance by Scotland. We were saying halfway, and the win predictor was kind of agreeing with us that the Netherlands were in the driving seat. 123 is a formidable total, but Scotland seem to be the experts of the run chase, having chased down 126 against England today. They've almost pulled off an identical run chase again, 124, and they'll be full of confidence going into the last stages of this group.
Yeah, certainly will. You look at that standings now, so Scotland will be, they take the 3, go to 14. Netherlands will pick up a point as well. They too will be on 14, and I think probably on just net run rate on its own, the Netherlands will be holding on to that second spot, but they have played the 1 match less than Scotland, so Netherlands still got it all to do. But what a great match, and well, Equipo Scotia, they just keep on surprising everyone. Once again, a good batting performance from them. I think the word for the Scots is they are brave. They are the Bravehearts. They go out there and they throw everything at it, and this time it's Drummond who ends up being their hero with a fantastic half-century.
Yeah, definitely Scotland the brave today, and they followed up that run chase yesterday with another spectacular one today, and that is their only game of the day as well, so they'll be happy with their output today. And of course we've got this big final game coming up between Italy and Ireland, which will have big ramifications for the table, but above them we have both the Netherlands and Scotland. I don't think the Netherlands will be too upset by that defeat. They've put on a good score. They've bowled not too badly, just maybe a few loose deliveries here and there. Their record is still 4 wins, 2 losses. They're still in a good position to get to finals day.
Yeah, just a couple of overs that didn't go their way. As well, the birds are probably starting to fly to warmer skies. Not that it's as cold here at the moment.
It's all love here.
Yeah, but, well, there we go. It's a good start. The thing about it is, we talk about it so many times. You need a good start, and Scotland, they've got their hitters to give them that good start.
Yeah, and that's for sure. And Abby Aitken-Drummond especially will be very happy. I mean, she went scores of 0, 1, 3, 2 before she went against England, and she got that 26, and I think that just put all the confidence in her to then go even bigger today, and she saw her team home with her big score, 51 not out in the end, and yeah, big hitting as well from Catherine Fraser. She wasn't there for long, but still 15 off 6. One happy Scotland coach, all smiles. And for the Netherlands, they'll learn from that as well. They've got to take their chances a bit more. Hope they all come through unscathed. There was a few hobbles out there. It's been a long day for them after they had game 1 as well. So they'll go back to the hotel, put their feet up, and know that they're still in a strong position in the table.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, that catch was in the end, I think, rightly given as 6. It was a drop catch. That one could have prevented a boundary maybe. And these little things, of course, when it comes to the end of the match, you have to analyse them and say, yeah, that could have made the difference. But I think for Scotland, Eileen Watson, hasn't she made a difference? Her batting, her style, the way how aggressive she is at the beginning, 25 of just 10 balls, 250 strike rate. Then Abby, her strike rate 242, and even Catherine Fraser, look, she doesn't stay there long, but 15 of 6 balls, 250 strike rate. That's what makes the difference, and I think that's one thing that we saw earlier, maybe from the likes of Ireland. They just haven't got. They got batters who can score, but they're not scoring at a quick rate. That was a really good match, an entertaining one. But Scotland, well, they get the better of the Netherlands. The Netherlands lose only for the second time. They've lost to England, and now they lose out to Scotland as well. But Scotland, very impressive from them. They certainly will be the happier team going back to the Sunset Beach Club. They had a lie-in this morning, played a bit of cricket in the sunshine, and now they can go back and enjoy some more of the sunshine on the Costa del Sol. There's the scorecard.
What a perfect day for them. Sun, cricket, wins, smiles all around, and as you said, I think Ellen Watson's been a revelation at the top of the order. She was hidden around the middle order at the start of the tournament, but she's made that opening spot her own. One big over for Isabel van der Wanning really didn't help the Netherlands cause, and a bit too sloppy on the extras. Of course, they didn't bowl their full 10 overs, still 9 wides, 1 no ball, and they can be really costly in a tight game like this.
Yeah, that's the mid-match summary. So the next match We've got about 20 minutes coming up to that. It is the last match, and we do normally say, do get your random questions in, and I'm sure that Tina will be happy to ask any random questions that you've got about her career and, of course, her playing for the German national side and anything else, maybe anything to do with Spain, where we are at the moment. So we'll entertain your random questions. But what a good day. And I think we're going to end with an absolute cracker as well. Well done to Scotland getting a very good win over the Netherlands side. But I think you're right, Tina. The Netherlands, they won't be too disappointed with their own form.
Yeah, I mean, they're still scoring over 100, and that's a good sign for their batters, and their bowlers have been doing well throughout. Silver Seegers hasn't been the star of the show, but even though she was on the wrong side of the result today, 2 for 11 off her 2 overs. Lara Liamhouse, she hasn't played that much, and she came back with a wicket. So they've got all the component parts, and that's really the story of today, that even the teams that have been on the losing side, they've got those component parts. If they just put them all together, if they click on finals day, then we could be in for a really exciting finals day.
I think we certainly are, and I think we're still in for a very exciting end to match day 4, as in 20 minutes time it will be Italy taking on Ireland in what could promise to be a very exciting and a very crunch match. To join me, Rico and Tina will be back in about 20 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
The last match of match day 4 and a very important match number 16 coming up. Two teams that desperately need a win. Let's go straight over to the tournament referee Ian Rummage, who has got Amelia Bartram and Georgina Dempsey, the captains, for the all-important coin toss.
Italy, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Ireland, the away team, you'll call.
Andalucía.
It's been called Andalucía, it's come down Andalucía, so you won the toss.
I will bat first, please.
Okay, toss from Ireland, who will bat first?
Georgina Dempsey of Ireland winning the toss and deciding she'll have a bat first. Maybe she's getting a feel that teams batting first have been doing better. Italy, I don't think will mind that. I think if Italy had won the toss, they probably would have put Ireland in this very crucial match. Two teams that are at the foot of the table. Ireland have just got that 1 point advantage over Italy, but Italy have the game in hand, and it could go down to that game in hand tomorrow. Let's talk a little bit about Ireland. I think Louise Little has been sensational. If she can get off and if she bats for, I reckon, about 20 balls, she will score a big score. Squires has been good there for us as well. But how about McMahon and also McBride? Weren't they good in that last match and later on in the batting order, getting them valuable runs? So they have shown that they've got batters that can score, but they've got to score quicker. Italy, it was all about Liliana Sims. She was sensational with that 48. But Amelia Bartram, the captain, must be thinking, what's happening? Why are the other batters not turning up? She's one of them. Maybe they'll make a change. Maybe they go with Amelia Bartram at the top of the order. Maybe someone like Ratanaika, who hasn't really clicked, comes down the order. But they know that if they're going to go back to winning ways, that Methanana Ratanaika, she's got to start scoring runs. Also, Nanyakara's got to go big. Amelia Bartram has got to support somebody like Sims. It's going to be an exciting match, a very crucial match. Straight over to Tina in the commentary box. Tina, the news from the middle is that Ireland this time are going to have a bat first.
Thanks, Rico, and welcome back, everyone, to the Cartama Oval. And we've gone 4 for 4 on tosses today. Every team has won the toss and elected to bat. Of course, we saw in the game just now that for the first time today, there was a successful run chase. Another big run chase as well from Scotland. But it's Ireland who are going to bat first now. And we've bigged this game up all day as the big game at the bottom of the table. So it's 4th against 5th, and both of these teams are fighting it out to get through to finals day. Italy will be in the field first, and they've got a lot of options when it comes to the ball. They've got the two Sims sisters who can bowl well in tandem. They bowled 4 of the 10 overs earlier in the day for Italy in that loss to the Netherlands. They've got Kontabarakis, they've got a few of those wily, slower bowlers. At the moment, the win predictor has Ireland up 55 to 45%, but that shows just how tight this game could be. We could be on for another, even possibly golden ball thriller. We saw that in the final game of the day 2 days ago. As Ireland stride out, they'll be hoping for some firepower at the top of their innings. It looks like Joanna Loughran and Louise Little will be opening up for them. Louise Little has been a bit of the star of the Ireland batting lineup. She went well in the final game. It wasn't enough to see her team over the line against England, but they still managed to get to over 100 runs. So they'll be more than happy if they manage that feat again, get to 3 figures, put the pressure on this Italian side. Then when it comes to Italy, they've got that girl on screen there. She can bowl as well, Pedrick. They're going to have to switch it up a bit. They've not quite found their rhythm, both in the batting and the bowling so far this tournament. But as we've been saying, they've had all the component parts at various times of the tournament. For them, it's just a case of putting them all together. Tina Goff here in the commentary box, taking you through the final game. It's game 16 of the day. And I'm going to just go straight in with Rico for. I don't want to leave him on 10 hooks any further. I think we both can enjoy this final game together.
Yeah, and just look at the Cardamom Oval. The Field of Dreams looks absolutely lush, doesn't it? Looks beautiful. What a wonderful ground this is. And this is a really important contest. I don't, it's not one of those which, the loser, it's like, that's it, it's done. I don't think we're quite going to call it as that. But it certainly will set the tone for what's coming up tomorrow. I think Ireland particularly know that with them just having the one match tomorrow, this is pretty key for them. It is going to be Mohamed Aghe to start, and umpires are waiting for our official timekeeper, Rado, to give them the thumbs up for the action to start the battle of bat versus ball. The umpires for this one, umpire Meda and Jasmine. There's the thumbs up, so we're ready to go. Mohamed Aghe, seeing if she can get the wicket of Louise Little, who has been, well, a powerhouse at the top of the order. Plays this one away. I don't think it's a bad thing to go pace off to Louise. I think that's one thing that a lot of teams have decided to opt for when it's going to her. She certainly does like the pace of the ball. She's quite happy just to take the single to start off with. And she's gives a strike for the first time to Joanne Loughran, who is her other partner. It's in the air and gone. It's going to be a first baller. Joanna will go without scoring. It's another golden duck at the Cardamom Oval. And Mohamed Aghe will get a wicket. And the catch is being well held. So Italy, they get the breakthrough. Now they've just got to keep the squeeze on. You can see it again here. Just goes back, but not able to keep the ball down. Offers the chance, and it's taken. And it's Pedrick that holds on to it. And nicely done. Well, earlier we saw it was Delisha Nanyakara was doing a little bit of breakdancing out in the middle when she stopped the first one. Catch taken. Pedrick holds on to it. Loughran goes without scoring. Annabelle Squires comes in at number 3.
Yeah, and there we see the Golden Derrick marching along, and I think that was just, she was almost done for a lack of pace. We know that Chaitu takes pace off the ball, and it makes it quite difficult. As you said, Rico, Ireland do like pace on the ball. They like launching bombs deep and long straight, but if you have pace off it, that's how you get caught out in that 45 position.
Just bat on ball. It's almost like just push the bat at this just to get a single. Squires gets off the mark and hands back over to Little. But again, it'd be interesting to see how Louise Little goes about this no pace. I suppose it all depends where the ball's pitched as well. But Mohamed Aghe at the moment just bowling that slightly short of a length. Wicket-keeper also standing up. Okay, up in the air, catching opportunity. And down it goes. Not easy. That's Ileana Sims who's out there, who's normally got good hands. I mean, not easy because of the sun. It's very bright out there. She's got the shades on. No cap, though, which is a bit of a surprise. And then in the end, I think this one almost goes right through a big opportunity to remove Little. She gets dropped on one. Wide this next ball. The batters will come through to take 2 from it.
And then he got set early there. She seemed to almost have too much time. Maybe just took her eye off the ball in the last second. It just burst through her hands. That's what I always prefer. Despite being of English heritage, I prefer the Australian method of getting those hands up high, watching the ball into your hands. So that one just burst through her hands.
Nice take. That's the... Is that the end of the over? Not sure. Maybe not. The umpire's just pointing at something. Not really sure what that is. And Jasmine, but still want to come in it. 5 for 1. Italy will be happy with this start. And oh well, launches at this, but really didn't get to the pitch of it and decided that the best idea was just to stay with the shot. And Little gets another little bit of luck. She moves on to 3, but the first over comes to an end. And Ireland, they're 6 for 1.
That's a good first over for Italy. They've got the early wicket, and they'll be really happy with that. They're going to have to put the squeeze on for Ireland. They know it's a young batting lineup. They've just got to almost bore them into submission. I think going pace off, which is what it looks like they're going to carry on with Sims, is the right way to go. We saw even those first 6 balls that Ireland are getting a little impatient with the lack of pace on the ball, trying to generate the power, and we've seen it fly through to once for a catch and once almost dropping a point as well. So I do think those point fielders, there's 3 of them almost in a row. Looking at that V formation that we had from the Netherlands earlier, Italy are doing something similar.
It's a bit wild, actually, the first one from Sims. Might be worth having a look at this side on. Because, I mean, to plays at it probably would have been a wide anyway, but, I mean, the question is how much it is coming down. Batted actually goes back, and I think probably just dropping perhaps below the waist. In fact, no, says the umpire. It's been funny, the ones they've called and haven't called. They're starting to say, no, that's too high, and it does get called. I think waist or above is what we say, so free hit coming up. And gets good contact. Catch is dropped, doesn't matter, saves the boundary. That's the most important thing. Remember, wouldn't have been out, and I think the fielder, knowingly or not, does the right thing, saves the boundary. It's always going to be a single. Down the ground, and this time nobody's stopping this. It will go all the way. Boom. Shakalagya. There's a little, after having a bit of luck, gets her first boundary.
Yeah, she's definitely ridden her luck the first few balls, but she's made the most of that. And how much will Italy rue that drop catch from Sims in the previous over?
All right, now another chance. Gets over the infield. Nobody back on the boundary to take the catch. So could have gone anywhere. So she's chancing her arm a little bit here. Here's a little. Comes back for 2.
She's certainly not giving an inch. She's just saying, this is the way I play. This is what has made me so successful in this week so far, and she's not going to change at all here.
Maybe another opportunity, and it's another one which goes down. Again, none of these are easy. Diving forward, Alexia, to take this one. And I see the momentum of her body going forward means that this one pops out of her hands. So another opportunity goes down.
Well, she dropped that chance. Well, it wasn't a chance. She dropped the free hit, and maybe that was just playing in the back of her mind. This one's just going to drop to her again. Yeah, even on a free hit, I know you want to stop the boundary, but I think just taking those catches gives you a lot of confidence as well. So when the next one does come your way, you know you've taken a similar one. In the case of Alexia, she's dropped 2, one of which could be costly.
Yeah, definitely so. Slightly shorter now, another chance. Oh, well, this one just sort of, it looks like that Bartram was getting under it, and then it seemed to, whether she ran under it too quickly, maybe she needed to wait. There's no wind out there, so just, you've got to say, probably a little bit of misjudgment. That over comes to an end, and Leanna Sims quite easily could have picked up a couple of wickets, but as it is, she'll go for 14.
And we see how close it is in the table here with Italy and Ireland propping it up so far, and that's why this game is so important. Of course, 4 points up for grabs with the bonus point. You can see their net run rate is quite similar as well. Scotland's is in the negative, but otherwise these might be the 2 that are fighting out for that 4th place. As you said, Rico, it's not do or die in this game, but it could be a good indication of who goes through in that 4th place spot.
Yeah, it certainly makes it a lot harder for the loser of this match tomorrow. Omalage continues and gets played out into the offside. And Italy, as we know they do, they sit pretty deep in the 30-yard circle. Nobody inside to stop the singles, but that's their plan, to try and save the boundaries.
That's why those first 2 overs were quite chaotic, because even though they've got 6 outside, just sitting on the ring on the offside, there was about 3 or 4 chances that dropped safe somehow.
Goes down on one knee, plays his out, but that will be nicely done. Leanna Sims does the fielding. I must admit, the electric blue of Italy looking quite outstanding out in the sunshine at the moment. Let's see if they can help that in the match. See if it rubs off on them. This gets played out nicely, but once again the field is set to deal with it. Omalage just that teasing length outside the off.
It's a very T20 field that we see here. It's almost a conventional field that you'd see at the start of a power play in a longer format.
And that's nicely played, and it's another one that goes into the body and out. They just can't hold the catches at the moment. That's a 3rd one that goes down, and it's another opportunity. This time it's Squires that gives a chance, and she gets dropped.
I think it's Alexia again under it, and when you start dropping one, then you feel like you'll never catch one again. Unfortunately, that's the second one down, and she's punished immediately because that one goes for a one bounce four. It's always the way in this cool game of cricket. You take a chance, you can either take it and it changes your fortunes, or you drop it and you're punished doubly so in the next ball.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we're seeing this 6-3 field. 6 out of the offside. I don't quite remember it before. And the strange thing about it is, even when it's 6-3, the chances are still presenting themselves to the 3 on the leg side.
Yeah, it's a crazy first few overs here.
Shot, and that's going to be 4 more. And seeing that this field, there's nobody out in the offside, even long off is in the circle. So Mamalage will go in the end for 22 of her spell. In fact, it's 18. I'm ahead of myself. 18. She picks up 1 wicket, but quite easily could have had another 3 to her name. She had Little dropped, and then she had Squires dropped there as well. So 32 for 1 at the end of 3.
I think if you're Little here, you're thinking, I've had a few lives already. Maybe this is the time when I go big. I mean, she's threatened it on a few occasions, but this would be a time to really go supersonic, get close to 70, 80, even close to the hundreds, and that will put her team in a big, commanding position against an Italy side that haven't quite fired consistently with the bat. So Little will want to grab this game by the scruff of the neck and use those chances she's been presented by the Italian fielding so far.
Yeah, changing the tactics from Italy. Probably the first time we see it in the day. Or in fact, maybe in a couple of days. Pasindi Kanakanage coming on to bowl a bit earlier on here. They normally would have stuck with the slow stuff. They could have and have done in the past gone to Komodo Pedrick. They also have, of course, Luyana Sims. But just wanting to try changing it up and seeing how it works. So Pasindi, it's worked away quite nicely, but they have got that all-important fielder on the 45. That's a stop there by Mamalage. Just a single.
And this will be an interesting period of play. After that quite chaotic power play, of course, Italy can push 5 fielders back. They've got 4 all on the onside, so they're staying with this quite conventional field.
It's clipped away, work to be done out there, and yeah, nice to see that big swell. Good pick up and throw. Still, they're reluctant not to put a sweeper out the offside, which is a surprise. They can have 1 more out.
Maybe that's just the challenge that they're setting to Ireland. Maybe Little in particular, just saying, if you want to go, you've got to go over this deep ring we have on the offside.
Gone. Well bowled, full and straight. And Pasindi hasn't been given the ball that often, but on this occasion she gets given it, and Kanakage gets the wicket. Well bowled, full and straight. Jog the watte. And that's what I like to call a boogie, oogie, boogie, grizzly fireball. And gets a good and important breakthrough.
Yeah, you can't say it hasn't been coming. There's been a lot of chances served up by Ireland. And Pasindi on that occasion didn't leave it to the fielding. She just said, I'm going to hit the top of middle stump, see what happens. And what did happen is that Annabelle Squires misses the straight one. She goes for 6 off just 7 balls. And Ireland are struggling along a bit here. I mean, their run rate is okay, but 34 for 2. They've got a dangerous batter now back in the shed as captain Georgina Dempsey comes out to join Louise Little. And Ireland will be hoping these 2 out in the middle will form a strong partnership. Both have shown that they can go big.
No bowled, no run. Of course, these 2 teams, they have played each other, and it was quite an interesting match. And of course, it was won by Italy, who chased the 86 they needed, and they did it with 20 balls to go when Amelia Bartram went to town, 43 of 13. And it's really the first time we've seen her and Matanara Ratanaika score valuable runs, or runs that had an impact in the match. And they'll be hoping that those 2 can find their rhythm again in this one. They've been lying dormant for a long time. Now it's time to wake up. But Cindy, it looks like she's woken up. Can she get a good ball in here to finish what will be a very good over? It's played out onto the leg side, but it'll be nicely fielded there. Being put under pressure, Alexia, in the field, but she's handled it well. A couple of catches going down, but she hasn't let it rub off on her fielding. And the over comes to an end. It's a good one from Pasindi. Goes just for the 4, and she picked up the wicket there of Squires as well. So Ireland at the end of 4 overs, 36 for 2.
Yeah, the so-called slow sisters are doing it for Italy. We had Chatu at the start, only going for 6 off the first over and getting that wicket. And Pasindi has followed it up in the 4th with another wicket and only going for 4. So those two, obviously they had the expensive 14 off over 2 and 12 off over 3, but they've pulled it back well here. Ireland will want to try and get a move on. I mean, we've had 3 games today where the team batting first has won the toss and has gone big, over 100 on each occasion. And Ireland will be wanting to replicate that in their game today.
Well, Italy will want some more of what Pasindi just did, and they go 2 more, as it's Emma Moore, who really impressed me in the earlier match today when she stuck around and made a healthy contribution for Italy with the bat. So let's see if she's able to continue. A good day for her. She gets given the ball here still. You got have got a sweeper now on the offside. In fact, they're just moving everybody around one day. I think that's a good move. You've got to have that 45. It's been a vital fielding position. So 45, short third, point, cover, a long off, and a sweeper on the offside now. A little bit short to start off with, and well dealt with once again by Alexia. This time, no mistakes. Knows that the catch is on a good, firm, solid base. Keeps it to just a single.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move as well, using all of those 5 fielders that you can have out of the ring, have them right on the boundary, especially for Louise Little. We know how far she can hit the ball. You want to protect those boundaries at all costs.
And that's out of the middle. It's cleared the fielder. That's going to be well captured by Karina of 2 circles with the camera on the boundary. What a good solid strike. And this is the thing here now. You just feel that the batters might like the pace on, and the captain, Georgina Dempsey, well, she's the first to go boom, shakalagya. That's 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a lovely hit. And Georgina Dempsey, she's done more with the ball than with the bat this week. And now Ireland will be hoping she steps up, puts in a captain's innings.
Goes down the leg side. Here's an appeal. Fielders feel that they heard something there, but the umpire sees nothing to it and calls it a wide. So better length this time from Moore, but needs to now get it outside the off. That's the plan. That's the field that's been set for her. And she comes again. That's okay. You've got the field set for this. There's a sweeper out there in Italy. Well, they pounce onto it pretty quickly. In fact, you've got 3 attacking the same ball there. Just a single.
Yeah, I think Captain Amelia was a bit disturbed by the other 2 flying in there and put her off her throw, but Moore, that was a good response there. And that's good areas to bowl, as you said, Rico. Just bowl to your field. You've got the boundary rider out there on the offside.
It's well bowled. It'll be 1 bounce to the fielder. Nicely dealt with there by Delisha. Hey, you know what I've realised today? We haven't opened our advent calendar.
Oh.
So I reckon we got to get ready. What we got? Yeah, a couple of balls to go, and a little bit late than normal, but we've got to open our advent calendar to see what the duck greets us today. Of course, we've got to open day 18. Yep, bowled into the field. Nicely done. Just a single.
This is the first time I've been live and in the box for this momentous occasion, so this will be one for the memory bank.
For the unveiling of the advent calendar, day 18. I must admit, I know Vinny wasn't here, but one of the ducks that we had here, because we have some in lieu as that one gets played away. And I know that young Theo is here, who's the son of Helena from 2 circles. So I presented him with a duck. He was over the moon with it. So we invite you into the commentary position here, the commentary box, and would you do the honours of opening number 18 for the 18th of December? What have we got in there?
18 is my favourite number. I was born on the 18th of February, and it's a very Christmassy theme. We've gone early on the Christmassy theme. It's only the 18th.
Oh wow, that's a nice one.
There's still 5 days to go. 7 days to go.
The old Santa duck. So, that's a nice one, isn't it?
Very Christmassy. Got a good quack on him. It's the main thing.
Well, since 18 is your lucky number, and He's wearing your colours, actually.
I'm
think
wearing his
that's
colours.
definitely yours today.
Oh, thank you very much, Rico.
There
I'll
you
treasure
go.
that one.
That was an easy one to give away today. Played into the deck, I believe. Or was it? I wonder. Maybe you have a chance to look at this. But Cindy, look at the way she's trying to... Here it is. Yeah, it's a bump ball. I think goes into the deck. But Cindy having a look, just checking her field. So she doesn't have that sweeper out the off, which is interesting. Even though she's also trying to keep that ball outside the off stump. See how she fares here. Short, and that's probably not the place to be as that gets walloped. Boom, boom, boom. Shakalagya. Balle, balle, balle. 6 more. And Louise Little, she's had the luck this time, and she's looking to cash in. Being dropped on 2 occasions, on 1 and on 12. And now, well, she gets someone just where she likes it. And I think the first thing that Amelia Bartram will be saying, I mean, they're looking at the boundary there on the leg side, but Tina, you can't be bowling it there.
No, and for Louise Little, sometimes you make your own luck, and she's made full advantage of this now. That was a bad ball. It's just dragged down a bit. And Pasindi, the pace she bowls, or the lack of pace she bowls, means that Louise Little could kind of just rock back and wait for that to come into her arc. The umpires are getting together now. I think maybe they're just checking the ball. It has ended up in the jungle here at the Cartmel Oval a few times, so maybe just checking, and they will go and double check with the team where they can get a new ball. But we have got a random question in the meantime.
Yeah.
And it's from Golam in the chat. He's asked me, but I'll ask you first, Rico. Who is your favourite commentator, and why is it Vinny?
Favourite commentator? Are you talking just ECN or just in general? I think in general, yeah, there's so many to talk of. I love listening to the sounds of Michael Holding, I've got to say. He's got
That's
a voice. And obviously he looks at things at the bowling perspective as well. So yeah, Michael Holding, I love Holding. It's hit well and well stopped. Good hands from Liliana Sims. What about you?
I do like Holding. I do like Hartley, so Alex Hartley, who want to represent the women as well. I think she does a good job. I love her podcast as well with Kate Cross. Obviously we've got a lot of good commentators at Sky Sports in England. We've got Aggers as well, and they're always good fun to listen to. But I love hearing the new commentators come through as well. And obviously the last 2 days I've loved being in the box with you and Vinny. So you're definitely making my top 3 now as well.
Ah, that's nice. This is for Wayne. Because Wayne is saying every time the duck goes on, his dog goes wild. Tell his dog's name. And say hi from us. And, well, I'll tell you what, this is the sound of Maximo. Because it's another short delivery. And Pasindi, she knows what works. When she pitches up, she'll get wickets. She'll get success. If you drop it short, you're going to get thumped out of the ground. And that's the second biggie in the over.
Yeah, she's giving it the double teapot there. She knows it's not quite hit the right line there. They have brought all the fielders in now on the offside. I think they're just trying to protect that leg side boundary as much as possible. They do actually have Amelia Bartram. I'm not sure if she's going to go back out, but they have long off out, which I'm not sure is the right move. I mean, I'd be bowling outside off stump here and get the cover boundary out and just say, if you want to take a 1 to cover, you can.
And that's a better length. But you see, this is where, as a bowler, I mean, I know it's T10 and the thinking behind it is different. If I'm bowling that ball and they're taking a single, I'm fuming. I'm sort of saying, hey, you know, I just bowled a good ball here. There shouldn't have been a single there. I'm looking at my captain saying, I don't want that. Mind you, the captain will probably say, well, you've got to bowl more often. I might make the change in the field. So despite the loss of a couple of wickets, 63 for 2, I think Ireland going well here. I want to say a shout out to Mr. Maximo, who's lurking. And also, Daniela was saying, that's a cute Santa duck. And, well, maybe, and I think you're going to have to name the Santa duck. So before the day's done, you've got to give it a name.
Okay, no pressure.
No
I'll
pressure.
Have a think.
Santa Derek, John Gray, they all like the Santa duck. Yeah, first, we had the snowman duck the other day. And Vinny was saying about, does it sound like Corey? And a few people saying it makes more sense than Corey. That's a little bit harsh. But we love Corey, really. Hello, Kroom.
What's Vinny doing in the chat? It's his day off. He was deliberating yesterday whether to even take his laptop back to the hotel with him, and here he is, lurking in the chat. Get outside, Vinny. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah. Well, maybe he is. Maybe he's sat in one of the lounges.
That's true.
And that's going to be 4 more. This is really good hitting. Georgina Dempsey getting in on the act as well now here. And got to find a way through. They do go back to Leanna Sims to try and get the breakthrough. And, well, she's got put away here as well now. So runs coming at a good brisk rate. And Wayne coming back and saying the name of his dog is Vanilla. What a lovely name, Vanilla.
I love that. I hope he, blonde-haired. I'd hope so, Vanilla. I can't see a Vanilla that's got black hair or a brown-haired dog. So I want a picture of Vanilla. I don't know. You can't send pictures in the chat, can you?
No, you can't.
I do love a dog, so.
Liking the. I suppose it's a bit difficult for you to have pets, is it, when you're on the road so much?
Yeah, I wish. I've been promised a dog when I retire, but I'm not going to retire anytime soon, hopefully, so I'll have to wait for that one.
It's nicely played. Just a single this time. And then John Gray was asking you a random question, saying, who's your role model in women's cricket?
Thanks, John. That's a great question. I think Elise Perry is a big role model because of the dual sports as well. She did play football for the Matildas. She played Olympic football, and of course, she's done a thing or two. As we see, a dramatic dive. That was almost a football dive, goalkeeping dive there. Elise Perry, she's achieved a thing or two in cricket and football. So someone so sickeningly talented is always going to be a role model. She's obviously coming to the end of her career, but what a player she's been for women's cricket.
And there you go, lovely answer. And it seems that uses the feet, doesn't carry and present itself as a catching opportunity, but well dealt with by Emma Moore. Not the worst of overs. There was that one boundary from it, but other than that, just the 10 will come off that one there from Leanna Sims. Now, I wonder if they go to her sister here to bowl some of her spin and see if she can get a breakthrough. And it doesn't look like. Looks like they might be going to Delisha Nanyakara. This is what's happening tomorrow. So we mentioned how it's an important day for all the teams tomorrow. Of course, finish top, because it is the last day of the group matches. Finishing top means you go straight into the final. But of course, Italy, they got 2 matches, whereas Ireland have just got the one. It won't be an easy one against the Netherlands. So I think that's what makes this match more important, if you like. Though Italy, they've got a tough one against England and then against Scotland, who are the in team at the moment. That would be a rematch of the golden ball match as well. In the air, just out of reach, but should stop the boundary. That's really nicely done. Playing it safe. I like that. Not tempted to use the feet. Goes down, makes a slide, flicks the ball back into the field of play, and then tidies up. Good bit of cricket all round.
Yeah, that was good stuff. And meanwhile, I'm loving the dog chat in the chat. Vanilla is a pure white breed, so that makes sense. My world is restored. But I think your ducks are causing absolute havoc with our canine friends. So if you ever want to wind up the chatters, just squeak that duck.
That's another great stop. Oh, she's earned her worth out there, those fielders. Good stop. And my dogs are really funny. Squeaky toys don't seem to bother them too much.
Really?
The only thing is fireworks.
Yeah.
And of course, here in Spain, they love their fireworks, Christmas time, New Year's time, whenever there's the El Clasico football match. So we always have to keep them locked up indoors, fireworks. I think not just my dogs, I think most dog owners and cat owners will say that fireworks are a mare.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that as well. I wasn't a fan of fireworks growing up. But I did reveal that on commentary yesterday as well. I'm not a fan of balloons, so it's obviously clearly something about the big explosions that I'm not a fan of.
Well bowled. It's a nice start this from Delisha. So trying to keep the squeeze on. What are you thinking Ireland would have their eyes set on in terms of a score here?
Well, the expected score is at 107, and they're definitely going to want to go over 100. Just psychologically, that 3-figure mark is a big one. But they're just kind of plodding along at the moment. I mean, Little and Dempsey are both set. I feel like one of them's got to go at some point. There's only, 2.2 overs left. They're going to go. They've only got 2 wickets down, so there's people left in to come. I think now's about the time to start swinging.
Well, they try. Now, will anybody get to this? He's hovering in the air and is put down. That's disappointment, really. Mathanara Ratanaika, you probably say she's odds-on favourite to hold on to this one, but they've let themselves down, haven't they, in the catching department in this match, have Italy? And that certainly is something that could chances drop. That could rue later. We saw Little. She's still out there, by the way, and eyeing up a half century, 47 to 27. She was dropped twice. And some routine catches, and that one, you'd have to back the wicketkeeper to take it.
Yeah, well, we've been talking a lot about dogs, but I think Little's more like a cat with 9 lives at the moment. She's had a few chances go begging, but she won't mind that at all, and she'll be eyeing that half century, as you said, Rico. And more importantly, she'll be eyeing, I imagine, that century for Ireland as a team. If they go at 10s in the next 2 overs, they will get to that magical 3-figure mark. And that has been a good mark for the teams that have batted first. Of course, not so much for Scotland, but they are the run chase queens at the moment.
Yeah.
But I think anything into the 3 figures will be quite challenging for Italy to chase.
Okay, Luana Sims will get a bowl. She'll only get this 1 over. And she starts well, and doesn't quite carry. You can see that Sophia Toffoletto was eyeing up, maybe taking the catch, but at the last moment, I think making the right decision, staying on her feet and just slapping the ball down to keep it to a single. Good start, though, from Luana Sims. But this will be the big test as she's bowling here to Louise Little, who's eyeing up her first half century. Gets a bit of bat on it, but not enough to get it past the fielder. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, it's a brave move of Italy to go to Luana for the famous 9th over. She hasn't bowled an over yet in this game. It's difficult often for spinners, especially wrist spinners, to come into the game so late and just hit their stride straight away. But 2 good balls from Luana so far in this over.
That's picked up beautifully. That's going to sail over the boundary. It's 6 runs. Georgina Dempsey, the captain, she's played a fantastic part in this partnership. They just sort of went off the ball in terms of boundaries. That last over from Delisha, not a single boundary that came in that one. And Liana Sims, she only went for 10, but that will help to swift the momentum. Big hit down the leg side. And I think Luana Sims has to try and go just a little bit wider to prevent her from playing that lovely pull and hook shot. Down the ground, going, gone. Seis más, 6 carreras que hay. Que genial, que grande, 6 carreras más. And Georgina Dempsey turning on the style here. Luana Sims, probably for the first time when she's been bowling under attack.
Yeah, and she's going to have a conflab here with her captain, Amelia Bartram, just to see what they can do. But, I mean, it's difficult to know what to do if you've got 5 out. 4 of whom are on the leg side. She just needs to maybe be a bit braver, toss it up outside that off stump, force the batter into doing something they don't want to do.
It's well bowled. Oh no, no. That's criminal, really. That really is, and that hurts you. I mean, the bowler does exactly the right thing, had to change it up. Otherwise, she knew the batter was going to go downtown, straight over her head. She bowls a good delivery, quicker one, and I think that's probably Delisha who runs straight past it and concedes 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sickener for Luana. As we said, if she tossed it up outside off stump, which is exactly what she did, it could have been a successful ball, and it should have been, but straight through Delisha at point there.
It's in the air, and would you believe another catch goes down? Well, Italy, I don't know what's going on, but they haven't been able to catch a thing today, and that's Amelia Bartram, who normally has safe hands. So another opportunity goes down. And these 2 batters, they're living a charmed life. End of the 9th over, and 99 for 2. We've been talking a bit about women's cricket. It's worth reflecting that on this day back in 1988, Australia won their 3rd Women's World Cup in a row, beating England by 8 wickets in the final in Melbourne. England number 3, Jan Britton scored an unbeaten 46, but no one could stay with her, and Australia chased down the 128 to win with 15 overs to spare, with opener Lindsay Reeler making 59 and not out. That was this day in 1988.
They've not looked back since, the Australian women's team, so they're a force to be reckoned with.
Just drops the bat on this one as Nanyakara looks to redeem herself after the boundary. That's the 100 up. I suppose when you look at this score, Tina, I mean, they were 48 at the halfway point. With the number of chances they dropped, it could be a lot worse, couldn't it? Well, I say that, and this one gets smashed, and Louise Little will bring up a very fine half-century. Well batted. When they've had their struggles, Ireland, and no batters really shown up to play, this player, Louise, has done all the hard work and the hitting, and she gets rewarded with a very patient and well-executed half-century. 54 of 29.
Yeah, Little goes large, and she thoroughly deserved that. After a few near misses, she finally gets that first half-century under her belt.
And now she's looking to go even larger, as this one has been sent to orbit. 6 and number 5 in the innings. That now goes to 60 and 2 fours as well. She's going at a good strike rate as well of 200. Another powerful hit, and she's looking now to accelerate and get close to that 115, 120 score. The nice shot needs something different. Maybe goes for a slightly quicker and wider delivery. Tries, but this has been met with the force that Little has. The power in the shot takes it to another Maximo. 3 sixes on the spin. Remember, the last over from Luana Sims went 6-6-4. This one has gone 6-6-6. We're not in the Caribbean. We are in the Costa del Sol, but we're doing it Calypso style. Shaka, shaka, shaka. And she ain't done yet. Uh-oh. Well, that is going to be a no ball called on the field of play. So not that Little needed the license to do the full Monty, but now she can, because there's no risk involved in this shot. You can give it everything.
I love her batter's instinct there. It was a no ball. She still grounds her bat. Wants to make sure she's at the crease for this big free hit.
And down the ground it goes, and it will be another 6. That's 4 on the spin. Remember, it was the free hit. So we've had a bound, we've had a single, and then after that, all the other legal deliveries have gone for 6. The over's gone for 26. It's gone magical. But it could be a supersonic one here. What a finish this is from Ireland. This last over really hurting Italy. 26 from it. And she's going to try. Is she going to? Yep, she's going to try to do something different. Just come around the wicket for this one delivery. And that will go for 6 as well. We'll make that 5. 5 sixes in the over. All of them coming from the bat of Little. When she got on strike, she had one thing on mind, and that's to go ballistic. A little bit of carnage out there at the Cardamom Oval. As that gets blasted away. 32 coming off that over. It does go supersonic. And Ireland, it didn't all happen in the 9th, but it certainly happened in the 10th. And what a knock from Louise Little. 78 of 34 deliveries.
Yeah, what a knock and what a final over from Ireland's perspective. Before the start of that final over, we were talking about around 100 would be good for Ireland, and they've gone way beyond that. Finished on 131 for 2. Louise Little 78 off 34, so incredible knock from her. As we said before the game, she's been threatening it all tournament, and she's finally come good today.
Yeah, I mean, the teams went out there, and we knew it was going to be a crunch match. And I think one thing Italy did, they did manage to get that wicket pretty early of Joanna Loughran. She was the first to fall. They went for a golden duck. Annabelle Squire stuck around a little bit with Louise Little, but she herself wouldn't get into too many runs. But the problem that Italy had, and we've got to reflect on it because it ends up being vital, is the catching. Remember that Little was dropped on 1, she dropped on 12, and then when she was in the 40s, she presented another chance. They just weren't able to catch a thing, which meant the bowlers just had to go full and straight. That was a nice moment from Pasindi, getting a wicket. Her first over actually was very effective. Just the 4 coming from it, picked up the wicket. Power play score 48 for 2. But now then, it was time to unleash, and they went ballistic.
Yeah, Italy will be kicking themselves there a bit, as you mentioned. Little dropped a few times, and their bowling was actually pretty decent. Only 5 extras, 3 of which were wides, 2 no balls. The bowlers kind of did their job. It was just in the field. They let themselves down, quite sloppy with catches, letting through a few boundaries. So they'll have to learn from that and learn from it. I'm sure they will. But it's only halfway. They're still in this game. We saw one record run chase yesterday. It will have to be another record run chase for Italy today if they want to take points from this. Ireland definitely in the driving seat, getting their players off their seats from that innings from Louise Little. But Italy almost have nothing to lose now. It's a big target, and they'll have to go big from the start. Methnara, Emilia, one of those players will have to anchor that innings. So still to play for, but you'd say Ireland will be more than happy with where they are at halfway.
You just have to look at those last 2 overs. I mean, Luana Sims, there was a chance that could have been taken, then there was a misfield, but it went for 19, 32 of the last 51 runs in the last 2 overs. And, you know, if those overs went as the ones before it, the average of about 12, you know, you're looking at sort of that 115, 120, no more than that. And I think then Italy still think that they're in the game. But once it goes past that 130 mark, I mean, that's going to have to hurt you. And just having a quick look, actually, at the Premier Division, and I get the feeling, something tells me that that's the highest that it's the first time we've got to the 130. So Italy are going to have to pull off the highest run chase that we've seen in this Premier Division so far. We have a quick look at the bowling figures there, and yeah, a little bit of pain there. Momalage, she was the best with 1 for 18. Basindi, 1 for 19, but it was all about the batting. And it has to be said about 2 batters, really. Louise Little, outstanding. Bats all the way through the innings, 78 for 34. And then the captain, Georgina Dempsey, came out and gave her some valuable support with 42 of 20.
Yeah, Louise Little, she did get that half century on the first day against Scotland, which we almost forgot about because it just came off 14 balls in that comprehensive win by 8 wickets. But she's gone even bigger today, and maybe an even bigger innings, really anchoring that innings for Ireland to get them to 131. More than half of the runs are attributed to Louise Little. And yeah, Italy have work to do. Sims, of course, she didn't quite do it with the ball, but she did it with the bat this morning, and she'll have to repeat that trick and hope 1 or 2 of her teammates join her along the way if they want to chase down this big total.
Yeah, I think in a way, I don't know how you see this, Tina, but I think in a way for Italy, this could work out to be a good thing. I think sometimes, let's say if it was a score in the 90s or so, it's very much the same, and they might have gone about it with the same mindset. With it being such a high score, you never know. They might just go out there and bat with a little bit more freedom and bat with saying they've got nothing to lose here, and that might bring out the best of them. We'll have to wait and see how this goes, but the reply will coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Join me, Rico Full and Tina Goff, when we return in about 10 minutes' time to see if Italy can pull off. Well, it would be the highest run chase so far in this Premier Division. They need 132 for victory. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Hello viewers, and yeah, just a reminder there that it is a very festive time of year, but we can always give a thought to those that are less fortunate than ourselves. You can click the QR code and of course join the Share the Meal. It's time to go back in time with Rico. So this day back in 1927, Bill Ponsford broke his own world record of 429 set in 1992 by hitting 437 for Victoria against Queensland in Melbourne, until of course Brian Lara added 400 not out to his 501. Ponsford was the only batter to have scored 2 quadruple centuries in first class cricket. However, in 1948 in Pune, BP Nimbalkar was left stranded on 443, 10 short of Don Bradman's world record, when Kathwar refused to resume the match after tea on the third day, as they were fed up with chasing leather. Despite pleas to allow Nimbalkar to resume, they were having none of it and forfeited the match and headed home. What a sad story that is. So we could have seen another record there in Pune for Nimbalkar. He was left stranded on 443. I suppose fair play. Nobody likes to chase leather. Well, chasing leather is what Italy had to do while they were out there. Ireland 131 for 2. Let's see the response. And a slight change in the batting lineup. I like this. It's something that I touched on before. Amelia Bartram, a left-hander, and joining Mathanara Ratanaika out there in the middle. And she starts with a cracking shot. Gets a swivel on this and sends it away. Cuatro carreras to start off with, as Jenny Jackson just a little bit too short to it. And I like this matchup with Bartram taking on the left armour. So 4 runs to start. I'm Rico Full, and joining us back is also Tina Goff.
Yeah, excellent start there from Bartram, and I agree, Amelia can be the key to this Italian batting order. She didn't quite make the right decision in the game earlier today, but she certainly picked the right shot there against Jennifer Jackson, who missed out earlier in the day. She sat out this one, so she'll be keen to impress. It's a left-hand combination, which we haven't seen much of this tournament so far.
It's going to be a little bit too wide as Jackson looks to go outside the off to Bartram, having seen the power of a pull and hook shot. We know that she plays that shot really well, and that's where she was at her best, of course, against Ireland. I mean, Italy got the win and denied Ireland any points in that match. Ireland are looking for revenge. That's a good comeback, good delivery, draws Amelia Bartram out and gets this one through her.
That's the exact line you've got to bowl to Amelia. We've all seen how strong she is on the onside, and they've got the cow corner out, they've got long on out. But I'd be tempted to just keep that ball outside the off stump, and if she smokes it through the covers, then you say fair play, but don't give her those scoring runs on the onside.
It played well, and we will get a single. So now Mathanara. Last time these two batted, they batted well together. Maybe just a change, having a different partner out there can boost Mathanara Ratanaika to be at her best. This is what they're looking at. If she can get the first one out the middle, then who knows? Maybe she's back, and we could see quite an amazing partnership between these two. It's a good delivery, and that's the difference really. So that ball to the left-hander allows Bartram to get a hook shot in, which he played quite fantastically first ball. But to the right-hander, it's a different ball game. It's a nasty delivery, a spicy delivery, which tucks her up.
Yeah,
so well bowled.
That was a great ball, and she needs to make sure not to go any shorter, because Mathanara will be very quick on that pull shot. But that was a brilliant ball. Now just push it away from the right-hander. Get her driving.
hits this down the ground and will get off the mark, will get a single. That, I mean, considering the sort of form that Ratanaika's in, that'll be a sign of relief. Remember, she wasn't able to get anything going in the last match, so just needs to get a couple out the middle of the bat, spend a little bit of time out there in the middle, and then start to really build a partnership. Remember, just for a point, they need to get to 92, so they've got to really focus on that. You can't be giving up all the points to Ireland, who are a point above you. That's a wild swing at this, and Matanara will get back in. A big swing to try and work that one away. Doesn't happen. It will be the end of the over. Good comeback after being whacked for a boundary first ball, and then bowling the wide. Jenny Jackson completes a pretty decent over. Just a 7 come off the first.
Yeah, I think Amelia needs to just calm Methanara down a bit. She was trying to run through for that quick single there, and Amelia's got a wise head on her shoulder. She's got a lot of experience. Methanara, of course, we can't forget, she's only 18 years old, despite batting a lot of the time way beyond her years. And we've got flying high in the sky there. Italy going to want to hit some big shots, troubling those aeroplanes if they want to get to this big total, or even to get to that bonus point total of 92. So a big task on their hands, and Georgina Dempsey, as is often the case, takes the ball for the second over here.
Goes up and offers an opportunity, and well, almost a brilliant catch taken. It's a very good point that you make there, you know, against Metanara Ratanaika. It's quite amazing if you look at her stats. I mean, she's coming close to 1,000 runs, 855 she started this match with. She's picked up a few wickets as well. But yeah, her age, she's only 18, and you think that she's sort of more than that because she has been playing for so long. That just goes to show the talent that she has, and also as she gets stronger and as she plays more cricket, just how good she can become.
And I think that's why it's a good call with this partnership as well. Get Bartram out there just to keep her calm, to have a wise conversation with her in the middle, and of course, hopefully from Italy's best perspective, hit some big shots as well.
Bartram a little bit focused, maybe over-focused and trying to hit on the leg side. I think she's got to also be playing shots on the off. That left a big gap between point and third. I think that's where she should be looking to go. If not, maybe guide those ones just a little bit finer. Good start though from the captain. Two captains do battle. And that's going to be out. It's a great catch. Sensational catch. Taken behind the stumps there by Joanna Loughran. Diving to her left, holds on to this, and it will be the captain of Ireland that wins the battle between the two captains. As Bartram, she does play a nice shot to get going, but she'll go for 5 of 8 deliveries to an outstanding catch behind the stumps.
Yeah, Loughran went for a golden duck in the first half of this game, but she made up for it there by taking that catch to send Italy's captain on her way, and it really deviated off the bat. She stuck out both gloves to get up to that. It was on the rise as it landed in her gloves, and the smile on her face says it all. She knows that was a great take. And Amelia Bartram sending her up the order. The gamble hasn't quite paid off. I think it was a bold move from Italy on this occasion. It hasn't paid off, but a good wicket for Ireland there and for the captain, Georgina Dempsey. Yeah,
Dempsey doing the right thing, keeping Bartram outside the off, and got her reward, and now gets this one through. They're asking and liking it, and it's going to be out. It's a first baller for Ileana Sims, and that's disaster for Italy. Sims, of course, was outstanding earlier. She was the only batter to really have and give any fight to the Netherlands when they were chasing 110 for victory. She scored 48 of 21, and here she is. She'll go first ball, and that's a severe blow now for Italy.
What a ball that was. I think it might just actually come off Sims's shoulder there. I think she might be unlucky a bit with that call, but I can understand why the umpire gave that one. It zipped through. It definitely came off something, and it goes through to the keeper. Oh, my instinct there is it does come off the shoulder, so Sims trudges off the pitch without troubling the scorers.
Yeah, it does look like it comes off the side, not the bat. The umpire's giving it though, so it has to go, and that's real disappointment. Sims, but a massive wicket. That means, of course, that this becomes a hat-trick ball. Gets played away. It's going to be a bit of miscommunication as you saw the batter there. This is Delisha Nanyakara was a little bit ball watching. And she does get a run to her name, and she needs more than just the one. She's got to have a good time here with the bat. She, of course, conceded that 32 in that last over, and of course that's probably still in her mind. And now she's out there. Well, if she can score 32, she'll break even. That's the way she should be looking at it. Here's the standings. England stay top despite them having a loss yesterday. Netherlands, they've had a big loss here today, but Scotland seem to be the team of the moment. And these two teams are at the wrong end of the table, but this would be a huge victory for Ireland, who are a point above Italy and have a game in hand over them, so they want to make the most of it. And at the moment here, they might even be thinking about 4 points. Well, we'll be down the leg side, wide ball. Tough one that for the umpires. You've got to give it based on what you think you see. There's a big appeal, and they don't have the luxury of the replay. So Sims goes for a golden call behind. It's played away. The chase is on, and will not be able to stop it. Well, that's a bit like me in the morning with the bar of soap. Can't grab hold of it. And that's exactly what happens there with Lara McBride. It gets away from it, and it gets a boundary. Well, you have still got these two. Now, they're back in Rome. And I know a lot of the Italian women will tell you, Mathanara and Delisha have scored plenty of runs and put plenty of big partnerships together. This would be a good time for them to do that here at the Cardimer Oval.
Well, these two will be comfortable batting together. They've, as you said, batted a lot together for club and country. And now would be as good a time as any, especially for Methanara. We know how good of a batter she is, and she'll have to use all of that experience, despite her young years, to try and get Italy close. Even if they can just get that bonus point, as you said earlier, 92 is still a high score, just to even get 1 point on the board and to avoid the 4-0 whitewash.
Plays away, doesn't get the middle of the bat, hit that quite high up. But it's another run. That's all they can do at the moment. Just try to keep the scoreboard ticking, maybe start to build a partnership, and at some point really get going. This Prabhat, who's looking, of course, naturally a little bit concerned, but he knows he's got good hitters there, and that's what they can do. And it's short, and it's pulled away beautifully. So Nanyagara gets another boundary. She moves to 10. Good shot that. It's a short delivery. There is a gap, and this is right in there. And that's what she needs to do. Be positive, be brave, and get a partnership going.
Yeah, she just rocked back on that one. Dragged a bit too short there by Kaya, but she's been bowling really well this week as well.
That's firmly hit, and oh, it's a sensational effort. Hits the ground hard. That's the fielder. That's Annabelle Squires. What a great catch this would have been. Throws herself at it. I think it's worth just checking. I think you want the medics out there to have a look. She really did go down heavily. We'll probably see a good shot of it here. So she's diving forward, and yeah, she's hit the shoulder and her head pretty firmly. So yeah, you've got to check these and make sure that they're okay. So you'll see that the medic, as well as I think you got the team medic and the medic for all the players comes out there to probably want to do maybe a quick concussion test.
Well, Ireland will not be wanting to take any chances here. They've already got Niamh McNulty, who is out for the whole tournament with that concussion protocol. She did, and that one, Niamh McNulty, if you remember earlier in the tournament, that also looked like a bit of an innocuous one. It was also going for a catch. She was running backwards and hit her head on the way down. Similar situation here for Annabelle Squires, but she was running forward. It looked like she just knocked her head either against her arm or against the floor on the way down. So they're just doing a thorough check on her now to make sure that she's okay. I know Ireland are down to their bare bones already, but you can never take any chances when it comes to concussion.
Well, while the checks are being made, and I like that being done, we can have a quick look at what the matches will be here tomorrow. Of course, Vinny Sandhu will return, and his first match will be England taking on Italy. So if you think it's going to get easier for Italy, it is not. They're going to have to, I think they're going to have to win one of those two matches, and well, neither one is going to be easy. Scotland, they're on a high, and Scotland, of course, have already scarred Italy with that, of course, that golden ball victory, 71-71. And England, well, they just seem to want another level. Though it's fair to say that all teams have shown that they're not invincible.
Well, the advantage that Italy do have is that they've got those 2 games tomorrow to Ireland's 1. So I think, as you said, though, Rico, maybe we can do the maths at the end of this game. It might mean that whatever happens, they'll need a win. It might be that 2 bonus points won't be enough, especially if Ireland grab all 4 points in this game now. So it could be a case of do or die for Italy tomorrow, and if they don't get any points or they only pick up the 1 point against England, then it will all be riding on that one game against Scotland in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, Annabelle Squires staying on the field of play, though she is being moved. I think that's probably a good move to take her out of the firing line for a moment. She goes to that short third position. Mind you, she now has to contend with the sun. That's the end of the over. So another over gets completed, 3 complete, and it's, oh, is it over? It looks like it was over, maybe not. They're just,
It's a no ball.
Not sure
No
what's
ball
going
being
on
signalled.
here. No ball being signalled? Well, what's going on here? I thought maybe that was the over. It's not the over.
The umpires are keeping us on our toes here. Yeah, free
So
hit
what-
signalled.
What's
Is
that
it
mean?
fielding? 5 of 6 out, maybe. I would be surprised. Not
Well,
quite
no-
sure what's going on there.
No ball is called, so that's why it's not the end of the over. And that's the way to deal with it. That's an absolute cracker. And Matharana Ratanaika puts away the free hit. Sometimes these things can work well in your favour. And we thought it's the end of the over, and it looked like it was going to be a decent one there, just 13. Well, in fact, it would have been 12 from it, but the no ball took the 13. And a big 6, the first boundary for Matanara. She now moves to 9, and it will be 28 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, so it's a welcome 6, and you can see that takes the runs from the over to 19, but they're still playing catch-up after the first 2 overs. Only went for 9 in total, and of course losing those 2 wickets as well in that second over means that Italy are really behind the pace now. But as long as Methanara and Elisha are there, they're still within a chance.
And well, it won't be there that much longer as Elisha. She goes right across the line. It wasn't a shot to play. And it's another wicket for Dempsey. Dempsey now has 3 wickets to her name. And she quickly, I like that from Dempsey as the captain. Very quick. Not celebrating that wicket really, but very quick to go to all the players saying, come on, get together quickly. I want to have a chat. Let's get together. Let's celebrate together. And yeah, not a good shot, but a good ball at the top of the stumps. And that's the end of Delisha. Nanyakara, she's going to go and makes a start. But after getting to 11, hitting 2 fours, she departs of ball number 6.
I think that's the story of Delisha's tournament so far. She keeps on getting starts. She hits some lovely shots. And she just, it's about her decision making on that ball. It's a tremendous ball, top of off stump. And Delisha, I think, was trying to hit it somewhere to mid wicket. So it was just not the right move on that ball. But fair play to Georgina Dempsey. She made her play that full shot.
That's nicely played away. There's a nice looking shot there for Mahamalage, who now comes out. And Mahamalage, the thing with her is that I think she's a good plotter. She'll stroke the ball around nicely. But in terms of the batters with the power, I think we've seen them all, apart from Ratanaika, come and go. And here she is now, 1 strike. To get squared up a little. Won't take the run here.
We do have a few more random questions coming on the chat. We don't want to leave anyone else out. So Ronnie Spraggins asked at what age I started playing cricket. I think it was around the 2005 Ashes. I was about 11 at the time, so that reveals my age. Yeah, I think the 2005 Ashes was enough to inspire any young kid to take up cricket.
It's played away. It's interesting that it's a test series, because I think most most kids now that pick up the game are watching the shorter format, aren't they? So
Oh, exactly.
T20s to 100 now. A lot of people, of course, watching the T10. So what was it that, was it just the thinking, seeing the batters and batting and thinking, I could do that? Or was it just, did you just like the way the sport attracted you?
I think it was all the combination of the above. I mean, Shane Warne was obviously in that series, and you had those moments of sportsmanship between Simon Jones, Matthew Hoggard. I mean, that time, and when I started off, I was more of a bowler as well, so there was a lot of fast bowling on display. There was Harmison. I mean, obviously, supporting England over Australia, there was just so much talent on show. I think it just inspired me to get out in the garden with my older brother and see if I could do the same thing.
That's a nice looking shot, and we'll get a single, so gets past the double figures mark this time, and just got to try and believe here. I mean, the rate required for a victory now probably seems a little bit unachievable. You would say it's going up to that 17 runner mark, but they've still got a good chance here to get the point, and I think that's what they got to really be focused on, to say, right, let's not fall away to get into this 92 score. They did manage 95 against the Netherlands. They're chasing that 110. So a good knock is required here from Matanara Ratanaike. If she can get going, she can certainly get them something out of this match, which would be crucial. McGee with the ball. Nice start from her.
It's interesting you mentioned test matches earlier as well, because we had another question in the chat about what the favourite format of the game for us, for both of us, I assume, apart from T10. Obviously, that doesn't count, because we know that's our favourite format.
Yeah. I must admit, I mean, it took a time, the shorter format, to grow on me. I know that when all of the cricket that I played was the long format, so 50, 55 overs. Even when I moved to Spain, I think at the time we were playing about 45 overs. And when T20 started, and I wasn't quite in the same category as some players and some members who were saying that, you know, it's like pajama cricket, it's not cricket. Well, might as well give our partners, Bizway, a bit of a mention, as we see a nice shot there of a aircraft flying over us. But yeah, it took time to grow on me. And I think mainly because I was mainly a bowler. Yeah. And I think if you're a batter, you adjust okay. But as a bowler, you know, I often used to find I used to be well into my sort of fourth, fifth over before I started to get into the swing of things. But of course, the shorter format doesn't allow that. You know, you get in this T10 2 overs, T20 just the 4. So, and also you feel that the batters always had the advantage. But I think over the years we have seen plenty of change, and in T10 I think we've seen that as well. I mean, this tournament is probably a very good example of it. This one, it's another swing and a miss, and it gets to the halfway point. And well, it's a good opportunity for myself and Tina to thank everybody that's been tuning in around the world. It's been a wonderful day full of action. And I loved all of the interaction from all of you back at home. So I want to say thank you on behalf of both of us. But don't forget, if you like what you see, give us a thumbs up and spread the word. That's what it's all about. We are a family. We're growing all the time. And it's all about growing cricket in Europe. And that's what we're talking about here now. You know, how we get into cricket, how we got into playing, and what format we liked. It's about growing and sharing. So do grow and share with us. And tell your friends, tell your family. And let's keep our family growing all the time. And yeah, big thank you to everybody involved in the chat today. We've had some really good interaction from you all, and some very good random questions as well. Keep them coming. In the air, and it's going to be just out of the reach of the fielder. That's Ali Bache, who's trying to take this catch over her head.
Yeah, and then you can see that the run rate even now to just get Italy that elusive bonus point is up at over 11. So they're giving themselves a bit of a mountain to climb, as we see that the mountains and the beautiful black backdrop here we have at the Cartama Oval. And a dot ball like that is definitely not going to help Italy's cause, but this is a great start to the over by McBride.
It's going to be a little bit too wide, that will be called by the umpire. But yeah, what they've done here now is they know that Italy are chasing the game, so let's go. Put the spin on. And Dempsey went for 4, McGee went for 4, and this one looks like it's going to be a pretty low-scoring one as well. Just that's the third one off it. One wide in there as well. So Italy, yeah, I mean, for a point, they're needing to go at 12, and even that sort of seems a bit unrealistic, unless somebody can really get going. That's what you need here. Let's hit firmly, but to the fielder, can't find the gap. It's another single. Ireland wanting the 4 points. The 4 points means that Italy get nothing, and they go 5 ahead of Italy, and Italy then really staring down the barrel of an early exit. But, unless they pull off something quite amazing in the 2 matches that they've got tomorrow, and that's the end of the over. So this time, just the 6 coming from it. So just 14 runs off the last 3 overs. And a score 41 for 3. Italy really having the struggles here.
Yeah, and you have to take your hat off to the Ireland bowlers here as well. They had that 1 over from Kaya McCartney that went big for 19. But otherwise, you're looking at economies 7, 3, 4, 6. And that's why Italy have really struggled to get going at all in this run chase. And Ellie McGee then rewarded with a 2nd over after her first over only went for 4.
It's played away in the air, and another great effort. They've been so close to pulling this off. We're going to see one eventually, and that's another great attempt from Louise Little, but just doesn't hold on to it. We'll see it again here. I think she does get both hands to it, but just escapes her because of the momentum of her dive. That'll be a single.
The commitment of Ireland in the field has been second to none. They've seen one of their teammates go down earlier in the week with concussion, going for a catch, so you wouldn't blame them if they just said, oh, I'll just stop the boundary here. But every time they go full-blooded into every catch. Fair play to them.
That's trying to work it in the gap, but you can see big effort being made there just to try and go a little bit finer with this shot, but still it goes to the fielder. You have to, I know you've touched on this before about the average age of this Ireland 11 side. I mean, you've got the youngsters out there that are, you see here, they're fraying themselves around, they're fielding well, they're gaining with confidence with each match that they play. But this must be, I mean, it's amazing for Ireland, because I think there's obviously they've got a big following, and a lot of the Irish will be watching, cheering them on, and there'll be a lot of young ladies watching and saying, you know what, a bit like yourself, I could be out there, I could play this game. And even the neutrals, I mean, how important is it that we do get a lot more women's cricket broadcasted and streamed live? So, it's widely available for people to watch, especially youngsters. Up in the air. Now this is more of a straightforward chance, and it will get taken. And that will be the end of Mathanara Ratanaika. So, we're talking about the Irish watching. There will be more screams and joys from the Irish as they take another wicket, and it's a big one of Ratanaika. She'll go for 17 of 18 balls, and Ellie McGee picks up the big wicket.
Yeah, that was a solid catch. I think it was Sophie McMahon, the old lady of the team at the ripe old age of 27, which is a bit shocking if you see how young the rest of the Ireland team are. But that was a solid take in the outfield, running in from long on. And Italy now in a spot of bother. Methano didn't really get going. She hung on in there as her teammates were falling around her, but strike rate of under 100. We know how hard she can hit a ball, so she needs to get going again on the final day. Italy will be relying on her tomorrow to be at her best to pick up those all-needed points, but it didn't quite work out for her today.
Yeah, a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow as we're ready for the start of this, the 8th over. It's played away nicely. The inner ring doing the job and gets the throw in, but they do have a sweeper out there as well. So yeah, I mean, how important is it that young, I mean, I mentioned women, but I suppose young boys and girls see cricket being played. It's more widely available for them to watch it. It's entertaining. It's a quicker format. Do you think that will attract more youngsters to the game?
Well, absolutely. They always say about women's cricket, if you can't see it, you can't be it. And I mean, I'm not that old, but even 20 years ago, I didn't really see any women's cricket on TV, maybe one big game a year. But now, every time you turn on Sky Sports or any other local TV channel, and of course our partner broadcasters as well are really, really backing women's sport, and as it should be, because if you look at the quality of cricket that's on show, more people should be watching it. It's entertaining, and it's inspiring for the kids out there.
Yeah, very much so. You know, and that's why I think it's so positive that, you know, I've been to a lot of places where the women's game has sort of only just started. I remember seeing Romania play in a T20 series where Isle of Man and Greece were there. And Isle of Man and Greece playing some very good cricket at the moment. I know that when I was in Cyprus, we saw the first time that Cyprus put a side out. So they've got things started. And there's so many good things happening at the moment with the sport from women's cricket. And you can see that it's now coming together on the big screen as McCartney takes another wicket. This is her go-to ball, isn't it? When she gets this right, I mean, she struggled with it against the left-handers, didn't she? When she gave away quite a few extras. Remember earlier in the earlier match, she gave 5 wides a couple of times when she strayed. But to the right-hander, she bowls that perfect delivery. It goes from wide, comes in. She's imitating what a left armer would be doing, and that's what makes it so difficult. And it's another one that's too good. And Mamalange, her little stay out there in the middle comes to an end as well. She'll go for 12 of 14 deliveries.
Yeah, it's all smiles in the Island camp after that delivery. And we've been wondering all day, why do so many of the bowlers go right arm round to the right hander? And that ball might be exactly why. It's just drifting away from the right hander on the angle and then turning back in. And when you get it right, it's almost unplayable.
Yeah, definitely is. And what I like is that, I mean, we've touched on that a lot of the women here have done this today, but at no point have they been impeding the umpire's vision. They've been coming around the wicket but not running into the protected area. So they've done it right and it's been effective. As we see another over that comes to an end.
Yeah, and Italy are really up against it now. Even if you look at the blue line for that bonus point, they were looking on the rate at the start of the third, fourth over, but they've just dropped and wickets have fallen at the wrong time from an Italian perspective.
In the air, and another great catch. This is a good catch. I mean, we've just seen this from the commentary box. This ball is moving in the air. I mean, it's been well hit by Alexis, and it's swinging in the air. It's going from right to left, and it's been very well watched. And Georgina Dempsey, the captain, looks like a good player, leading the young side well. And that's another thing, as a leader, as a captain, when you've got a young side, you've got to be very patient, and you've got to have a good way of sort of managing and leading the youngsters. And she's done a brilliant job.
Oh, Georgina Dempsey, only a youngster herself, only 20, and to show the maturity of not only leading this team, but also leading the way with the ball. She went 3 for 6 off her 2 overs, and she made that catch look straightforward, and it was far from it. As you said, Rico, we were right behind it here. You saw that arcing towards her, and she, perfect technique, stuck both hands up. And you can't keep Georgina Dempsey out of the game this afternoon. And Ireland look like they are marching their way to victory. I think the bonus point is looking out of Italy's grasp at the moment.
Yeah, now I think you're getting to a point where I think this is all about batters going out there and seeing if they can just get a few runs and get maybe a little bit of match practice in for what will be a very important day for them tomorrow. That's Sonia goes right across the line here. He's got to be careful of that one, Sonia Toffoliero. She's out there with Pasindi, both yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, and you see the arms folded in the Italy camp, and they'll know that this has not been their best performance with both bat and ball, and I think first and foremost in the field. Yes, it's difficult. The wind has died down though today, and the sun is dropping, so you can see the long shadows on the pitch, but some of those catches Italy would have 100% expected to attain, and the sheer volume of catches as well. It wasn't just 1 or 2. I think Louise Little herself had 5 or 6 chances, and they'll be kicking themselves that they didn't take a few of those early opportunities.
Yeah, it's the old saying in the game that if you don't take your chances, then you will, you know, you're not going to win too many matches, and that's definitely the saying here. I think, looking at this one, I wonder if Loughran has picked up a cheeky stumping here with, I think, Sonia a little bit off balance, and she may have just lifted her foot up. So let's have a look at this. We'll have a look. So let's just wait and see here. Joanna, so she takes the ball there, and just at this point, no, she does keep the foot down. So she stays balanced and keeps her foot down. So not out is the verdict.
It's a bit of an easier call than a few of the ones we had earlier in the day, where we were talking about the arc of the shoe and what part is the shoe. It's a very philosophical question. What is your foot and what is your shoe? And that one was a bit more clear-cut, and you can just see by the Ireland bowling attack how well they have bowled. Even Kaya Makani, she went big, I think 19 off her first over, but pulled it back incredibly in her second over. So it's been a really impressive all-round performance from Ireland here.
Yeah, it has. And Lara McBride, a wicket maiden, very close to making it a double wicket maiden. So well done to her as well. So score stays on 51. We go into the last here. And that is a great delivery. It's an absolute corker. I thought I heard something there.
I was about to say
Tina.
the same. I thought they were just going for a low-key celebration, but I think it was almost too good to hit. She beat.
Definitely sounded like there was something here. I mean, we'll see it again here. Well, I suppose there is no appeal, perhaps, so we'll never know.
Too good, that ball.
Good bowling. There's Pasindi playing and missing. We saw Sonia Toffolietto play out 5 and wasn't able to get a bat on him. And now Pasindi, 2 balls, nothing. Yeah, they've changed things up a little bit. You can see Kumadu Pedrick. Normally, you would have thought she would have gone up a little bit earlier with the batting. So maybe they're giving some of the, in this match when they knew it's a foregone conclusion, giving the likes of Pasindi and Sonia a hit. But it's going to be a hard team talk for Italy tonight. I mean, what sort of things will be said there? I mean, firstly, what will be the positives?
Well, the positives will be, I mean, they've had 2 games today, and they got up to almost 100 against the Netherlands this morning. So they'll definitely take a positive from that. And in terms of this afternoon, I don't want to be too harsh and say that there's not too many positives, but I suppose the bowling wasn't too bad. It was, as I said, at the halfway stage, they had very few extras. They didn't actually bowl too badly. It's just a case of not kind of going in tandem with the fielders, and they will have to have a few hard truths, and that fielding earlier was just not good enough for Italy's standard. We know how good their standard can be.
Yeah, I think that's what the bowlers union will be saying. So, well, don't look at us. We didn't bowl that badly. But you guys didn't take the catches. So Mamalage and Pasindi both bowl well. Got their 2 overs in and went for under 20, but so many drop catches. And you know, I know that they're seeing this. When I've spoken to Prabhath, they're looking at this as like a tool to, like a camp, is a bit of a training camp. So they're playing this tournament, but they're looking to learn from it. They've got some big cricket coming up next year, T20 International. So it's all about building this side. So it's all about work in progress. But so it's going to be, yeah, to come together. There'll be a few home truths. I think the catching. That's the thing with cricket. Nobody goes out there to deliberately drop catches. It just happens. So I think you can't be too harsh on it. The only thing you'd have to say is, look, we let ourselves down in the field, that the bowlers will feel they got let down. But also with the batting, I know that Sims earlier, and that this one, if it hits, is out, and it will be out. So had a few practices at this, did Joanne Loughran, but eventually she was going to get it. And Italy just trying to create something of nothing. It's going to be another wicket. So another one will bite the dust, and that's Sonia, and that will be the end of it. So, yeah, those discussions will continue as Italy well beaten, and Ireland, they get their revenge, because remember, in this contest, it was Ireland who made 85, and Italy, well, they stormed to victory with Amelia Bartram, who scored 43 of 13, and Ireland got nothing from that contest. It's sweet revenge for the Irish, because they returned the favour, and it is they who take all the 4 points. And that means that they'll do themselves a big favour in the standings. They will now move 4 points, in fact 5 points ahead of Italy, who don't take any points from this match.
Yeah, and that's going to be a real confidence booster for Ireland. Of course, they lost earlier in the day to England, but even then they put on 105 against a really strong England batting lineup, and they've followed that up with a comprehensive win, you have to say, against Italy here. And in terms of Italy, the positives that they might take, you can just say it's a bad day at the office. We all have them, and there's no fundamental problems there. We've all seen these fielders take catches and take harder catches than the ones they dropped today. So in that respect, can you just chalk it off as a bad day at the office, come back tomorrow and hope the sun shines down on them then?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I suppose you take the positives. Indiana Sims, her 48 earlier was quite outstanding. Emma Moore, I think she featured pretty well, and she's another one who doesn't get a look in this time. I think, to be honest, I think Italy had a look at the situation of this game at about the 6-over stage, and I think they made some changes to the batting to give a few others a knockout there. I don't think that's a bad thing. It could be something that is quite important going into tomorrow. That's the fixtures we have tomorrow. We'll return back to them when we say our goodbyes. But for the moment, let's go straight to the highlights here. And Italy, they got off to a great start because the first ball was a cracking 4 runs from Emilia Bartram. Crunched this away and we thought, okay, we're off, we're running. We like the start of Emilia there with Ratanaika. But then there would be this brilliant catch from Joanne Loughran, who had a very good day behind the stumps, and once Bartram was gone, then wickets would fall pretty quickly. I think this one was a little bit unlucky. We know how dangerous Indiana Sims can be. I think we feel that one probably came off her shoulder. That's a little bit of bad luck for Italy.
Yeah, and on the converse side, fair play to Ireland. They kept on steaming in. They've got this really good balanced attack of seam bowlers. They've got the left arm seamer, right arm seamer, and then they've got the spin options. They were throwing themselves across the field. A few good efforts right on cue there. Didn't manage to hold that one, but they put in a good fielding display and, more importantly, a good bowling display. And it really clicked for them in that fielding innings, and they'll hope to take that into their game tomorrow. Of course, they only have the one game tomorrow, so that's why those 4 points that they picked up are even more important. And their catching was really exceptional as well. We always say how young their team is, but it can't be overestimated. In the lights, in front of the cameras, to take these catches, that one, Georgina Dempsey, was particularly impressive down below. Thumbs up from the Ireland coach. A good day at the office for them, and maybe Italy, bad day at the office.
Yeah, it's not a good day for Italy, and some smiles from the blue crew as well. We had a good day at the office as well. We caught Chet, don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean, Ireland, when you got a young side like that, I mean, they didn't click straight away, but when you start to click and when you start to win matches, then you want to play more. Everybody be up. And we've said already, Georgina Dempsey, she's a young captain herself. She's leading them really well. And when they're out there, they seem to be enjoying what they're doing. They are a good team. There's a lot of positive vibes about them. And I think just the way they were flying themselves in the field there, even when really there was no need for it, there weren't crucial moments, but they've set a standard, a high standard, and they're looking to maintain it no matter what the outcome is of a match.
Yeah, and look at those figures. Speaking of setting high standards, Georgina Dempsey again leading from the front, 3 wickets for just 6 runs, and the economy, even as we said, Kai McCartney went big on 1 over and pulled it back magnificently. So a thoroughly good performance from Ireland all round with bat and ball. Let's not forget Louise Little set the tone at the start with her 78 off 34. Georgina Dempsey must be in line for player of the match with her contribution with bat and ball and in the field. So the captain's performance all round from her.
Yeah, I think that probably is a foregone conclusion. I think she did really well. Though Louise Little will have a thing to say about that as well. Don't forget her fine 78. And you're right, it's her second half century. She was the one who got the runs last time when they cruised to victory in their very first match. And that was against Scotland when she scored that fine 53. So, yeah, good performance. I think Dempsey, certainly for me, probably is the player of the match, as we prepare to invite you into the commentary position. It's been an outstanding day. When you look at all the performances there, we're talking about Dempsey, the young captain. I think she did particularly well here today. But I think you have to go and say that today certainly belongs to Phoebe Mockenbaugh. What a great day she had. Back-to-back half centuries. And then don't forget, yesterday she scored 49 as well.
Yeah, she's finally got her hands back on her own kit, and she's made the most of it today. Scoring, she must be over 150 for the tournament. and she's a real anchor at the top of that Netherlands lineup. And I think they're threatening England at the top of the table. They're not far off.
Yeah, they're playing some very good cricket at the moment. They seem to have clicked at the right time. A little bit slow starting, but when you look at the batters that are performing, I mean, there'll always be one or two that won't. You know that. Today, Sanya didn't quite kick off. She did get a duck, but you had Rubain Riker finding her form again. We know how dangerous that she can be. So batters are coming in and they're scoring runs. They're looking a good unit at the moment. They're bowling pretty well as well. I think the slower spin bowling options that they've got are good. What about Scotland? I mean, Scotland, they're onto something at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they got off to a slow start, but they're really growing into this tournament. Again, led by a young captain in Catherine Fraser, and she's leading with bat and ball. She can hit a long ball, and they'll be hoping that she can do that again tomorrow, and maybe they can finish second, possibly third. Yeah, definitely on track for finals
Yeah,
day.
because they're a side we started to talk a lot about, of course, Watson, saying that, you know, she's going to be the key. We know that Catherine Fraser was always going to be there about, but other players are now coming and stepping up to the mark as well. So I think what we're seeing there is the key teams, the teams that we expected to be challenging each other, or challenging England, we should say, the Netherlands and Scotland. Well, they're starting to perform. Ireland are starting to come into their own here now, and depending on how results goes, particularly that first match when Italy take on England tomorrow, maybe you can have a look at those fixtures, because the first match is Italy taking on England. Now, Italy, we do know they have fallen behind Ireland now. So here it is here. So Italy, they need and have to get something out of that match against England. If they don't, then they're not going to be able to make up that deficit with the one match left against Scotland. Ireland, they'll be hoping that England get a good win against Italy, and if they do, they can play that match against Netherlands in a very relaxed mode. So they're the matches coming up tomorrow. Of course, the big one that everybody's already talking about will be the match that started this Premier Division off with England taking on the Netherlands. The Netherlands haven't been able to beat England. If they can get a win in that match tomorrow, there may not be a lot on that, but if they can get a win in that match, I think it will really boost them and give them belief that if they were to meet in the final, that they could finally get one over England.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? That could be a sneak preview of the final. And let's not forget, finals day is already the next day. So it's all about momentum going into those finals. And if Netherlands can get hold of that final win, then they will have the momentum going into the final day.
I think you're absolutely right. I think if you can win a big match like that, it makes a huge difference. Just have a look at when Scotland got things started. And I remember saying this to Vinny, that golden ball match 71-71, and it was Scotland who went on to win it. And I said to Vinny then, I said that could create the spark of Scotland in this tournament, and it could have the opposite effect to Italy. And going by what's happened, that seems to be the way it is. It has been a cracking day. I've thoroughly enjoyed our time together, our first day, and we hope that Maximo has had a good day off, because, well, it's back to the normal routine tomorrow when we have 4 more matches coming up. It's been a great day. We've seen some exciting cricket. We've seen batters scoring big runs. We've seen 70s a couple of times. Still haven't had that 100. Yours is the early 100 to stand in the Euros of cricket this time. But what about the bowlers? We've had so many times bowlers have been close to getting a hat-trick. That hasn't quite happened yet, but I do feel it will. Maybe it'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, I can feel it coming. And we've seen both seam and spin being successful, especially in that final game there. There might have been that off the shoulder, but still running in. We love seeing bowlers run in hard and bounce the batters out. It's a batter's game otherwise, so the bowlers are getting their own back today. Yeah,
it's time for us to say our thank yous. First of all, well done to everybody at the ground here today. The ground staff have been absolutely brilliant. A big shout out, of course, to Two Circles, our production partner. Once again, the action that you see and the excitement and the joy that you get from all the cricket here at the Carlimo Oval is thanks to them. So a big shout out to Two Circles. The umpiring has been good again. I think they've worked well as a team, and they've been consistent with all of their calls. Big shout out to the umpires. And of course, I have to say, well done to the Blue crew as well, the European Cricket Network crew. And of course, last but not least, to all of you, wherever you are around the world, you've been absolutely wonderful. I love the chat today. Thank you for watching, and thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network. Well, we got a little bit of a party thing happening tonight. I know you can see the tinsel behind us. The Rada clock is looking absolutely beautiful. Well, we're going to go into Malaga and see the Christmas lights in Malaga, and also have a little bit of something to eat. So we're getting ready to go. So it's adios from us. You know what I like to say. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. Adios.
Tomorrow.